and turned it into fustian nonsense. Shall pack horses and hollow pampered jades of Asia, which cannot go but 30 miles a day, compare with Caesars and with cannibals and Trojan Greeks? 2. 4. 140-44. There is much more in the same vein, and if all the plays by the university wits had survived, scholars would no doubt have identified still other instances. These parodies only suggest that Shakespeare was, after all, a human being who could take some pleasure in returning literary insults and mocking rivals, even dead ones. But something far more remarkable and unpredictable happened in his work with the grotesque figure of Robert Greene. Thou whoreson little tidy Bartholomew bore pig, Falstaff's whore, doll tearsheet, pouts endearingly. When wilt thou leave fighting o' days and foining o' nights, and begin to patch up thine old body for heaven? To which the fat knight replies, Peace, good doll, do not speak like a death's head, do not bid me remember mine end. 2 Henry Roman 4:2-4, 206:10. The deeper we plunge into the tavern world of Falstaff gross, drunken, irresponsible, self-dramatizing, and astonishingly witty Falstaff, the closer we come to the world of Greene, his wife Doll, his mistress M, her thuggish brother Cutting Ball, and the whole crew. Falstaff and his friends have the raffish appeal that the wild crowd of London writers must have exercised on the young Shakespeare. In Falstaff's seedy haunts in Eastcheap, not far from London Bridge, Prince Hal gains access to an urban cast of characters far removed from anything he has known before, and he takes particular delight in having learned their language. They call drinking deep dyeing scarlet, and when you breathe in your watering they cry hem, and bid you play it off. To conclude, I am so good a proficient in 1/4 of an hour that I can drink with any tinker in his own language during my life. 1 Henry Roman 4:2-5, 13-17. There is, the play suggests, a politics to this language lesson. When I am King of England I shall command all the good lads in Eastcheap. But at the same time it seems a thinly disguised depiction of Shakespeare's own linguistic apprenticeship in taverns. So too the relationship between Falstaff and Hal centers on fantastically inventive, aggressive language games of the kind that several of the university wits specialized in. Prince Harry. This sanguine coward, this bed-presser, this horseback breaker, this huge hill of flesh Falstaff. Blood, you starveling, you elf skin, you dried neat's tongue, you bull's pizzle, you stockfish for breath to utter what is like thee. You tailor's yard, you sheath, you bow case, you vile standing tuck. 1 Henry Roman 4:2-5, 223-29. This is precisely the trading of comic insults, the public flighting, the madcap linguistic excess for which Greene and Nash in particular were famous. Perhaps Shakespeare had participated in the games. In any case, he had absorbed the lesson and could outdo their best efforts. Above all, the prince and his grotesque friend, that trunk of humors, that bolting hutch of beastliness, that swollen parcel of dropsies, that huge bombard of sack, that stuffed cloak-bag of guts, that roasted Manningtree ox with the pudding in his belly. 2, 5, 409-13. Spend their time inventing and playing theatrical games, acting out scenes and parodying styles of playwriting that had gone out of fashion. The theatrical games make visible other dark thoughts as well. Kingship is a theatrical performance by a gifted scoundrel. Hal's father, King Henry Roman 4, has no more legitimacy than Falstaff. Falstaff has taken the place of Hal's father, but the position is precarious. Falstaff, fearing that he will be turned away by Hal, is willing to betray his friends. Hal is planning to throw them all off. No, my good lord, pleads Falstaff, ostensibly in the role of the prince speaking to his father. Banish Pedo, banish Bardolph, banish Poins, but for sweet Jack Falstaff, kind Jack Falstaff, true Jack Falstaff, valiant Jack Falstaff, and therefore more valiant being, as he is, old Jack Falstaff, banish not him thy Harry's company, banish not him thy Harry's company. Banish plump Jack and banish all the world. 2-5, 430-138, to which Hal, ostensibly in the role of his father, quietly, chillingly replies, I do, I will. While probing the relationships at the center of the plays, the brilliant scenes of improvisatory play acting also probe deeply Shakespeare's relationship with Greene and company. Or rather, they provide a glimpse of how Shakespeare looked back upon that relationship years later, when most of the doomed lot were dead, and his own position as England's reigning playwright was secure. I know you all, Shakespeare has Hal say early in 1 Henry Roman 4, after a scene of jesting and genial wit, and will awhile uphold the unyoked humor of your idleness. Yet herein will I imitate the sun, who doth permit the base contagious clouds to smother up his beauty from the world, that when he please again to be himself, being wanted he may be more wondered at by breaking through the foul and ugly mists of vapors that did seem to strangle him. 173-81. To recognize this proximity between Greene and Falstaff is not only to see how foul and ugly were the origins of Shakespeare's golden, capacious, and endlessly fascinating character. To be sure, Greene was tawdry enough a drunk, a cheat, and a liar whose actual horizons were pathetically narrow compared to his grandiose projections. That tawdriness is precisely one of Falstaff's characteristics, quite literally itemized in the tavern reckonings, memorandums of bawdy houses, and one poor pennyworth of sugar candy to make thee long-winded, that Hal finds when he searches his pockets. 146-48. It takes no great detective work on Hal's part to discover how empty Falstaff's claims are. Only a fool would take him at his word, and clear-eyed Hal is anything but a fool. It also takes no special gift to see how nasty and common were the actual circumstances of Robert Greene's life. The more demanding and interesting task is to savor the power of the illusions without simply submitting to the cheating and the lies. What Falstaff helps to reveal is that for Shakespeare, Greene was a sleazy parasite, but he was also a grotesque titan, a real-life version of the drunken Silenus in Greek mythology, or of Rabelais, irrepressible trickster, Panurge. Shakespeare seized upon the central paradox of Greene's life, that this graduate of Oxford and Cambridge hung out in low taverns in the company of ruffians, and turned it into Falstaff's supremely ambiguous social position, the knight who is intimate with both the Prince of Wales and a pack of thieves. Falstaff captured Greene's binging and whoring, his dropsical belly, his prodigal wasting of his impressive talents, his cynical exploitation of friends, his brazenness, his seedy charm. He captured, too, the noisy, short-lived fits of repentance for which Greene was famous, along with the solemn moralizing that swerved effortlessly into irreverent laughter. Before I knew thee, Hal, I knew nothing, Falstaff says, adopting the role of the corrupted innocent. And now am I, if a man should speak truly, little better than one of the wicked. I must give over this life, and I will give it over. By the Lord, and I do not, I am a villain. I'll be damned for never a king's son in Christendom. To which Hal, like the friends who mocked Greene out of his pious resolutions, replies with a simple question. Where shall we take a purse tomorrow, Jack? Zounds, where thou wilt, lad, I'll make one, and I do not call me villain. 1-2-82-89. So much for moral reform. Falstaff was not a straightforward portrait of Robert Greene, who was neither a knight nor an old man, any more than the whore Doll Tearsheet was a faithful portrait of the virtuous country wife named Doll whom Greene abandoned, or the tavern hostess Mistress Quickly was a portrait of the mistress Issam from whom he borrowed money and who nursed him through his final illness. Here as elsewhere, Shakespeare's actual world gets into his work, but most often in a distorted, inverted, disguised, or reimagined form. The point is not to strip away the reimaginings, as if the life sources were somehow more interesting than the metamorphoses, but rather to enhance a sense of the wonder of Shakespeare's creation, the immensely bold, generous, imaginative work that took elements from the wasted life of Robert Greene and used them to fashion the greatest comic character in English literature. Greene was by no means the sole source. Like many of Shakespeare's most memorable creations, Falstaff is made out of multiple materials, much of it not from life but from literature. Shakespeare understood his world in the ways that we understand our world. His experiences, like ours, were mediated by whatever stories and images were available to him. When he was in a tavern and encountered a loud-mouthed soldier who bragged about his daring adventures, Shakespeare saw that soldier through the lens of characters he had read in fiction, and at that same time, he adjusted his image of those fictional characters by means of the actual person standing before him. In inventing Falstaff, Shakespeare started, as he so often did from a character in a play by someone else, the famous victories of Henry V, which had been performed by the Queen's men in London and on tour. This crude, anonymous play, which chronicled the near-miraculous transformation of Prince Hal from wastrel youth to heroic king, included a dissolute knight, Sir John Oldcastle, as part of the crew of thieves and ruffians in which Hal had become enmeshed. Shakespeare took over this figure. He originally used the same name, only changing it to Falstaff after the descendants of Oldcastle objected, and built upon its spare frame his vast creation. He took the stock figure of the braggart soldier, the blowhard who is always going on about his martial accomplishments but who plays dead when danger comes too close, and combined him with another venerable comic type, the parasite, always hungry and thirsty, and always conniving to get his wealthy patron to pick up the tab. To these he added features of the vice in the morality play shameless irreverence, the exuberant pursuit of pleasures, and a seductive ability to draw naive youth away from the austere paths of virtue. And he conjoined with these some elements of a newer cultural stereotype, the hypocritical Puritan, who noisily trumpets his commitment to virtue, while secretly indulging his every sensual vice. But to contemplate these pieces of literary flotsam and jetsam is already to see how complete and unexpected was Shakespeare's transformation of them. He himself must have been surprised by what began to emerge when he sat down to write Henry Roman IV. What would have been predictable, what he may initially have intended, was some version of the lively but largely conventional figure whom, in fact, he created some years later in All's Well That Ends Well. That character, Parolles, has all the appropriately obnoxious traits of the loud-mouthed, bragging corrupter of the young, and the audience is invited to delight in his discomfiture. But even here, when his imagination was not operating at the very pinnacle of its power, Shakespeare did something odd, something that casts light back on the infinitely greater Falstaff. Parolles has been utterly humiliated, exposed and disgraced before his friends and fellow officers so devastatingly that the suicide proposed to him is the only honorable course of action. But he is anything but honorable, and rejecting any thought of putting an end to himself, he takes his leave. "Captain, I'll be no more," Parolles ruefully acknowledges, and then his mood shifts. "But I will eat and drink and sleep as soft as Captain shall. Simply the thing I am shall make me live." 308:11 This is the life force itself. This life force is at work to an unparalleled degree in Falstaff. In him, too, it burns brightest when everything that goes by the word honor, name, reputation, dignity, vocation, trustworthiness, truthfulness is stripped away. "Can honor set to a leg?" Falstaff asks at the brink of battle. "No, or an arm, no, or take away the grief of a wound. Number honor hath not skill in surgery then. No, what is honor? A word. What is in that word honor? What is that honor? A trim reckoning. Who hath it? He that died o' Wednesday. Doth he feel it? No, doth he hear it? No, 'tis insensible then, yea, to the dead, but will it not live with the living? No. Why, detraction will not suffer it, therefore I'll none of it. 1 Henry Roman 4, 5, 1. 130-38. A few moments later, standing over the corpse of Sir Walter Blunt, killed fighting bravely for the king, Falstaff sharpens the stark opposition between empty words and the only thing that actually matters, at least to him. I like not such grinning honor as Sir Walter hath. Give me life. 5-3, 57-58. To a degree unparalleled in Shakespeare's work and perhaps in all of English literature, Falstaff seems actually to possess a mysterious inner principle of vitality, as if he could float free not only of Shakespeare's sources in life and in art, but also of the play in which he appears. If a theatrical tradition, first recorded in 1702, is correct, Queen Elizabeth herself not only admired Shakespeare's great comic character, but also sensed this inner principle. She commanded the author to write a play showing Falstaff in love. In 2 weeks' time, or so it is said, The Merry Wives of Windsor was written, to be first performed on April 23, 1597, at the annual feast to commemorate the founding of the Order of the Garter. Famous already in Shakespeare's lifetime, constantly alluded to throughout the 17th century, and the subject of a distinguished book-length study as early as the 18th century, the Fat Knight has for centuries provoked admirers to attempt to pluck out the heart of his mystery. Great wit and the ability to provoke wit in others, spectacular resilience, fierce, subversive intelligence, carnivalesque exuberance. Each of these qualities seems true, and yet there is always something else, something elusive that remains to be accounted for, as if the scoundrel had the power in himself to resist all efforts to explain or contain him. Shakespeare himself evidently struggled to keep his own creation within bounds. The climax of the second of the great history plays in which Falstaff appears is a scene in which Hal, newly crowned as Henry V, brutally dashes his friend's wild expectations of plunder. I know thee not, old man, 2 Henry Roman 4, 5-5-45. It is the most decisive of repudiations. Falstaff is banished from the royal presence on pain of death, and the king's coldly ironic words to the one-time tutor and feeder of my riots conjure up the final, literal containment of all that corpulent energy. No, the grave doth gape for thee thrice wider than for other men. 5-5-60, 51-2. Yet a moment later Falstaff seems already to be slipping free from this noose. Go with me to dinner. Come, Lieutenant Pistol, come, Bardolph. I shall be sent for soon at night. 5-5-83-85. And at the play's close Shakespeare announces that he will bring him back once again. 1 word more, I beseech you, says the actor who speaks the epilogue. If you be not too much cloyed with fat meat, our humble author will continue the story with Sir John in it. Lines 22-24. It is as if Falstaff himself refuses to accept the symbolic structure of the play that has just ended. Yet when he actually sat down to continue the story, by writing a play about Henry V's great triumph over the French at Agincourt, Shakespeare had second thoughts. Falstaff's cynical, anti-heroic stance, his ruthless, comic deflation of the idealizing claims of those in power, and his steadfast insistence on the primacy of the flesh, proved impossible to incorporate into a celebration of charismatic leadership and martial heroism. That celebration was not without Shakespeare's characteristic skeptical intelligence. But for the play to succeed, for Hal to be something more than a mock king, skepticism had to stop short of the relentless mockery that in 2 consecutive plays Falstaff so brilliantly articulated. Hence Shakespeare decided to break his promise to the audience and to keep his comic masterpiece out of Henry V. Indeed, he decided to get rid of him permanently by providing a detailed narrative of death. A parted even just between 12 and 1, even at the turning oath tide, mistress quickly memorably recounts. For after I saw him fumble with the sheets, and play with flowers, and smile upon his finger's end, I knew there was but one way. For his nose was as sharp as a pen, and a babbled of green fields. How now, Sir John? Quoth I, what man, be o' good cheer? So a cried out, God, 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 3 or 4 times. Now I, to comfort him, bid him a should not think of God. I hoped there was no need to trouble himself with any such thoughts yet. So a bade me lay more clothes on his feet. I put my hand into the bed and felt them, and they were as cold as any stone. Then I felt to his knees, and so upward, and all was as cold as any stone. Henry v. 2-3, 1123. The drama here is not the death scene itself, which is carefully kept off stage. The drama, as Shakespeare and his audience understood, is the spectacle of a great playwright killing off the greatest of his comic characters. Of course, given Falstaff's manner of life, the official cause of death must be overindulgence, the equivalent of Green's fatal feast of pickled herring and Rhenish wine, but the play makes clear that it has staged a symbolic murder. The king has killed his heart. 179. An upstart crow, beautified with our feathers. Green and his crowd, despite their drunken recklessness and bohemian snobbery, saw something frightening in Shakespeare, a usurper's knack for displaying as his own what he had plucked from others, an alarming ability to plunder, appropriate, and absorb. Shakespeare, for his part, understood that he did not belong with these grasshoppers, and he may, as Green himself seems to imply, have turned down some request for help from the indigent, desperate scoundrel. In Prince Hal, the author of the Henry Roman IV plays saw himself, projecting onto his character a blend of experimental participation and careful, self-protective distance, recognizing the functional utility of his tavern lessons in language games and in role-playing, and unsentimentally accepting the charge of calculated self-interest. Reflecting on the scene he entered into in the late 1580s, Shakespeare acknowledged what he had had to do in order to survive. But the coldness that he attributed to himself, or rather to Hal, was only one aspect of his relationship with Green, and perhaps not the most important aspect. For if Shakespeare took what he could from Green, if, as an artist, he took what he could from everyone he encountered, he also performed a miraculous act of imaginative generosity, utterly unsentimental, and, if the truth be told, not entirely human. Human generosity would have involved actually giving money to the desperate Green. It would have been foolish, quixotic, and easily abused. Shakespeare's generosity was aesthetic, rather than pecuniary. He conferred upon Green an incalculable gift, the gift of transforming him into Falstaff. Chapter 8, Master-Mistress. The hack printer Henry Chettle was not the only one to be squirming in the wake of the attack on Shakespeare as an upstart crow. There were rumors that Thomas Nash also had his hand in the attack, that perhaps he had even ghostwritten the farewell words of his friend Robert Greene. The rumors make perfect sense. After all, the Cambridge-educated satirist had earlier heaped comparable scorn in print on poorly educated players, whom he described as a rabble of counterfeits, who rashly attempt to imitate their betters in the writing of blank verse. Nash might ordinarily have been pleased thus to be the object of suspicion. In the business of giving offense, he cultivated the reputation of a reckless wit. But he too must have had an unusually alarming conversation with someone, for, though he was not given to backing away from a squabble, he rushed into print to disclaim any connection to Green's groatsworth of wit, which he called a trivial lying pamphlet. Nash did everything he could to ensure that his vehement disclaimer would be taken seriously. God never have care of my soul, but utterly renounce me, if the least word or syllable in it proceeded from my pen, or if I were any way privy to the writing or printing of it. That seems to be the sound of abject panic. The question is who put Nash into such a sweat. The answer is not the upstart Shakespeare himself. It must have been someone much more powerful and intimidating. But who? The likeliest candidate by far is someone connected to Henry Wriothesley, 3rd Earl of Southampton. The 19-year-old Earl is highly unlikely to have gone himself on such a lowly errand, but, like Duke Orsino in Twelfth Night, he had many dependent gentlemen eager to do his bidding and serve as his go-between. A few years later, Southampton mentioned being accompanied somewhere by only 10 or 12 of his usual attendants. One candidate for this particular errand would have been his French and Italian tutor, John Florio. Born in London, the son of Protestant refugees from Italy, Florio had already published several language manuals, along with a compendium of 6,000 Italian proverbs. He would go on to produce an important Italian-English dictionary and a vigorous translation, much used by Shakespeare, of Montaigne's essays. Florio became a friend of Ben Jonson, and there is evidence that already in the early 1590s he was a man highly familiar with the theater. But if Southampton, far too grand to meddle in person with a backstage squabble, would have sent someone like Florio to do his bidding, how would an earl at the very pinnacle of the status hierarchy have come to know Shakespeare in the first place? Here, as usual, the precise link is missing, probably irretrievably, but the social ambiguity of the theater would certainly have helped to make a meeting possible. Players belonged to an entirely different social universe from noblemen, but playhouses decidedly did not. While whores, pickpockets, and shabby apprentices crowded into the pit, aristocrats, smoking their pipes or sniffing pomanders, sat on cushions in the expensive lords' rooms to watch the performances and be watched in turn. Southampton, described in the early 1590s as young and fantastical and easily carried away, was evidently one of these theater lovers. As a contemporary observer once wrote, the young Earl and his friend the Earl of Rutland passed the time in London merely in going to plays every day. On one of these occasions, struck by Shakespeare's acting in a play, or by his gifts as a writer, or by his lively good looks, Southampton could easily have gone backstage after the performance to make his acquaintance, or asked a mutual acquaintance to introduce them, or simply and imperiously summoned him to a rendezvous. The likeliest time for their first encounter would have been in 1591 or early 1592, when the Earl, having graduated from Cambridge, was attending upon the Queen at court and studying law at Gray's Inn. Courtiers and law students were among the playhouse's most enthusiastic patrons, but Southampton may have taken special pleasure in imaginative escape at this particular moment in his life. He was under enormous pressure to marry. The stakes were not sentimental, they were financial, and they were huge. When Southampton was a young child, his parents had a spectacular breakup. His father accused his mother of adultery, and in the wake of their bitter separation, his mother was forbidden ever to see her son again. Then, just shy of Southampton's 8th birthday, his father died, and the wealthy young heir became the ward of the most powerful man in England, Elizabeth's Lord Treasurer, Lord Burghley. The elderly Burghley was reasonably attentive to his ward's upbringing. He took the boy into his house, hired distinguished tutors to educate him, and then sent him off to Cambridge University at the tender age of 12. But the whole wardship system was rotten to the core. Its most sinister feature was the guardian's legal right to negotiate a marriage for his ward. If, upon turning 21, the ward declined the match, he could be liable for substantial damages, to be paid to the family of the rejected party. As it just so happened, Burghley arranged for Southampton to marry his own granddaughter. As it just so happened, too, Burghley held the position of master of the wards, which meant that he could virtually dictate the fine that would be assessed should Southampton be rash enough to decline. In the event, the young Earl did decline, and when he came of age, he was fined the truly staggering sum of £5,000. 16 or 17 years old when the match was first proposed to him, Southampton refused, declaring that he was averse not to this particular girl but to marriage itself. When it became clear that this was not a passing mood but a fixed resolution, the alarmed kin, foreseeing very clearly the blow to the family fortune, began to increase the pressure. The problem was that the young Earl was so enormously rich, and so habitually reckless with his money and land, that the prospect of a substantial loss did not frighten him. He was unaffected, too, by the displeasure of his guardian, and by the urgent pleas of a mother and other more distant relations with whom he had had little or no contact. In these circumstances, the family, along with Lord Burghley, turned to other tactics. They had to address not Southampton's material interests that had failed miserably, but his psyche. That is, the task was somehow to enter Southampton's innermost spirit, the hidden place from which his aversion to marriage arose, and refashion it. One of the means they chose was poetry. The strategy was not entirely foolish. The stubborn, self-willed young nobleman, who had received a fine humanistic education, was steeped in poetry, and had been brought up to expect that he would in time be a significant patron of the arts. If he would not take counsel from his sober elders, he might conceivably be reached by more indirect, more artful means. In 1591, he was presented with an elegant Latin poem dedicated to him, the first such dedication that he had received. The poem, Narcissus, rehearsed the story of the handsome youth who falls in love with his own reflection in the water, and in a vain attempt to embrace this reflection, drowns. The poem's author, John Clapham, was one of Burghley's secretaries, and the application of the monitory lesson to Southampton seems clear enough. Clapham may have taken it upon himself to warn his master's ward about the dangers of self-love, but it is more likely that he was charged to do so. The clock was ticking. Southampton was going to turn 21 on October 6, 1594. Clapham's poem suggests that already in 1591, the looming deadline was provoking a search for effective methods of persuasion, and this leads us back to Shakespeare. It is possible that someone, either in the circle of Burghley or in the circle of Southampton's mother, had taken note of the fact that the young Earl was excited by the talents, or by the person of an actor who was also a promising poet. Whoever noticed this excitement, and a wealthy nobleman's slightest inclinations, would have been carefully watched might well have had the clever idea of commissioning the poet to try his hand at persuading the narcissistic, effeminate young Earl to marry. Such a commission would help to account for the first 17 of the extraordinary sequence of 154 sonnets that were eventually printed, presumably, though not certainly, with Shakespeare's approval many years later. The opening group of Shakespeare's sonnets clearly has a specific person in mind, an exceptionally beautiful, self-willed, 6.13 young man who has refused to marry and is thus consuming himself in single life. 9.2. The poet is careful not to press the specificity too far. A direct, identifiable address to the Earl would have been presumptuous and indiscreet. Each of the poems has in effect a built-in principle of deniability. That is, if confronted by an irate reader, the poet could always say, "You have misunderstood me and jumped to a false conclusion. I wasn't referring to him at all." But if these poems were in fact written for Southampton, as many believe they were, then Shakespeare fully embraced the analysis of the problem articulated in Clapham's Narcissus. The young man is in love with himself, contracted, as the first sonnet tells him plainly, to thine own bright eyes. 1.5. Shakespeare's psychological strategy, however, is the opposite of Clapham's. He does not tell the fair youth that he should tear himself away from his own reflection and beware of self-love. Rather, he tells him that he is insufficiently self-loving. Look in thy glass, and tell the face thou viewest now is the time that face should form another. 3. 1-2. By looking longingly at his reflection, in contemplation of his own beauty, the young man will resolve to do in the flesh what he has done by standing in front of the mirror, produce an image of himself. It is through reproduction, fresh repair, that a person can truly love himself by projecting himself into the future. Only a fool would be the tomb of his self-love to stop posterity. 3.378. As a subject for sonnets, this procreation theme is wildly unusual, perhaps unprecedented. A sonneteer characteristically woos his beloved or laments her coldness, or analyzes his own intense passion. He does not tell a young man that in order to make a precise copy of his own exquisite face, he should resolve to reproduce. Had he written sonnets in praise of the young man's prospective bride, Shakespeare could have held on to at least a semblance of conventionality. He would, in that case, have functioned like one of the painters hired in long-distance marriage negotiations to produce an image of the proposed spouse. But he did nothing of the kind. Though he is urging the youth to eschew masturbation and have sex with a woman, do not spend / upon thyself, he writes with striking explicitness. Do not have traffic with thyself alone. 4. 129. The identity of the woman, the prospective mother of his child, is apparently a matter of indifference. No woman, he writes, will refuse. Where is she so fair whose unneared womb / disdains the tillage of thy husbandry? 3. 516. The vision of reproduction Shakespeare is offering his young man is not absolutely female-free, but within the limits of the flesh, it reduces the role of the woman to the barest minimum, a piece of untilled ground that has not yet brought forth ripe ears of corn. The whole project will be spoiled if the child bears any resemblance to its mother, for the goal is to produce a mirror image of the father alone. In the fertile soil of a nameless, faceless breeder, and if nameless and faceless, why not simply accept the choice that his guardian has already made for him? The young man will plant the seed of his own perfect beauty. That beauty itself possesses whatever one might hope to find in a woman's face. Thou art thy mother's glass, the poet tells the young man, and she in thee calls back the lovely April of her prime. 3. 9-10. A painting has recently been discovered that is thought to be a portrait of Southampton at the time that Shakespeare's procreation sonnets were probably written. The image is a startling one, because it transforms what had always seemed hyperbolic in the language of the sonnets into something quite literal. The long ringlets, the rosebud mouth, the consciousness of being the world's fresh ornament. 1.9. The palpable air of a young man in love with himself, and above all, the sexual ambiguity make the painting which had long been mistaken as the image of a woman serve as a vivid illustration of the qualities Shakespeare was addressing in these exceptionally strange opening sonnets. The first edition of the entire sequence, a quarto volume bearing the title Shakespeare's Sonnets, did not appear until 1609. Shakespeare's name, appearing in very large type, clearly was expected to sell copies. But while most printed books in this period eagerly trumpeted, through a dedication, an author's epistle, or some other means, a connection to a powerful patron, this book claimed no clear link and offered no identification of the persons to whom the poems were originally addressed. The publisher's famous dedication in the first edition, to the only begetter of these ensuing sonnets, Mr. W.H., all happiness and that eternity promised by our ever-living poet, wisheth the well-wishing adventurer in setting forth. T.T. does not help. It is not clear whether these words reveal something crucial about Shakespeare or merely about the publisher, Thomas Thorpe, whose initials seem to lay claim to the dedication as his own. And if it were somehow established that Shakespeare rather than Thorpe wrote the dedication, it would still not be known whether W.H., the initials of the only begetter, slyly reverse those of Henry Wriothesley, the Earl of Southampton, or refer to someone else, perhaps to William Herbert, the Earl of Pembroke, who subsequently showed favor to Shakespeare and to whom, along with his brother Philip, the 1623 folio edition of Shakespeare's works was dedicated. As it happens, in 1597, this wealthy aristocrat, part of a family celebrated for its literary interests, was also being urged to marry. If the opening poems in the sequence seem suited in style to the earlier 1590s, a time for which Southampton is the likeliest candidate, most of the later poems seem on stylistic grounds to date from the late 1590s and the early years of the new century, when Herbert's case is stronger. Could Shakespeare have, as some scholars have proposed, been addressing both young men in succession, cleverly recycling the love tokens? Could some of those same love tokens have originated as poems addressed to other young men or women whom the poet was wooing? There is no way of achieving any certainty. After generations of feverish research, no one has been able to offer more than guesses, careful or wild, which are immediately countered, often with accompanying snorts of derision, by other guesses. The 154 sonnets are ordered in such a way as to suggest at least the vague outlines of a story, in which the players include, besides the amorous poet and the beautiful young man, one or more rival poets and a dark lady. The reader is positively encouraged to identify Shakespeare with the speaker. Many love poets of the period used a witty alias as a mask. Philip Sidney called himself Astrophil, Spenser was the shepherd Colin Clout, Walter Raleigh, whose first name was pronounced Water, Ocean. But there is no mask here. These are, as the title announces, Shakespeare's sonnets, and the poet puns repeatedly on his own first name. Whoever hath her wish, thou hast thy will, and will to boot, and will in overplus. 135. 1-2. One of the startling effects of the best of these poems, a prime reason they have drawn madly fluttering biographical speculations like moths to a flame, is an almost painful intimacy. They seem to offer access to Shakespeare's most private retreat, but the other figures are carefully shrouded. The reader is clearly not meant to grasp, with any assurance, their actual identities. Enormous effort has been expended to identify the principal rival poet and the dark lady. Was the rival poet Marlowe or Chapman? Was the dark lady the poet Amelia Lanier, former mistress of the Lord Chamberlain, or the courtier Mary Fitton, or the prostitute known as Lucy Negro? If even to identify the young man of the first 17 sonnets as Southampton is rash, to attempt to name these other figures is beyond rashness. In part, the problem is an inability, at this distance in time, to answer key questions. Who constituted Shakespeare's intimate circle in London? Over how long a period of time were these poems written? Did Shakespeare place them in the order in which they were printed? Did he approve their publication? To what degree are the poems directly confessional? But it is not simply the passage of time that has made the details of the relationship murky. The whole enterprise of writing a sonnet sequence precisely involved drawing a translucent curtain of one of those gauzy fabrics Elizabethans loved over the scene, so that only shadowy figures are visible to the public. At the very center of the original title page, beneath Shakespeare's sonnets, there are the words, "Never before imprinted." This prominent announcement, accurate, with 2 small exceptions, described below, implies that the public has long heard of the existence of these poems, but has not until now been able to purchase them. For the writing of sonnets, as contemporary readers well understood, was not normally about getting them into print, where they would simply fall into the hands of anyone who had the money and the interest to buy the book. What mattered was getting the poems at the right moment into the right hands, most obviously, of course, the object of the poet's passion, but also the intimate, and, in the case of Shakespeare and the aristocratic young man, quite distinct, social circles surrounding both the poet and his beloved. Sonnet writing was in its most prestigious and defining form the sophisticated game of courtiers. Sir Thomas Wyatt and the Earl of Surrey had made it fashionable in the reign of Henry Roman VIII. Sir Philip Sidney had brought it to perfection in the reign of Elizabeth. The challenge of the game was to sound as intimate, self-revealing, and emotionally vulnerable as possible, without actually disclosing anything compromising to anyone outside the innermost circle. In Henry VI's court, the stakes were particularly high. Rumors of adultery swirled around the royal household and could lead to the Tower and the scaffold, but even in less alarming social settings, sonnets always carried an air of risk. Sonnets that were too cautious were insipid and would only show the poet to be a bore. Sonnets that were too transparent could give mortal offense. There were circles within circles. Presumably, if the first 17 of Shakespeare's sonnets, the sonnets urging the young man to marry and father a child, were written to Southampton, then Southampton constituted the innermost circle. He was the reader who was privileged to know almost everything. But their closest friends would have known something. Those in their wider social circles considerably less. Those outside this orbit but still within social range something less again, and so on. The poet's true mastery is most fully displayed if those on the outermost edges still find the poems thrilling and revealing, even though they know absolutely nothing about any of the key players, not so much as their names. By keeping his poems at some remove from the actual, Shakespeare was able both to share them intimately with the young man, who would have been able easily to fill in the missing personal details, and to circulate them safely among readers who could savor their beauty and admire their maker. The sweet, witty soul of Ovid lives in mellifluous and honey-tongued Shakespeare, wrote one informed observer of the literary scene in 1598, praising his sugared sonnets among his private friends, etc. Soon the poems started to float free of the group of private friends and take on a life of their own, independent of their immediate circumstances, whatever those circumstances might have been. Versions of 2 of the sonnets appeared in print in 1599 in an unauthorized collection, The Passionate Pilgrim, by W. Shakespeare, whose publisher, William Shakespeare, was clearly trying to profit from the poet's celebrity. Of the 20 poems in the collection, only 5 are actually by Shakespeare. It is not only a modern misapprehension to think of such poems as "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" as having been written not to a young man but to a woman. Already by the 1620s and 30s, the sonnets were being copied out as heterosexual rather than homosexual. And this fluidity, this ability to be imaginatively transformed, seems part of the poet's own design, a manifestation of his supreme skill at playing this special game. Sonnets, then, were at once private and social. That is, they characteristically took the form of a personal, intimate address, and at the same time they circulated within a small group whose values and desires they reflected, articulated, and reinforced. They could eventually reach a wider world. Sir Philip Sidney's sequence of 108 sonnets and 11 songs, Astrophil and Stella, written in the early 1580s, came to define courtly elegance for a whole generation of readers, but only a tiny number of readers would know the actual individuals and precise situations to which these intricate poems cunningly allude. Those outside the charmed coterie, and all are now in this category, had to content themselves with admiration for the poet's craft and with groping in the darkness of biographical speculation. There were reasons in the summer of 1592 why Shakespeare would have been particularly eager to take on a commission to write poems urging a wealthy young man to marry. One of his principal sources of income, the income that supported him, and the wife and children he had left behind in Stratford, had vanished. On June 12, 1592, London's Lord Mayor, Sir William Webb, had written to Burghley about a riot that had taken place the night before in Southwark. A group of felt-makers' servants, along with a crowd of loose and masterless men, had tried to rescue a companion who had been arrested. The unruly mob had assembled, the Lord Mayor ominously noted, at a play which, besides the breach of the Sabbath day, giveth opportunity of committing these and such like disorders. Evidently, Burghley took the threat of further unrest seriously, for on June 23 the Privy Council issued an order suspending all performances in the London theatres. The suspension might not have lasted through the whole summer season. The theatre companies, along with other people adversely affected, such as the poor watermen of the Bankside, that is, the boatmen who provided transportation across the river, vigorously petitioned for relief, but a far worse disaster struck some 6 weeks later. The theatre's most dreadful adversary, far worse than puritanical preachers or hostile magistrates, was bubonic plague. Public health regulation in Elizabethan England was haphazard at best, and nothing, or at least nothing accurate, was known about the actual causes of plague. Indeed, one of the official measures routinely taken when plague deaths began to rise, the killing of dogs and cats, undoubtedly made matters worse by destroying the enemies of the rats that, in fact, as we now know, carried the fleas that carried the dread bacillus. But people had grasped, through bitter experience, that the isolation of plague victims slowed the spread of the disease, hence the terrible nailing shut of the quarantined houses, and they grasped too that there was a relation between the progress of epidemics and large crowds. Authorities did not cancel church services, but when plague deaths began to rise, they looked askance at any other public assemblies, and when such deaths reached a certain number, above 30 a week in London, they shut the theatres down. Shakespeare and his fellow actors must have watched nervously as the mortality figures inched up in the warm summer weather, and become more and more alarmed as they increased. No doubt the voices of the theatre's enemies became more strident, shouting that God had sent the plague to punish London for its sins, above all for whoredom, sodomy, and play-acting. Playhouses, bear-baiting arenas, and other places of public assembly, the churches excepted, were ordered to close until further notice. If the playing companies were lucky, the patrons would give them small sums to tide them over. Some of the actors would have packed up some props and costumes in wagons and gone on tour, garnering what income they could, however meager, in the provinces. But that life was a decidedly difficult one, and Shakespeare would doubtless have welcomed an alternative, if one came his way. A proposal to write sonnets to a fabulously wealthy, spoiled young man reluctant to marry would have seemed like a gift from the gods. Yet even within the first 17 sonnets, written as if to order, there are signs that the poet's task was complicated by thoughts and feelings that were difficult to reconcile perfectly with the assignment. Perhaps the very relationship that made it plausible for someone to suggest that Shakespeare write these poems stood in the way of their satisfactory accomplishment. "Make thee another self for love of me," the poet urges, 10.13, as if he expected his emotional claims to count. But how exactly could they count? And if they did, how exactly could they bear on the plea that the youth father a child? What stake does the poet have in his friend's child? The answer nominally lies in the child's ability to counterbalance the malevolent power of time. When the passing years have irreparably destroyed the exquisite beauty the youth currently possesses, his son will carry that beauty forward into the next generation. But even as he presents this argument, the poet brings forth another, one that manifestly means far more to him and that fulfills the fantasy of perfect female-free reproduction, and all in war with time for love of you as he takes from you, I engraft you new. 15, 13, 14. I engraft you new. The reproductive power in question here is the power of poetry. For a lingering moment the birth of a child still matters, without a living image of the fair youth to verify all of the poet's claims. Who will believe my verse in time to come? 17.1. But the imagined child here has been reduced to a piece of corroborating evidence, and he soon disappears entirely. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death brag thou wanderst in his shade when in eternal lines to time thou growst. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Sonnet 18, the dream of the child as mirror image, projected into the future, has been shouldered aside by this love poem, this exquisite mirror made of language, this far more secure way of preserving perfect beauty intact and carrying it forward to succeeding generations. Shakespeare has in effect displaced the woman he was urging the young man to impregnate. The poet's labor, not the woman's, will bring forth the young man's enduring image. It is, as Shakespeare supremely understood the stuff of romantic comedy, the go-between becomes romantically entangled. This is the central plot device of Twelfth Night. Viola, disguised as a boy and serving Duke Orsino, is assigned the task of helping him woo the Countess Olivia. "I'll do my best to woo your lady," Viola tells her master, adding in an aside that her assignment is a painful one. "Whoe'er I woo myself would be his wife." 1:4, 39-41. There is, of course, a striking difference between this situation and the one sketched in the sonnets. Though Viola is dressed like a boy when she sighs longingly for her master, her desire is a woman's desire for a man, and thus can be consummated in marriage, as soon as she changes her clothes. But Twelfth Night goes out of its way to suggest that gender is not, after all, the crucial issue. Orsino is clearly attracted to the servant he believes to be a sexually ambiguous boy, and Olivia falls madly in love with this same ambiguous go-between. In something of the same spirit, though without the explicit narrative, Shakespeare's sonnets stage the triumph of the poet's own overwhelming love over the initial project of persuading the young man to marry. Is it the truth, or a piece of flattering rhetoric? Impossible to say. But for the vain young recipient of these poems, Shakespeare's narrative never explicit, but never completely out of view must have been very gratifying. Something happened to the poet, the sonnets imply, when he undertook to persuade the beautiful youth to marry. He became aware that he was longing for the youth himself. The poet can no longer understand how it will all work out. He knows that the young man regards him as little more than a servant, an aging one at that. But he craves his company, and he feels in his presence something that he never felt with any woman. He wants to charm him, he wants to be with him, he wants to be him. He is his vision of youth, of nobility, of perfect beauty. He is in love with him. The sonnets express this love in impassioned and extravagant praise. The image of the young man is like a jewel hung in ghastly night. 27.11. His loveliness exceeds the most idealized accounts of Adonis or Helen. 53. He is as fair in knowledge as in hue. 82.5. His hand is whiter than a lily, and the tint on his cheeks is more delicate than a rose. 98. Whatever antique pens expressed in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights, Of hand, of foot, of lip, of eye, of brow was a prophecy of his own beauty 106:4-7. He is the poet's son, his rose, his dear heart, his best of dearest. 48.7, his fair flower, his sweet love, his lovely boy. At the same time, and in incomparably impassioned terms, the sonnets elaborate the claims of poetry. My love shall in my verse ever live young, 19.4. Not marble nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme. 55:1-2. Time's scythe mows everything down, and yet my verse shall stand. 60.13. The remorseless hours will drain the young man's blood and carve wrinkles on his brow, but his beauty shall in these black lines be seen. 63.13. Age's cruel knife may cut my lover's life, but never cut from memory my sweet love's beauty. 63:11-12. When I in earth am rotten and you are in your tomb, your monument shall be my gentle verse. 81.29. This last phrase casually incorporates the social status that Shakespeare constantly dreamed of, but the dream here is far more ambitious, laying claim to a godlike power. Your name from hence, that is, from my gentle verse, immortal life shall have. 81.5. The irony, of course, is that the sonnets themselves do not confer any life at all on the name of the beloved, for the simple reason that he is never actually named. Shakespeare, it seems, has deliberately kept the beloved's name out of poems that claim to confer upon that name an immortal life. If it is not unreasonable to speculate that the young man of the opening suite of sonnets is the Earl of Southampton, it is because the Earl's personal circumstances perfectly fit the situation that is sketched, because his family had already tried literary persuasion, and above all, because Shakespeare in the 1590s dedicated to Southampton two long, elaborate non-dramatic poems, Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece. The dedicatory letters to these long poems are the only such documents from Shakespeare's hand, and along with the poems they introduce, they tell us a great deal about the man who wrote them, or at least about the side that he wished to present to the Earl. The language of the first of these dedications, to Venus and Adonis, is formal, emotionally cautious, and socially defensive. I know not how I shall offend in dedicating my unpolished lines to your lordship, nor how the world will censure me for choosing so strong a prop to support so weak a burden. Probably written in late 1592, very close to the time he may have written the Procreation Sonnets, the elegant narrative poem, anything but unpolished, was clearly a bid for patronage, that is, for protection against renewed censure, and for any more tangible rewards that the free-spending nobleman might care to offer. The poet's display of diffidence and anxiety in the dedication may well have been sincere. Published in 1593, Venus and Adonis was the first of Shakespeare's works to appear in print. Apparently indifferent to the printing house through most of his career, here for once he showed clear signs of caring. He chose for the printer someone he could trust, his fellow Stratford-upon-Avon native Richard Field. The choice was a good one. Field produced an unusually handsome small book, suitable for presentation. Shakespeare was attempting, probably for the first and only time in his career, to find a patron, and with the theaters shut down and the plague continuing to rage, he may have thought that a great deal was riding on whether he was successful. Even if Southampton had already manifested his favor in the wake of Green's groatsworth of wit, and even if the exalted aristocrat and the lowly player had already had some encouraging personal contact with one another, and of course, these are merely speculations, Shakespeare could well have been uncertain about the reception of Venus and Adonis. It was as if, in his late 20s, Shakespeare had decided to start afresh in a new profession, as if he had not written anything before. He was attempting to establish himself now not as a popular playwright, but as a cultivated poet, someone who could gracefully conjure up the mythological world to which his university-educated rival poets claimed virtually exclusive access. And he was attempting also to address Southampton's particular situation. The poem takes up the theme of the beautiful young man, scarcely more than a boy, who resists the blandishments of the goddess of love. If the poem's godfather, the 18-year-old nobleman, is pleased with it, Shakespeare writes, then he will attempt some graver labor. But if the first heir of my invention prove deformed, like the sonnets, the dedicatory letter metamorphoses poems into children, then the poet will never after ear so barren a land. Perhaps Shakespeare meant it, for there would be no point in making another effort if Southampton rejected this one out of hand. The plot of Venus and Adonis echoes the sonnet's warning, a beautiful boy's rejection of love herself, in the person of Venus enables death to triumph over him. For 3/4 of the poem's nearly 1,200 lines, Venus, feverish with desire, pleads, caresses, lures, harangues, and all but assaults Adonis. Accusing the young man of self-love, she begs him to produce an heir. But all is in vain. Breaking away from the goddess's embrace, Adonis goes off to hunt and is promptly killed by a foul, grim, and urchin-snouted boar. Line 1105. From the blood that spills from his wound springs a purple flower, the anemone, which grief-stricken Venus plucks and cradles in her bosom. Taken in the abstract, the argument of Venus and Adonis could have appealed to the sober, calculating guardian Burghley. But the experience of the poem is anything but sober. Here too, as in the sonnets, prudential warning seeds placed to something else, something seductive that this particular poet, William Shakespeare, is offering the young man. Venus and Adonis is a spectacular display of Shakespeare's signature characteristic, his astonishing capacity to be everywhere and nowhere, to assume all positions and to slip free of all constraints. The capacity depends upon a simultaneous, deeply paradoxical achievement of proximity and distance, intimacy and detachment. How otherwise would it be possible to be in so many places at once? Shakespeare offers here in a weirdly concentrated form the sensibility that enabled him to write his plays. The effect is a tangle of erotic arousal, pain, and cool laughter. At moments, the love goddess seems enormous, a dominatrix towering over her diminutive, unwilling lover. Over one arm the lusty courser's rein, under her other was the tender boy, who blushed and pouted in a dull disdain with leaden appetite, unapt to toy. Lines 31-34, at other moments, she is the fragile heroine of a romance, fainting at a mere disapproving glance, and then when the remorseful boy tries to revive her, suddenly reduced to a farcical rag doll. He wrings her nose, he strikes her on the cheeks, he bends her fingers, holds her pulses hard. He chafes her lips. 1,000 ways he seeks to mend the hurt that his unkindness marred. Lines 475-78. In such passages we seem to be at a great distance from the figures, watching their frantic movements the way the audience of A Midsummer Night's Dream watches the crazed lovers in the Athenian woods. But then without warning, and without ever completely losing the comic detachment, we are unnervingly close. Venus not only sighs for Adonis, she locks her lily fingers one in one, line 228, around the struggling boy and proposes that he graze, line 233, on her body. Within this limit is relief enough, sweet bottom grass and high delightful plain, round rising hillocks, breaks obscure and rough, to shelter thee from tempest and from rain. Lines 235-38. Adonis attempts to pull back from her frantic kisses, only to submit passively for a few moments out of sheer exhaustion. Hot, faint, and weary with her hard embracing, like a wild bird being tamed with too much handling. Lines 559–60. Metaphors frequently function in poetry as a way of distancing the reader from a character or situation, but not here. Here they are ways of intensifying physical and emotional proximity, so that we view everything in a sustained close-up. The dimples in Adonis's cheeks are round, enchanting pits that open their mouths to swallow Venus liking. Lines 247–48. The goddess's face doth reek and smoke. Line 555, with erotic arousal. And when the two recline, or rather when Venus pulls Adonis down to the ground, they lie not simply on a bed of flowers, but on blue-veined violets. Line 125. Without once making an appearance in his own person, for, after all, this is a mythological fantasy. Shakespeare is constantly, inescapably present in Venus and Adonis, as if he wanted Southampton, and perhaps the world, at which he glances in his dedication, fully to understand his extraordinary powers of playful identification. He is manifestly in Venus, in her physical urgency and her rhetorical inventiveness, and he is in Adonis, too, in his impatience and his misogynistic distaste. But he is in everything else as well. If a mare could write a love poem to a stallion, and more precisely the ecstatic inventory of the beloved's features, known as a blazon, she might write this: round-hoofed, short-jointed, fetlocks shag and long, broad breast, full eye, small head and nostril wide, high crest, short ears, straight legs and passing strong, thin mane, thick tail, broad buttock, tender hide. Lines 295–98. If a hare could write a poem about the misery of being hunted, he might write this: then shalt thou see the dubadabbled wretch turn and return, indenting with the way. Each envious briar his weary legs do scratch, each shadow makes him stop, each murmur stay. Lines 703–6. The point is not that horses or hares are central to the poem, they are not. The point is that Shakespeare effortlessly enters into their existence. What do you offer a beautiful, spoiled young aristocrat who has everything? You present him with a universe where everything has an erotic charge, a charge whose urgency confounds the roles of mother and lover. Here is Venus hearing the sound of the hunt and running in panic toward the scene. And as she runs, the bushes in the way, some catch her by the neck, some kiss her face, some twine about her thigh to make her stay. She wildly breaketh from their strict embrace, like a milch doe whose swelling dugs do ache, hasting to feed her fawn hid in some brake. Lines 871–76. How do you awaken and hold a jaded young man's attention? You introduce him to a world of heightened sensitivity to pleasure and to pain. Here is Venus shutting her eyes at the sight of Adonis's fatal wound, or as the snail, whose tender horns being hit shrinks backward in his shelly cave with pain, and there, all smothered up, in shade doth sit, long after fearing to creep forth again. So at his bloody view her eyes are fled into the deep dark cabins of her head. Lines 1033–38. And if you are begging for the generosity of a noble patron, what stupendous gift can you possibly give in return? You propose symbolically to turn death itself into orgasm. Here is Venus telling herself that the boar intended not to kill Adonis but to kiss him, and nuzzling in his flank, the loving swine sheathed unaware the tusk in his soft groin. Lines 1115–16. The loving swine has only done what she herself has all along been proposing to do. Had I been toothed like him, I must confess with kissing him, I should have killed him first. Lines 1117–18. This is what Shakespeare had to offer. Evidently, Venus and Adonis pleased the Earl, judging from the rush of imitations, admiring comments and reprintings 10 times by 1602. The poem pleased virtually everyone. It was particularly popular, it seems, with young men. Flush with his success, Shakespeare was as good as his word, bringing forth within a year's time the much graver Lucrece. But this time the tone of the dedicatory letter to Southampton was no longer diffident, tentative, or anxious. The love I dedicate to your lordship is without end. What I have done is yours. What I have to do is yours, being part in all I have, devoted yours. Elizabethan dedicatory letters were often quite florid, but what Shakespeare wrote here is not at all typical. This was not, as might have been expected, an exercise in praise or the desire to please or a plea for patronage. This was a public declaration of fervent, boundless love. Something happened in the course of the year between Venus and Adonis and the rape of Lucrece. Something led Shakespeare to shift from "I know not how I shall offend" to love, without end. There is no direct access to whatever it was, but it is possible that hints may lie in the sonnets. For the sonnets, assuming that most of the first 126 of them were written to the same person, do not merely praise the young man and affirm the power of poetry. They sketch a relationship unfolding over time, in all probability over years. Admiration ripens into adoration. Periods of joyful intimacy are followed by absence and desperate longing. The poet finds it tormenting to endure separation from his beloved. He feels in many ways unworthy of so precious a love, but he is also aware that he is able by his art to confer eternity upon the mortal beauty of the young man. He knows that a time will come, perhaps soon, when the young man will see him as decrepit and no longer care for him. He struggles to accept the inevitable loss of a love that has sustained his life. Exuberant praise gives way to reproach and self-doubt. The poet is at once excited and tormented by his social inferiority. His passionate devotion slides toward abject subservience, and then this subservience slowly modulates back into a partial critical independence. He insists that the young man is perfect, even as he recognizes deep flaws in his character. In the midst of this tangle of shifting, obsessive emotions, there are glimpses of what seem to be specific events. The young man succumbs to temptation and sleeps with the poet's mistress. The betrayal is painful less because of her infidelity, and yet it may be said I loved her dearly, 42.2, than because of his, for his is the love that truly matters. The poet himself is in some unspecified way unfaithful to the young man, but ventures to hope that he will be forgiven for his transgression. 120.3. Just as in comparable circumstances he earlier forgave the young man. The poet has given away a keepsake, a small notebook or writing tablet that the young man has presented to him, but it does not matter, for the gift is inalienably lodged in his brain and heart. Several rivals, one of them at least, a writer of considerable distinction, are competing, apparently successfully, for the young man's attention and favor. And the culminating event. From Sonnet 127 onward, the poet shifts his obsessive attention away from the fair young man and focuses instead on his feelings, a tangle of desire and revulsion toward his black-eyed, black-haired, sexually voracious mistress. Biographers have often succumbed to the temptation to turn these intimations of events into a full-blown romantic plot, but to do so requires pulling against the strong gravitational force of the individual poems. Shakespeare, who had an effortless genius at narrative, made certain that his sonnets would not yield an entirely coherent story. Each of the great poems in the sequence, and there are many, is its own distinct world. A compressed, often fantastically complex 14-line rehearsal of an emotional scenario that the playwright could, if he chose, have developed into a scene or an entire play. An example is the justly celebrated Sonnet 138, a poem already removed from any narrative context and anthologized during Shakespeare's own lifetime. When my love swears that she is made of truth, I do believe her though I know she lies. that she might think me some untutored youth unlearned in the world's false subtleties. Thus vainly thinking that she thinks me young, although she knows my days are past the best, simply I credit her false-speaking tongue. On both sides thus is simple truth suppressed. But wherefore says she not she is unjust, and wherefore say not I that I am old? Oh, love's best habit is in seeming trust, and age in love loves not to have years told. Therefore I lie with her, and she with me, and in our faults by lies we flattered be. I do believe her, though I know she lies. Since the poet makes clear that he knows perfectly well that his mistress is unfaithful, I do believe her seems to be short for I pretend to believe her. The plot, it seems, is one of those cuckoldry stories that fascinated Shakespeare and his contemporaries. The opening lines give voice to the shadowy suspicion that pulls toward farce in Much Ado About Nothing, or toward murder in The Winter's Tale. The suspicion here has a May-December twist, the anxiety that preys on the mind of Othello, excruciatingly aware that, compared with Desdemona, he is declined into the vale of years, yet that's not much. 3-3, 269-70. The poet goes on, however, to acknowledge that his strategy, pretending to be gullible so as to seem younger than his years, does not actually fool his mistress for a moment, any more than he is fooled by her false-speaking tongue. On both sides thus is simple truth suppressed. By now a different plot is in place, neither familiarly farcical nor tragic, something more like the strategic game of mutual lying in which Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, along with almost every other character in that play, indulge. Simple truth, the truth of the dark lady's infidelity, and the poet's aging is suppressed by his simply crediting her lies, that is, by a deliberate indulgence in a fiction. A way to characterize this indulgence might be Coleridge's phrase for what one does when watching a play, a willing suspension of disbelief. But the poet is describing his relationship to his lying mistress, not to a work of art. The game could well lead to an explosion of moral disapproval or self-reproach, conventional ways to banish the deceit and to restore moral order. Indeed, Shakespeare seems to be building toward such an explosion, as he calls the whole pattern of their lives into question. But wherefore says she not she is unjust, and wherefore say not I that I am old? But the close of the poem, sliding from old to a sighing O, surprises us by frankly suspending the impulse to strip away the veil of deception. Oh, love's best habit is in seeming trust. Love's habit, both its habitual behavior and its finest clothing, is a tissue of lies. Instead of moral judgment, there is a candid acceptance of the erotic virtue of mendacity. As the final couplet makes clear, the man and woman who lie to each other lie with each other. Sonnet writing was a courtly and aristocratic performance, and Shakespeare was decidedly not a courtier or an aristocrat. Yet the challenge of this form proved agreeable to him. To be a very public man and actor on stage, a successful playwright, a celebrated poet, and at the same time to be a very private man, a man who can be trusted with secrets, a writer who keeps his intimate affairs to himself and subtly encodes all references to others. This was the double life Shakespeare had chosen for himself. If his astonishing verbal skills and his compulsive habit of imaginative identification, coupled with deep ambition, drove him to public performance, his family secrets and his wary intelligence, perhaps reinforced by the sight of the severed heads on London Bridge, counseled absolute discretion. Such a deliberately chosen double existence helps to explain the paradox that has tantalized centuries of readers. The sonnets are a thrilling, deeply convincing staging of the poet's inner life, an intimate performance of Shakespeare's response to his tangled emotional relationships with a young man, a rival poet, and a dark lady. And the sonnets are a cunning sequence of beautiful locked boxes to which there are no keys, an exquisitely constructed screen behind which it is virtually impossible to venture with any confidence. A code of discretion and the practice of concealment shape the sonnets, but so do certain shared excitements, recurrent preoccupations, and seductive strategies. It would be folly to take these as a kind of confidential diary, a straightforward record of what actually went on in the relationship between Shakespeare and his deceitful dark lady, whoever she was in real life, or between Shakespeare and the aristocratic young man, whether he was Southampton or someone else, or perhaps an amalgam of multiple lovers. But even a record of fantasies, in part adapted from other poets, in part spun out of the threads of actual relationships, may reveal something about Shakespeare's emotional life. The sonnets represent the poet, and the young man as excited by the immense class and status difference between them. Even while slyly criticizing his beloved, or perhaps because he is slyly criticizing him, Shakespeare plays at utter subservience. Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire? 571-2. And he stages too his intense awareness of the social stigma that attaches to his profession. Alas, 'tis true, I have gone here and there and made myself a motley to the view. 110. 1-2. Perhaps this shame, the shame of dressing up like a fool in motley and putting on a show before the gaping public, was something that Shakespeare actually felt, quite apart from the relationship depicted in the sonnets. But here it is part of the erotic dance between himself and the beautiful boy. Oh, for my sake do you with fortune chide, the guilty goddess of my harmful deeds, that did not better for my life provide than public means which public manners breeds. Thence comes it that my name receives a brand, and almost thence my nature is subdued to what it works in like the dyer's hand. Pity me. 111. 1-8. The permanent stain that Shakespeare the performer bears, and that indelibly marks his social distance from his aristocratic beloved, becomes quite literally part of the appeal. Pity me. The age difference between the poet and the young man functions in a similar way, not, that is, as an impediment to desire, but rather as a paradoxical source of excitement, something to be noted, highlighted, and exaggerated. As a decrepit father takes delight to see his active child do deeds of youth, so I, made lame by fortune's dearest spite, take all my comfort of thy worth and truth. 37. 1-4. Where could the seductive pleasure possibly lie here? Perhaps in a patriarchal society where the young were accustomed to domineering fathers or tyrannical guardians, a weak father figure was thrilling. The excitement of the role reversal must have been intense, intense enough to lead Shakespeare to stage himself as a kind of parasite on the younger man. The poet's performance does not preclude vanity. Sin of self-love possesseth all mine eye, Shakespeare writes, and all my soul, and all my every part. But this frank admission of narcissism, methinks no face so gracious is as mine, is only a way of intensifying the beloved's triumph. When he looks into the mirror, Shakespeare writes, he sees that in reality his face is beaded and chapped with tanned antiquity. 62. 1-5-10. And that whatever pleasure he takes in himself is borrowed from the man he loves. Painting my age with beauty of thy days. 10.14. The emotions at play here have something of the blend of adoration and appetite that Shakespeare depicted in Falstaff's feelings toward his sweet boy, Prince Hal. But the roles are reversed. Where Shakespeare imagined himself as the young prince in relation to Robert Greene's calculating older man, now he plays the older man to the sweet boy. Perhaps this was one of the inner currents that enabled Shakespeare to transform the character he based on Greene from a mere braggart into the complex, poignant figure of Falstaff, self-loving, calculating, cynical, adoring, abject, and doomed. As Hal sweeps away his memories of Falstaff, "I know thee not, old man," so the poet urges the young man simply to forget him. "Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that writ it." But the difference is that the poet's request to be forgotten is in reality a declaration of abject love and a thinly disguised appeal to be remembered and loved. "Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that writ it. For I love you so that I and your sweet thoughts would be forgot if thinking on me then should make you woe." 71. 5-8. Again and again, the young man is invited to embrace the father he will displace and bury and eventually forget. And the oblivion that lies in the future only serves to intensify the appeal. One of the most famous of the sonnets, 73, sums up the emotional claim that Shakespeare is making on the young man by exaggerating their age difference. "That time of year thou mayst in me behold when yellow leaves, or none, or few, do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bare ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self, that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire that on the ashes of his youth doth lie as the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceivest, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long." Elsewhere in the sonnet sequence there is an emphasis on eternity, the timelessness of the poet's lines, the endless replication of the young man's beauty, but not here. Each of the images, the yellow leaves, the twilight, and the embers, exquisitely conveys transience. It is only a matter of time before it will be irrevocably over. Naked branches, darkness, cold ashes lie just ahead. And the transience, the coming to an end that Shakespeare sees even in the moment of love's flourishing, confers a painful intensity upon the relationship. For whatever actually happened between Shakespeare and the young man, whether they only stared longingly at one another or embraced, kissed passionately, went to bed together, was almost certainly shaped by an overwhelming sense of transience. This sense did not only, or even principally, derive from the age and class differences that intensified their desires. It derived from the period's understanding of male homosexual love. Elizabethans acknowledged the existence of same-sex desire. Indeed, it was in a certain sense easier for them to justify than heterosexual desire. That men were inherently superior to women was widely preached. Why then wouldn't men naturally be drawn to love other men? Sodomy was strictly prohibited by religious teaching and the law, but that prohibition aside, it was perfectly understandable that men would love and desire men. Shakespeare's contemporary Edmund Spenser, a poet celebrated for his moral seriousness, wrote a pastoral poem in which a shepherd declares his passionate love for a youth. Attached to the poem is a commentary by Spenser himself or someone very close to him that notes uneasily that the relationship has some savor of the disorderly love that the Greeks called pederastus. But after all, the commentary continues, from the right perspective, pederastus is much to be preferred before gynerastus, that is, the love which inflameth men with lust toward womankind. And then, as if alarmed by what he has just said, the commentator adds a final disclaimer. Let no man think that he is defending the execrable and horrible sins of forbidden and execrable fleshliness. It is in the context of this seesaw game of acknowledgement and denial that Shakespeare stages his sexual desire for the young man. It is explicitly accepted and ardently expressed as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and at the same time it is deflected, disavowed, or defeated, as if it could never be fully realized. The young man in Sonnet 20 has a woman's face and a woman's gentle heart, but he is better, truer, and more steadfast than any woman. He is, the poet writes, the master-mistress of my passion. Nature indeed intended to create a woman when she made the young man, but doting on her own creation, she added something, she pricked thee out. 20.2:13, and therefore defeated the poet of his long-term sexual fulfillment. Shakespeare does not adopt the outraged moralizing tone of Spencer's commentator, but he plays with the same material's misogyny, intense homosexual desire, disavowal to which he adds a sense of transience. For even if in the actual relationship half hidden in the sonnets Shakespeare fulfilled his erotic longings, he knew that this love would never be allowed to stand in the way of the social imperative to marry and produce heirs, precisely that imperative to which Shakespeare gave voice in the opening sonnets. It was possible for the adolescent Southampton to declare that he was not ready to marry, provided he was prepared to accept the huge financial sacrifice that his refusal entailed. It was possible, too, for him to have an affair with one or more of the men, and there must have been many who courted him. It would have been quite another thing for him to abjure marriage altogether. A few men of high rank, though not as high as Southampton's, did indeed refuse to marry Francis Bacon, is a notable example, but quite apart from sexual orientation. Most were committed to passing along their name, title, and wealth. In 1598, shortly before his 25th birthday, Southampton secretly wed one of the Queen's maids of honor, Elizabeth Vernon, who was pregnant with his child. The Queen was enraged. Her maids of honor were meant actually to be maids, and she hated clandestine marriages among her followers. Still, this marriage seems to have been a happy one, sustaining the Earl through a long, turbulent, and on occasion extremely dangerous career. As for the poet, if there is one thing that the sonnets, taken as biographical documents, strongly suggest, it is that he could not find what he craved, emotionally or sexually, within his marriage. Part of the problem may have been the evident mismatch with Anne Hathaway, but perhaps the sonnets suggest too that no single person could ever have satisfied Shakespeare's longings or made him happy. It is not as if he found, outside of his marriage, someone who fulfilled him completely. He focused, it seems, his capacity for ecstatic idealization largely on the young man and his capacity for desire largely on his mistress. And in both cases, there is an obstacle to fulfillment. The poet adores a man whom he cannot possess and desires a woman whom he cannot admire. The beautiful young man, the sonnets ruefully acknowledge, cannot ultimately be his, while the dark lady, even if he could securely possess her, is everything that should arouse revulsion in him. Dishonest, unchaste, and faithless, she has, according to the last sonnets in the sequence, given him something more than revulsion. She has infected him with venereal disease. But still he cannot give her up. My love is as a fever, longing still for that which longer nursed the disease. 147, 1-2. That he cannot do so has everything to do with the compulsions of lust in action. 129.2, the rhythm of tumescence and detumescence that defines for him what it means to be with her. I call / her love, for whose dear love I rise and fall. 151, 13-14. This sexual rhythm, yoking vitality and death, pleasure and disgust, longing and loathing, is not a mere recreation or an escape. As the sonnets insist again and again, the poet's witty, anxious, self-conscious embrace of his own desires defines what it means to be will. There is no room, in the way in which Shakespeare represents himself in the sonnets, for his wife or his children. It does not matter in this regard whether the poems were written in the mid-1590s or a decade later, since no one thinks that they were written before Shakespeare married and became a father. All of the sonnets are in effect acts of erasure. There are perhaps a few small exceptions. The possible glimpse of the bygone courtship of his wife in a pun on hate away, and Hathaway in Sonnet 145, a very indirect acknowledgment of his infidelity in the opening line of Sonnet 152, In loving thee thou know'st I am forsworn. The sonnet characteristically goes on to berate his mistress for breaking her bed vow, but at least for a moment he recognizes that he too has broken his vow. For the most part he seems to forget, or rather, the figures of the young man and the dark lady seem to displace and absorb emotions that we might have conventionally expected Shakespeare to feel in and for his family. About Anne Shakespeare he is silent. It is to his beautiful male friend that he writes his most celebrated words about love. Let me not to the marriage of true minds / admit impediments. 116. 1-2. Chapter 9. Laughter at the scaffold. However generously he may have been rewarded for the sonnets Venus and Adonis and the rape of Lucrece, Shakespeare did not choose to stake his fortunes, financial or artistic, on his relation to a patron. He chose instead, when the plague abated, to return to the theater, where he rose to preeminence as a playwright remarkably quickly. The playing companies needed to please many different tastes, and they had a huge appetite for new scripts. Hardworking hacks could make good money grinding out dozens of plays. Three Ladies of London, Peddler's Prophecy, Fair M, A Sackful of News, The Tragical History of the Tartarian Cripple, Emperor of Constantinople. But until the impressive, boisterous arrival on the scene of Ben Jonson in 1597, Shakespeare had only one serious rival, Christopher Marlowe. The two immensely talented young poets, exactly the same age, were evidently locked in mutual emulation and contest. They circled warily, watching with intense attention, imitating, and then attempting to surpass each other. The contest extended beyond the momentous early works, Tamburlaine and Henry VI, to a brilliant pair of strikingly similar history plays, Shakespeare's Richard II and Marlowe's Edward II, and an equally brilliant pair of long erotic poems, Shakespeare's Venus and Adonis and Marlowe's Hero and Leander. Marlowe would not have made the mistake of underestimating Shakespeare. He would have immediately understood that, in the words of the hunchback Duke of Gloucester, in the third part of Henry VI, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown. 32168. Shakespeare was at once invoking and slyly mocking Tamburlaine's dream of the sweet fruition of an earthly crown. 729. Shakespeare, for his part, was in no danger of underestimating Marlowe. Marlowe was the only one of the university wits whose talent Shakespeare might have seriously envied, whose aesthetic judgment he might have feared, whose admiration he might have earnestly wanted to win, and whose achievements he certainly attempted to equal and outdo. One of Marlowe's achievements might have seemed to Shakespeare, at this early point in his career, beyond his grasp. Dr. Faustus, the powerful tragedy of the scholar who sells his soul to the devil, drew deeply on Marlowe's theological education at Cambridge. Though years later, in Hamlet, Shakespeare depicted a bookish prince who has been abruptly pulled away from his university studies, and in The Tempest he explored the fate of a prince who becomes wrapped in his occult reading, he never attempted, early or late, to make the scholar's study the center of the theatrical scene. His fullest answer to Marlowe came on neutral ground, that is, in the depiction of a person whom neither of them is likely ever to have encountered, a Jew. But how did Marlowe and Shakespeare come to write two of their most memorable plays, The Jew of Malta and The Merchant of Venice, about Jews? Or rather, in the case of Shakespeare, why did the character of Shylock the Jew take over the comedy in which he appears? For almost everyone thinks that The Merchant of Venice of the play's title is Shylock. Even when you realize that the merchant is not the Jew, even when you know that the title is referring to the Christian Antonio, you still instinctively make the mistake. And it is not exactly a mistake. The Jew is at the play's center. The Merchant of Venice has a host of characters who compete for the audience's attention. A handsome, impecunious young man in search of a wealthy wife, a melancholy, rich merchant who is hopelessly in love with the young man, Women, 3 of them, no less, who dressed themselves as men. A mischievous clown, an irrepressible sidekick, an exotic Moroccan, an absurd Spaniard. The list could be extended. But it is the Jewish villain everyone remembers, and not simply as villain. Shylock seems to have a stronger claim to attention, quite simply more life, than anyone else. The same can be said for Marlowe's Jewish villain, Barabbas. Why were the imaginations of Shakespeare and Marlowe set on fire by the figure of the Jew? The fire glowed against the darkness of almost complete erasure. In 1290, 200 years before the momentous expulsion from Spain, the entire Jewish community of England had been expelled and forbidden on pain of death to return. The act of expulsion, in the reign of Edward I, was unprecedented. England was the first nation in medieval Christendom to rid itself by law of its entire Jewish population. There was no precipitating crisis. As far as is known, no state of emergency, not even any public explanation. No jurist seems to have thought it necessary to justify the deportations. No chronicler bothered to record the official reasons. Perhaps no one, Jew or Christian, thought reasons needed to be given. For decades, the Jewish population in England had been in desperate trouble, accused of host desecration and the ritual murder of Christian children, hated as moneylenders, reviled as Christ killers, beaten and lynched by mobs whipped into anti-Jewish frenzy by the incendiary sermons of itinerant friars. By the time of Marlowe and Shakespeare, 3 centuries later, the Jewish population of England was ancient history. London had a small population of Spanish and Portuguese converts from Judaism, and some of these may have been Marranos, secretly maintaining Jewish practices. But the Jewish community in England had long vanished, and there were no Jews who openly practiced their religion. Yet in fact, the Jews left traces far more difficult to eradicate than people, and the English brooded on these traces. Stories circulated, reiterated, and elaborated continually and virtually obsessively. There were Jewish fables and Jewish jokes and Jewish nightmares. Jews lured little children into their clutches, murdered them, and took their blood to make bread for Passover. Jews were immensely wealthy even when they looked like paupers, and covertly pulled the strings of an enormous international network of capital and goods. Jews poisoned wells and were responsible for spreading the bubonic plague. Jews secretly plotted an apocalyptic war against the Christians. Jews had a peculiar stink. Jewish men menstruated. Even though almost no one had actually laid eyes on one for generations, the Jews, like wolves in modern children's stories, played a powerful symbolic role in the country's imaginative economy. Not surprisingly, they found their way into the ordinary language that theatrical characters, including Shakespeare's, speak. "If I do not take pity of her, I am a villain," says Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing, tricked by his friends into declaring a passion for Beatrice. "If I do not love her, I am a Jew." 231-32. Everyone knew what that meant. Jews were by nature villainous, unnatural, cold-hearted. England's royal kings, says the dying John of Gaunt, are renowned for their deeds as far from home as is the sepulchre in stubborn Jewry of the world's ransom, blessed Mary's son. Richard Roman 2:1, 55-56. Everyone knew what that meant. Even in the wake of the Messiah's presence in their midst, Jews stubbornly and perversely clung to their old beliefs, beliefs that could not cleanse and hence ransom them from sin. No, they were not bound, says Pedo, contradicting Gadshill's brazen lie that they had bound the men with whom Falstaff says he had fought. "You rogue," rejoins Falstaff, "they were bound every man of them, or I am a Jew else, an Hebrew Jew." 1 Henry Roman 4:2-5 163-65. Everyone knew what that meant. A Jew here, in Falstaff's comic turn, a Jew squared, was a person without valor and without honor, the very antithesis of what the fat braggart is claiming to be. Shakespeare and his contemporaries found Jews, along with Ethiopians, Turks, witches, hunchbacks, and others, useful conceptual tools. These feared and despised figures provided quick, easy orientation, clear boundaries, limit cases. "I think Crab, my dog, be the sourest-natured dog that lives," says the clown Lance in The Two Gentlemen of Verona. Everyone in his household weeps at Lance's departure, but the cruel-hearted cur does not shed a tear. He is a stone, a very pebble stone, and has no more pity in him than a dog. A Jew would have wept to have seen our parting. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10. The Jew was a measuring device here of degrees of heartlessness. He was also an identity marker, as another remark by the merry Lance makes clear. "If thou wilt, go with me to the alehouse. If not, thou art in Hebrew a Jew, and not worth the name of a Christian." 2, 5, 44-45. The dog is real, at least in the special sense in which stage animals are real. Lance is real, at least in the special sense in which theatrical characters are real, but the Jew has no comparable reality. Perhaps the most casually devastating sign of the disappearance of real Jews is a quiet joke, rather than an insult. "Signor Costard, adieu," says the diminutive page Mote in Love's Labour's Lost, and the clownish Costard replies, "My sweet ounce of man's flesh, my incanai Jew." 3, 1, 123-24. Incanai, meaning fine, was a piece of Elizabethan slang. But what is Jew doing here? The answer, nothing. Perhaps Costard has simply misheard adieu, presumably pronounced aju. Perhaps in a slangy way he is calling Mote a jewel or a juvenile. Whatever he is saying, he is not referring to actual Jews. Shakespeare calculated, probably correctly, that the accidental reference would make his audience chuckle. So, some 300 years after their expulsion from England, the Jews were in circulation as despised figures in stories and in everyday speech. And Shakespeare, particularly early in his career, reflected and furthered this circulation, apparently without moral reservation. For though the audience is meant to feel various degrees of detachment from Benedick, Falstaff, Lance, and Costard, it is not distanced from a casual anti-Semitism that is simply an incidental feature of their comic energy. Jews do not actually appear in these plays, nor do they occupy a significant place in the language the characters speak. On the contrary, they are all but invisible, even in those few minor instances when they are invoked. Shakespeare was being a man of his times. Jews in England in the late 16th century had virtually no claim on reality. They had been subject to what the German language so eloquently calls Vernichtung, being made nothing. Yet that is not quite right, for Jews were also constantly and more substantially present to all Christians as the people of the book. Without the Hebrew Bible, whose prophecies he fulfills, no Christ, it is possible to be unclear or evasive about whether Jesus was a Jew, but conceptually at least, it is not possible for Christianity to do without Jews. Every Sunday, in a society in which weekly church attendance was obligatory for everyone, ministers edified their parishioners with passages, in translation, from the sacred scriptures of the ancient Israelites. A people utterly despised and degraded, a people who had been deported en masse from England in the late 13th century and had never been allowed to return, an invisible people who functioned as symbolic tokens of all that was heartless, vicious, rapacious, and unnatural, also functioned as the source of the most exalted spiritual poetry in the English language, and as the necessary conduit through which the Redeemer came to all Christians. This conceptual necessity, this historical interlacing of the destiny of Jews and Christians had, of course, nothing to do with toleration for actual Jews. Certain cities, Venice among them, permitted Jews to reside relatively unmolested for extended periods of time, forbidding them, to be sure, to own land or practice most honest trades, but allowing, even encouraging, them to lend money at interest. Such fiscal liquidity was highly useful in a society where canon law prohibited Christians from taking interest, but it made the Jews predictable objects of popular loathing and upper-class exploitation. Medieval popes periodically voiced a wish to protect Jews against those more radical Christian voices that called for their complete extinction, man, woman, and child. But the protection was only for the purposes of preserving an object lesson in misery. The papal argument was that an unhappy, impoverished, weak, and insecure remnant was a useful reminder of the consequences of rejecting Christ. Protestants had a somewhat greater interest in exploring the historical reality of ancient Judaism. The drive to return to the practices and beliefs of early Christianity led to a scholarly investigation of Hebrew prayer, the Passover, atonement, general confession, funeral customs, and the like. For a brief time, Luther even felt kindly disposed toward contemporary Jews, who had, he thought, refused to convert to a corrupt and magical Catholicism. But when they stubbornly refused to convert to the purified, reformed Christianity he was championing, Luther's muted respect turned to rage, and in terms rivaling those of the most bigoted medieval friar, he called upon Christians to burn the Jews to death in their synagogues. Luther's on the Jews and their lies probably had little currency in Elizabethan England. There were, after all, no synagogues left in England to burn, no Jewish community to hate or to protect. Marlowe and Shakespeare encountered strangers, vulnerable to attack, but these were men and women belonging to the small communities of Flemish, Dutch, French, and Italian artisans, mostly Protestant exiles who lived in London. In economic hard times, these aliens were the victims of resentment, targeted by gangs of drunken, loud-mouthed, club-wielding idlers baying for blood. The evidence that Marlowe and Shakespeare personally concerned themselves with this xenophobic violence is, in both cases, suggestive but ambiguous. In 1593, someone nailed up, on the Dutch church wall in London, an incendiary placard against the resident aliens, one of a series of attacks that the authorities feared would incite violence. The authorities, launching a sweep against the troublemakers, apparently suspected that the author of the placard was Marlowe. Informed that Marlowe had been living with Thomas Kidd, officers went to Kidd's rooms. They did not find Marlowe there, but they searched the rooms and found heretical and blasphemous papers. Kidd, subjected to a brutal interrogation, said that the papers were all Marlowe's. Marlowe was called before the Privy Council, questioned, and released only under orders to report daily in person to the Palace of Westminster. The suspicion that Marlowe wrote the Dutch church libel was probably baseless, but it was not motivated by idle paranoia. The author or authors of the toxic words that worried the authorities complained that, like the Jews, the aliens eat us up as bread. The image may well have been drawn from a popular play like The Jew of Malta, and the nasty placard not only alluded to Marlowe's play The Massacre at Paris, but was also signed Tamburlaine. The allusions show that Marlowe's fantasies were current in the minds of some aggrieved people, that his plays had excited them, that his famous eloquence had helped them give their feelings a voice. Shakespeare's very different response to the xenophobia was signaled in a play that he apparently collaborated in writing with several other playwrights, including Anthony Munday, the probable originator, Henry Chettle, Thomas Heywood, and Thomas Dekker. Before its first performance, the script, Sir Thomas More, ran afoul of the censor, Edmund Tilney, master of the revels. Tilney did not reject the play outright, but he demanded substantial revisions in several scenes depicting the hatred of strangers, and he called for the complete elimination of a scene showing the 1517 riots against their presence in England. The reason for this demand seems clear. Intensifying tensions culminated in periodic outbursts of rioting. There were particularly ugly episodes in 1592–93 and again in 1595. The authors of Sir Thomas more obviously wanted to capitalize on the tensions. Everyone in the audience would understand that the scenes from the past were a thinly disguised representation of the world just outside the playhouse walls. The censor evidently was afraid that the play, even if it formally disapproved of the riots it staged, could stir up more trouble. Though alterations were made and new scenes were written, possibly in response to the censor's demands, the script does not seem to have received official approval, and the play was apparently never performed. But the manuscript, written in multiple hands, somehow survived. It is now in the British Library, and has been pored over for more than a century with extraordinary attention. For though many puzzles about it remain unsolved, including the year the play was first drafted, and the year or years when the revisions were made, the manuscript contains what most scholars agree are passages Shakespeare himself penned, the only such autograph manuscript to have been discovered. One of the passages in Shakespeare's Hand D, as it is more cautiously called, depicts Thomas More, as Sheriff of London, successfully persuading the anti-alien rioters to abandon their rebellious violence and submit themselves to the king. Shakespeare wrote lines that seem exceptionally alert to the human misery and political dangers of forced expulsions. Grant them removed, Shakespeare's More tells the mob that is demanding that the strangers be driven out of the kingdom, and grant that this your noise hath chid down all the majesty of England. Imagine that you see the wretched strangers, their babies at their backs, with their poor luggage plodding to ports and coasts for transportation, and that you sit as kings in your desires, authority quite silenced by your brawl and you in ruff of your opinions clothed. What had you got? I'll tell you. You had taught how insolence and strong hand should prevail, how order should be quelled, and by this pattern not one of you should live an aged man. For other ruffians as their fancies wrought with self-same hand, self-reasons, and self-right would shark on you, and men like ravenous fishes would feed on one another. The overarching point here is a traditional argument for obedience to higher authority, an argument Shakespeare had Ulysses make with even greater eloquence in Troilus and Cressida. Once the rabble take matters into their own hands, the warning goes, once the chain of due deference is broken, all civil protections immediately vanish, and the world is given over to the whims of the strong. But it is striking that the point was made through an exercise of sympathetic imagination, and that the scene most vividly conjured up was the moment of collective exile. Imagine that you see the wretched strangers, their babies at their backs, with their poor luggage plodding to ports and coasts for transportation. Shakespeare was not writing about the deported Jews of England. It is overwhelmingly unlikely that he was even thinking about Jews. But his lines convey a glimpse of scenes that must have occurred centuries earlier when, as the documentary record shows, at least 1,335 of the Jews expelled from England plodded to the ports and paid for passage to France. Here is a certain capacity to conjure up the lives of others, an ability to identify even with despised and degraded humanity that sits uncomfortably in Shakespeare's work with "If I do not love her I am a Jew," and other moments of impulsive, unself-conscious Jew-baiting. These latter obviously cannot be taken as the expression of the playwright's considered opinion about Jews or other strangers, nor are they sufficiently individuated or detailed to tell us much about the characters in whose mouths they appear. They are simply instances of lively or amusing speech, rhetorically enhanced no doubt, but close enough to ordinary usage to count as realistic representation. Such realism was the medium in which Shakespeare frequently worked, particularly in the comedies and histories. He seemed quite comfortable with it. That is, there was little or no sense of strain, no signal that he wished to rise above and judge the language of the crowd, no moral revulsion. But there was a different principle at work in the lines he gave more, a current of feeling that Shakespeare attributed to the capacity of the imagination. The effect is like a quick sketch by Dürer or Rembrandt. A few black lines on a blank page and suddenly a whole scene, charged with pain and loss, surges up. Since the wretched strangers in Sir Thomas More are not Jews, there was no inherent reason for the two impulses mockery and identification to come into tension or to contradict one another. They could have just sat there side by side. But they did in fact come into conflict for Shakespeare, and the remarkable record of the conflict is The Merchant of Venice. To understand how this conflict came about, we must return to the play that Christopher Marlowe had written about a Jew. A black comedy, brilliant but exceptionally cynical and cruel. The Jew of Malta was probably first performed in 1589, near the beginning of Shakespeare's career as a playwright, and it was an immediate success. Marlowe's anti-hero, the Jew Barabbas with his Muslim slave Ithamore, exposes the rottenness of Malta's Christian world. But in the course of the gleeful exposure, the play gives voice to a full range of the worst anti-Jewish fantasies. "I walk abroad o' nights," Barabbas declares, "and kill sick people groaning under walls. Sometimes I go about and poison wells, and now and then to cherish Christian thieves, I am content to lose some of my crowns, that I may, walking in my gallery, see 'em go pinioned along by my door." 178-84, Barabbas's love of money is surpassed by his hatred of Christians, his pleasure in contriving and savoring as many of their deaths as he can possibly bring about. The Jew may speak cordially to his Christian neighbors. He may seem to allow his daughter to convert to Christianity. He may even imply his own interest in conversion, but in his heart he is always hatching murder. His homicidal career began, he explains, in the practice of medicine, and he then turned to other professions, always with the same malevolent motive. Being young, I studied physic and began to practice first upon the Italian. There I enriched the priests with burials, and always kept the sexton's arms in yore with digging graves and ringing dead men's knells. And after that was I an engineer, and in the wars, twixt France and Germany, under pretense of helping Charles V, slew friend and enemy with my stratagems. Then after that was I an usurer, and with extorting, cozening, forfeiting, and tricks belonging unto brokery, I filled the jails with bankrupts in a year, and with young orphans planted hospitals, and every moon made some or other mad, and now and then one hang himself for grief, pinning upon his breast a long great scroll how I with interest tormented him. 185-202. Where was Marlowe in all of this? Where was his audience? The spectators were invited to share imaginatively in the homicidal reverie, a reverie built out of the recycled religious hatreds of centuries. But then what? What happened to the poison after it had been vented on the public stage? Perhaps it evaporated, perhaps precisely by venting it, by giving the grotesque libel a full airing, it was exposed as the murderous daydream that it was. No one was ever like Barabbas or Ithamore. No one ever could be, and staging the impossible would have made clear to the audience the absurdity of its fantasy. The Jew of Malta may indeed have produced such a liberating effect, but probably only among those in the audience already disposed to be liberated. In any case, successful playwrights were in the business of exciting their audiences. The point was to bring crowds of paying customers into the theater, and whatever playing company had the rights to the script must have been pleased to have, in the Jew of Malta, a licensed play they could repeatedly dust off and revive profitably at moments of popular agitation. The group of playwrights who wrote Sir Thomas More also hoped to profit from the excitement of the crowd. The censor who struck the depiction of the popular riot saw very clearly what was going on. But the lines Shakespeare gave to More, in facing down the anti-alien rioters, pull so sharply against the work of the irresponsible, bloody-minded, cynical Marlowe as to constitute a deliberate reproach. Imagine that you see the wretched strangers, their babies at their backs. Current scholarly consensus holds that Shakespeare probably wrote his contribution to Sir Thomas More sometime between 1600 and 1605. Like his response to Green's insults, his response to Marlowe, then, probably came many years after his rival's death. For on May 30, 1593, a few weeks after the posting of the placard on the Dutch church wall, Marlowe, not yet 30 years old, had gone to Dip 4 down by the shipyards east of London to meet with three men, Ingram Fraser, Nicholas Scurrs, and Robert Poley. They spent the day quietly eating, drinking, and smoking at the house of a leaner bull, a bailiff's widow. In the evening after supper there was a fight, allegedly over the reckoning, that is, the bill. Fraser claimed that an enraged Marlowe had snatched Fraser's own weapon, a dagger, as the inquest carefully put it, of the value of 12 pence, and attacked him. In the ensuing struggle, Marlowe was killed, stabbed through the right eye. Fraser's account was corroborated by the other two men in the room, and the inquest concurred in its report. A month later the Queen formally pardoned Fraser on the grounds of self-defense. Only in the 20th century did scholarly detective work disclose that the Widow Bull's house was not an ordinary tavern, but a place with links to the government's spy network, and that Fraser, Scurrs, and Poley all had sinister connections to that network, as did Marlowe himself, connections not mentioned, of course, in the inquest. The murder, then, was quite possibly an assassination, though the precise motive has remained obscure. Already before he left Cambridge, Marlowe had demonstrated not only his power as a poet, but also his penchant for risk-taking. Spectacularly ill-suited for the life of a country parson or a sober academic, he early became involved in the murky world of conspiracy and spying, the world that Shakespeare may have briefly glimpsed and fled from in Lancashire. The precise circumstances would have been strictly secret at the time and are still more obscure after 400 years, but it seems that Marlowe was recruited, while still a student, into the intelligence service run by Elizabeth Spymaster, her Secretary of State Sir Francis Walsingham. Marlowe was apparently sent to Reims, where he mingled with the English Catholics living in France. Such information as he could ferret out or provoke about plots to mount a foreign invasion or assassinate the heretic queen he would have passed along to his superiors. He must have been reasonably good at his nasty work, since the Privy Council wrote to the Cambridge authorities instructing them to award Marlowe his M.A. degree, despite his unexplained absences during term time. When he came to London to try his hand at playwriting, Marlowe had already begun a move from the artisan class to which his father belonged to the status of a gentleman. He had his university degree in hand, but he was hardly following a conventional life course. His overt sexual interest in men made that course still less conventional, while his opinions, according to the report of the intelligence agent who was assigned to spy on him, and the testimony of his roommate Kidd, pushed him to the most dangerous frontiers of free thinking. He used to declare, or so the spy claimed, that Jesus was a bastard and his mother a whore, that Moses was a juggler, that is, a trickster who had deceived the ignorant Jews, that the existence of the American Indians disproved Old Testament chronology, that the New Testament was filthily written, and that he, Marlowe, could do better, that Jesus and St. John were homosexual lovers, and so on. If Marlowe said even a fraction of what was attributed to him, then he could only have survived, and that not for very long, in a social and professional sphere that winked at views that would elsewhere have been instantly and ferociously punished. At the time of the death, at the age of 29, of his greatest professional rival, Shakespeare had already shown considerable promise, but his actual achievements could not begin to match the astonishing succession of plays and poems written by Marlowe. They must have known each other personally. The world they inhabited was far too small for anonymity. They may have liked each other, but there were as many grounds for suspicion and dislike as for affection and admiration. Some 5 years after Marlowe's death, in As You Like It, Shakespeare obliquely paid tribute to his rival by quoting one of his most famous lines. "A lovesick character, invoking Marlowe as a dead shepherd, says she now finds his saw of might." That is, she finds that his saying is powerful. "Dead shepherd, now I find thy saw of might. Whoever loved that loved not at first sight?" 3, 5, 82-83, but elsewhere in the same play there may be a less generous glance at Marlowe. "When a man's verses cannot be understood," complains the clown Touchstone, "nor a man's good wit seconded with the forward child, understanding, it strikes a man more dead than a great reckoning in a little room." 3, 912. These words were not exactly an attack on Marlowe, but insofar as they may have alluded to his murder over a reckoning, they did so with a complete absence of sentimental feeling. Beyond the trace of personal competitiveness that had outlasted even the rival's death, and beyond the commercial competitiveness of rival playing companies vying for the same audience, there was a disagreement about the nature of the theater, which was also a disagreement about human imagination and human values. Shakespeare saw what was marvelous in Marlowe. There is much more evidence than the passing tribute in As You Like It, but he also seems to have disliked quite deeply something in Marlowe's language and imagination. Shakespeare left no programmatic statement of this difference, only his responses in the playhouse. And the most sustained of these responses involved the representation of Jews, the marked difference, that is, between Barabbas in The Jew of Malta and Shylock in The Merchant of Venice. Marlowe was already dead when Shakespeare began, some time after 1594 and before 1598, to write The Merchant of Venice. Though a successful revival of The Jew of Malta probably prompted him to try his hand at a play about Jews, Shakespeare was not only glancing over his shoulder at his erstwhile rival. He did not even need Marlowe's play to give him his subject. He may, for example, have seen and remembered an old play entitled The Jew that was in vogue when he was still a boy and could well have been performed in the provinces. The play is now lost, but in 1579, a man who generally hated and attacked the theater, Stephen Greenblatt, went out of his way to praise the Jew for exposing the greediness of worldly choosers and the bloody minds of usurers. But something other than this old play, or even Marlowe's newer one, must serve to explain why Shakespeare's play turned out to be the peculiarly disturbing achievement that it is. The explanation does not lie in the plot, which is not original to Shakespeare and is highly conventional. At some point in his restless, voluminous reading, Shakespeare came across an Italian story about a Jewish usurer, Ser Giovanni's Il Pecorone, which must have struck him as good material for a comedy. It is worth noting, in passing, that Shakespeare's reading, and indeed the entire Elizabethan book trade, was conspicuously international. The reading public, by modern standards, may have been fairly small, but its interests were strikingly cosmopolitan. As he often did with texts he liked, Shakespeare lifted the plot wholesale from Il Pecorone, the merchant of Venice who borrows money for someone here, not his friend but his godson, from a Jewish moneylender. the terrible bond with its forfeit of a pound of the merchant's flesh, the successful wooing of a lady of Belmont who comes to Venice disguised as a lawyer, her clever solution to the threat of the bond by pointing out that the legal right to take a pound of flesh does not include the legal right to take a drop of blood, the slightly nervous comic business of the rings. There was nothing original, then, in the shape of Shakespeare's play. Even the Belmont plot of the caskets and the suitors, which did not come from Sir Giovanni, was lifted from elsewhere and thoroughly shop-worn. There is exquisite poetry in the scene of Bassanio's successful wooing, and still more so in the throwaway scene near the end of the play between Jessica and Lorenzo, sitting on the moonlit bank. There is a memorable depiction in Antonio of a state of depression, an unshakable melancholy that seems linked to his frustrated love for Bassanio. But the play would not count for much. It would seem roughly comparable to, say, The Two Gentlemen of Verona and other lesser efforts were it not for the stupendous power of Shylock. Shakespeare may have long had it in mind that he would write a play about a usurer. He may not have known any Jews, but he would certainly have known usurers, beginning with his own father, who had twice been accused of violating the law by charging usurious interest. The regulations against money-lending had been eased in 1591, and after he grew wealthy from the theater, Shakespeare himself seems to have been involved in at least one such transaction, either on his own or as a middleman. A letter has survived by chance in the archives of the Stratford Corporation to Shakespeare from Richard Quiney, a prominent Stratford tradesman. Quiney's letter, dated October 25, 1598, was written from his inn in London, where he had evidently come in the hope of borrowing money for himself and another Stratford citizen, Abraham Sturley, from their loving good friend and countryman Mr. W.M. Shakespeare. On the same day, Quiney wrote to Sturley with the terms of the proposed loan, a rate of 30 or 40 shillings on a loan of 30 or 40 pounds, and 10 days later Sturley replied. He was pleased to hear that our countryman Mr. W.M. Shack would procure us money. It is only the fact that Shakespeare wrote The Merchant of Venice that makes these transactions surprising, for though officially the English declared by statute that usury was illegal under the law of God and had driven out the only people who were exempt, by reason of being Jews, from this prohibition, the realm's mercantile economy could not function without the possibility of money-lending. In the absence of a banking system, in our sense of the term, the English tried at least to hold lending rates down to 10%, and many individuals devised clever means, legal and illegal, to get around the official constraints. Even John Shakespeare's robustly illegal dealings interest rates of 20 and 25% were fairly standard. Christian usurers, even when they were not directly called by that name, occupied a position roughly comparable to the one held by the Jews. Officially, they were despised, harassed, condemned from the pulpit and the stage, but they also played a key role, a role that could not be conveniently eliminated. It was possible for usurers to live more or less respectable lives, as Shakespeare's father did, but the deep contradiction between stigma and esteem, contempt and centrality, was probably always there in the shadows, ready to emerge. Shakespeare loved contradictions of this kind. His art greedily pounced upon them and played with them. But there is still the question of how he got to Shylock. Something set Shakespeare's imagination on fire. Something enabled him to discover in his stock villain a certain music, the sounds of a tense psychological inwardness, a soul under siege that no one, not even Marlowe, had been able to call forth from the despised figure of the Jew. Very little is understood about the life experiences, either then or now, that make such creative leaps possible, but one can at least imagine a set of plausible triggering events in the everyday world Shakespeare inhabited. Shakespeare was in London for at least part of 1594. In that year, the bubonic plague, which had caused the theaters to be shut down for much of the season, abated enough to allow the players to perform once again in the city. The closing of the theaters had taken a severe toll on the playing companies. The Queen's men were tottering. The Earl of Hertford's men called it quits. The Earl of Pembroke's men went bankrupt and had to sell their costumes. The Earl of Sussex's men were forced to disband when their patron died. And the same fate befell the Earl of Derby's men upon the mysterious death by poison. It was rumored of their patron, Ferdinando, Lord Strange. Out of this ruinous situation, two companies absorbing the best talent emerged to dominate the London theatre scene. The Lord Admiral's men, under the protection of Charles Howard, Lord Howard of Effingham, and the Lord Chamberlain's men, under the protection of Howard's father-in-law, Henry Carey, Lord Hunsdon. The Lord Admiral's men had, above all, the celebrated actor Edward Allen and the great impresario Philip Henslowe. They performed south of the river, in the handsome Rose Playhouse. The Lord Chamberlain's men performed at Shoreditch in Burbage Theatre. Their leading actor was Richard Burbage, and they picked up from the ruins of the Earl of Derby's men the celebrated clown Will Kemp, along with John Heminges, Augustine Phillips, George Bryan, and Thomas Pope. All of these men and one more besides were sharers, that is, shareholders in the enterprise, managing affairs, bearing the costs and splitting the profits. The additional sharer was William Shakespeare. Shakespeare's company was poised to take advantage of the renewed opportunities, provided that the plague deaths did not once again soar. Mercifully, the death rates remained relatively low, and the populace could once again begin to look for amusements. London, however, was by no means completely calm. Though the famous Protestant wind had scuttled the Spanish Armada in 1588, there were recurrent fears of invasion and constant rumors of plots against the life of Queen Elizabeth. The threat was real enough to be taken seriously by sober people. Government spies, penetrating swirling, murky intrigues in embassies and at court, found ample reason to be jittery. One group, the fiercely anti-Spanish, militantly Protestant faction around the Queen's ambitious favorite, the Earl of Essex, was particularly exercised about actual or potential plots. On January 21, 1594, the Essex faction got what it wanted. The Queen's personal physician, Portuguese-born Rodrigo, or Ruy Lopez, was arrested on the charge that he was intriguing with the King of Spain, who had, according to intercepted letters, agreed to send him an enormous sum of money, 50,000 crowns, equal to £18,800, to do some important service. Essex had tried some years before to recruit Lopez as a secret agent. Lopez's refusal he chose instead directly to inform the Queen may have been prudent, but it created in the powerful Earl a very dangerous enemy. After his arrest, he was initially imprisoned at Essex House and interrogated by the Earl himself. But Lopez had powerful allies in the rival faction of the Queen's senior advisor William Cecil, Lord Burghley, and his son, Robert Cecil, who also participated in the interrogation, and reported to the Queen that the charges against her physician were baseless. According to court observers, Elizabeth gave Essex a tongue-lashing, calling him rash and temerarious youth to enter into a matter against the poor man which he could not prove, and whose innocence she knew well enough. But malice against him and no other hatched all this matter, which displeased her much, and the more for that, she said, her honor was interested herein. Now, of course, Essex's own honor was at stake, and he and his allies moved quickly to find evidence to substantiate their charges. The complex tangle of spies and sleazy informers, and the laborious sifting of documents, what the rival Cecils grudgingly describe as all the confessions, examinations, depositions, declarations, messages, letters, tickets, tokens, conferences, plots, and practices, need not detain us. Suffice it to say that at the trial that took place in London on February 28, 1594, Dr. Ruy Lopez was charged and promptly convicted of conspiring to poison his royal patient. According to informers, Lopez had agreed to undertake the poisoning in exchange for 50,000 crowns to be paid by Philip Roman II of Spain. Strangely enough, the supposed agent of this Catholic conspiracy, Lopez, was not a secret Catholic. He was, or rather, since he now professed to be a good Protestant, he had once been a Jew. Many suspected, as Essex's ally Francis Bacon wrote, that he was still, in sect secretly a Jew, though here he conformed himself to the rites of Christian religion. It is difficult to say whether Lopez was actually guilty of high treason. Once the case came to trial, the result was almost a foregone conclusion, so there is no certainty to be drawn from the conviction. That it came to trial is testimony to the power of Essex, whose prestige was on the line, but it is also testimony to Lopez's taste for international and domestic intrigue, to his unsavory acquaintances, and to his venality. He was evidently taking bribes from many different sources. These qualities, however, only bear witness to the fact that the royal physician was a man of the court, with privileged access to the Queen herself, and therefore in a position to profit. He may have gone still further. After maintaining his innocence, he confessed, perhaps in earnest or perhaps only to avoid being tortured, that he had indeed entered into a treasonous-sounding negotiation with the King of Spain, but he insisted that he had done so only in order to cozen the king out of his money. Whatever else he was, scoundrel, confidence man, or traitor, Lopez was a pawn in tense factional rivalries of the kind that Elizabeth manipulated adroitly. As long as the Cecils saw fit to support him, in the hope that Essex would be embarrassed, the physician was safe. As soon as that support vanished, as soon as his dubious associations made him a liability, he was as good as dead. In the prosecutor's summary, Rodrigo Lopez was not only a greedy villain. He was, like the sly Jesuits he so much resembled, the sinister agent of wicked Catholic powers determined to destroy the Protestant Queen. At the same time, he was a Jewish villain. Lopez, a perjured murdering traitor and Jewish doctor, worse than Judas himself, undertook to poison her, which was a plot more wicked, dangerous, and detestable than all the former. He was Her Majesty's sworn servant, graced and advanced with many princely favors, used in special places of credit, permitted often access to her person, and so not suspected, especially by her, who never fears her enemies nor suspects her servants. The bargain was made, and the price agreed upon, and the fact only deferred until payment of the money was assured. The letters of credit for his assurance were sent, but before they came into his hands, God most wonderfully and miraculously revealed and prevented it. Lopez was, by all accounts, a practicing Christian, an observant Protestant, thoroughly assimilated into high society, and the English generally contented themselves with outward religious conformity. But the particular profile of his wickedness, the greed, perfidiousness, secret malice, ingratitude, and murderousness, seemed to call for a special explanation, one that would also reinforce the sense that the Queen had been miraculously saved by divine intervention. Traditional hatred of Jews and the particular topicality of Marlowe's Jew of Malta, whose antihero, one might recall, began his career as a doctor who poisoned his patients, gave Lopez's Jewish origins an important place in the narrative of his conspiracy. Lopez and the two Portuguese agents who allegedly were his intermediaries were quickly convicted, but the Queen unaccountably delayed the approval needed to carry out the death sentence, a delay that provoked what government officials described as the general discontent of the people, who much expected this execution. Finally, on June 7, 1594, the people, or in any case, the factions who were pressing for execution, got what they wanted. Lopez and the others were taken from the Tower of London, where they had been held. Asked if he could declare any reason why the sentence should not be carried out, Lopez replied that he appealed to the Queen's own knowledge and goodness. After legal formalities were concluded, the three prisoners were carried on a hurdle past jeering spectators to the execution ground at Tyburn, where a crowd was awaiting them. Was William Shakespeare in this crowd? The trial of Lopez, with its factional infighting and lurid charges, had generated intense interest. Shakespeare, in any case, was interested in executions. His early farce, The Comedy of Errors, is structured around the countdown to an execution, and the executioner's axe casts a grim shadow across Richard Roman III and other histories. He was fascinated professionally by the behavior of mobs, and fascinated, too, by the comportment of men and women facing the end. His most famous lines on the subject come in Macbeth, in the description of the last moments in the life of a thane who had betrayed the king. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it. He died as one that had been studied in his death to throw away the dearest thing he owed as "twere a careless trifle." 1. 4. 7:11. It is reasonable to suppose that the dramatist who wrote those lines had witnessed executions for himself, events that occurred in the capital city with horrifying frequency. Indeed, the lines betray a certain connoisseurship. The execution of Dr. Lopez was a public event. If Shakespeare did personally witness it, he would have seen and heard something beyond the ordinary, ghastly display of fear and ferocious cruelty. In the wake of his conviction, Lopez evidently had sunk into a deep depression, but on the scaffold he roused himself and declared, according to the Elizabethan historian William Camden, that he loved the Queen as well as he loved Jesus Christ. Which, coming from a man of the Jewish profession, Camden adds, moved no small laughter in the standers-by. This laughter, welling up from the crowd at the foot of the scaffold, could well have triggered Shakespeare's achievement in The Merchant of Venice. It was, for a start, exceptionally cruel. In a matter of moments, a living man would be hanged and his body torn into pieces. The crowd's laughter denied the solemnity of the event and treated violent death as an occasion for amusement. More specifically, it denied Lopez the end he was attempting to make, an end in which he hoped to reassert his faith as the Queen's loyal subject and as a Christian soul. The last words a person spoke were ordinarily charged with the presumption of absolute honesty. There was no longer any room for equivocation, no longer any hope of deferral, no longer any distance between the self and whatever judgment lies beyond the grave. This was, in the most literal sense, the moment of truth. Those who stood and laughed made it clear to one another, and clear to Lopez himself, that they did not believe him. Coming from a man of the Jewish profession, Lopez did not profess Judaism. He publicly adhered to Protestantism and invoked Jesus Christ. The laughter turned Lopez's last words from a profession of faith into a sly joke, a carefully crafted double entendre. He loved the Queen as well as he loved Jesus Christ. Precisely. Since, in the eyes of the crowd, Lopez was a Jew, and a Jew does not in fact love Jesus Christ, his real meaning was that he tried to do to the Queen what his accursed race did to Jesus. His words took the form of a declaration of innocence, but the crowd's response turned them into an ambiguous admission of guilt. Some in the crowd could have thought that the admission was inadvertent, a hypocritical overreaching that had toppled unwittingly into confession. Others, still more amused, could have concluded that the ambiguity was deliberate. Lopez the Jew was practicing an art perfected, it was said, by the Jesuits, equivocation. He was trying to protect his family and reputation by fraudulently insisting on his innocence, while at the same time subtly telling the truth. These laughing spectators, in other words, thought they were watching a real-life version of the Jew of Malta. Early in Marlowe's play, the villainous Jew persuades his daughter to pretend that she wishes to convert to Christianity and enter a nunnery. He tells her that a counterfeit profession, that is, a falsely pretended belief, a mendacious performance, is better than unseen hypocrisy. 1, 2, 292-93. On this dubious moral principle that it is better deliberately to dissemble than to be an unconscious hypocrite, Barabbas fashions his own performance, crafting a string of double entendres delivered with a wink or a sly aside to the audience. Plotting murder, he lures the governor's lovesick son Lodowick to his house by offering him a precious diamond, his daughter Abigail. When Lodowick, continuing the metaphor, asks, "And what's the price?" Barabbas mutters as an aside, "Your life." "Come to my house," he adds aloud, "and I will jift your honor." Then again the murderous aside with a vengeance. To reassure his intended Christian victim, Barabbas speaks of his burning zeal for the nunnery, and then adds, for the audience's amusement, hoping ere long to set the house afire. 2, 3, 65, 68, 88, 89. That is precisely the kind of joke that the crowd thought it heard when Lopez made his last speech. Lopez's execution was the last act of a comedy, or so the crowd's laughter, conditioned by the Jew of Malta, suggested. If it was cruel, it was also perfectly reasonable to laugh. A wicked plot to murder the Queen, a plot that combined the hated figure of the Catholic King of Spain and the hated figure of the Jew, had been providentially thwarted. Was Shakespeare attracted or repelled by what went on at the foot of the scaffold? Did he admire the way Marlowe's dark comedy had helped to shape the crowd's response, or was he sickened by it? The only evidence is the play that Shakespeare wrote in the wake of Lopez's death, and the answer it suggests is that he was both intrigued and nauseated. He borrowed heavily from Marlowe. Shakespeare was always a great borrower, but he created a set of characters and a range of emotions utterly alien to Marlowe's art. He wanted, it seems, to excite laughter at a wicked Jew's discomfiture, not, to be sure, in a play about international intrigue, but in a play about money and love, and he wanted at the same time to call the laughter into question, to make the amusement excruciatingly uncomfortable. The Merchant of Venice is full of amused mockery. "I never heard a passion so confused," chuckles one of the Venetian Christians. Salanio, so strange, outrageous, and so variable as the dog Jew did utter in the streets. "My daughter, oh my ducats, oh my daughter, fled with a Christian, oh my Christian ducats." 2, 8, 12, 16. "Why, all the boys in Venice follow him," laughs his friend Salerio, giving us a glimpse of the crowd's raucous amusement, crying, "His stones, his daughter, and his ducats." 2, 8, 23, 24. And when Shylock's fiendish plot to avenge himself by cutting out a pound of good Antonio's flesh is defeated in court, the Jew's discomfiture as he is forced to convert is accompanied by a chorus of triumphant mockery from Graziano. "Beg that thou mayst have leave to hang thyself." "A halter gratis, nothing else for God's sake." "In christening shalt thou have 2 godfathers." "Had I been judge thou should have had 10 more, to bring thee to the gallows, not the font." 4, 1, 359-96. Shakespeare chose not to bring his Jew to the gallows in all of his comedies. He carefully avoided killing off his villains, at least on stage, but the mocking voices of Salerio, Salanio, and Graziano are very close to what the playwright would have heard at the foot of the scaffold on which Lopez was hanged. The Merchant of Venice found a way to give the spectators something of what the crowd at the execution enjoyed, but without the blood and gore. Shylock is the traditional killjoy of romantic comedy. Deaf to music, the enemy of pleasure, he stands in the way of young love. But he is something worse than the conventional, tyrannical, possessive father who must be defeated by budding youth. Shylock the Jew is, as the title page of the first quarto puts it, a figure of extreme cruelty, the rigid, inflexible representative of the old law, an unforgiving, remorseless, embittered, and murderous alien who threatens the happiness of the entire community. Defeated in court not as a Jew, but as a non-Venetian, an alien Shylock is forcibly drawn into that community. But Graziano's mockery makes it clear that the newly christened convert will always be, as Camden said of the convert Lopez, a man of the Jewish profession. That is, Shylock's conversion is just comedy's kinder, gentler way of killing him off. Yet the fact is that the mockers Salanio, and Graziano are probably the least likable characters in The Merchant of Venice. They are not depicted as villainous, and their laughter echoes through the play, but their grating words are repeatedly registered as embarrassing, coarse, and unpleasant. Thou art, as Bassanio tells Graziano, too wild, too rude and bold of voice. 22162. Shakespeare did not repudiate their raucous voices, the voices that he may have heard laughing at the Jew Lopez. On the contrary, he wanted his comedy to draw them into the celebration of Shylock's undoing. But the spirit of the play is not their spirit. A comic playwright thrives on laughter, but it is as if Shakespeare had looked too closely at the faces of the crowd, as if he were repelled as well as fascinated by the mockery of the vanquished alien, as if he understood the mass appeal of the ancient game he was playing, but suddenly felt queasy about the rules. Imagine that you see the wretched strangers. When he had such strangers Lopez or Shylock fixed in his imagination, Shakespeare was uneasy with what he saw. Shylock's forced conversion, a plot device not found in Shakespeare's source, is an attempt to evade the nastier historical alternatives. The grisly execution Shakespeare may have personally witnessed, the mass expulsion of the Jews he could have read about in the Chronicles of England. But as the laughter in the courtroom plainly demonstrates, conversion does not actually work to settle the issue of the stranger. Even Shylock's daughter Jessica, who has eloped and become a Christian of her own volition, is not exempt. The clown Lancelot grumbles that as a Jew's daughter she is damned, and besides, this making of Christians will raise the price of hogs, 3,519. But rising pork prices are the least of the problems that the play explores. Shakespeare chose not to do to Shylock what the Elizabethan state did to Lopez, but he opted for anatomy of a different kind. Unsettling the whole comic structure that he borrowed from his Italian source, he took the risk of dissecting the interior of his villain and probing more deeply than he had ever done before. To be sure, Shylock at moments is something of a puppet, but even jerked upon his strings, he reveals what Shakespeare has achieved. In one of the more rigidly mechanistic moments in the play, Shylock is pulled in radically different directions. He tries to track down his daughter Jessica, who has robbed him and eloped with the Christian Lorenzo. At the same time, Shylock learns that the merchant Antonio, whom he hates and would like to destroy, is suffering serious business reverses. Salerio and Salanio have already mocked the Jews' frantic outcries, "My daughter! Oh, my ducats! Oh, my daughter!" And now the comic spectacle itself takes place. Shylock impatiently asks for news of all Shakespeare's characters. He is the most obsessed with news from the fellow Jew he has sent to find his daughter. "Shylock, how now, Tubal? What news from Genoa? Hast thou found my daughter, Tubal? I often came where I did hear of her, but cannot find her." Shylock, "Why there. 3:1:67:71. Repetition is one of the keys to Shylock's music. In sound and sense both, there seems to spring from Tubal's where. Yet it is not really about place, Genoa, or anywhere else. It is the register of Shylock's disappointment, and it is an attempt at consolation, the there spoken by a friend. But a friend does not speak the words. They are spoken by Shylock himself, and their numb repetition moves beyond frustrated hope and failed consolation to something else. Repeated words of this kind are drained of whatever meaning they may have started with. They become instead placeholders for silent thinking. How do characters in a play who are, after all, only jumbles of words upon a page convey that they have something going on inside them? How do spectators get the impression of depths comparable to those they can barely fathom and understand within themselves? Shakespeare, unrivaled at conveying this impression, in the course of his career developed many means for doing so, including most famously the soliloquy. But his mastery of the soliloquy was gradual, and along the way he explored other devices, including repetition. Shylock does not articulate a coherent response to the news that his daughter has not been found. He only mumbles the same, meaningless word. But some emotional and thought process is occurring beneath the surface. The repeated word functions precisely to create such a surface, and we begin to glimpse whatever it is in his next words. A diamond gone. The diamond seems for an instant to refer to Jessica. Barabbas refers to his daughter Abigail as a diamond, but the completion of the sentence wrenches us in a different direction. A diamond gone cost me 2,000 ducats in Frankfurt. 7172. At such a moment the audience has in effect seen something invisible. The grieving mind's queasy, unconscious shift from emotional to monetary loss. Or rather, it has glimpsed the secret passage that links the Jew's daughter and the Jew's ducats. For as the next lines make clear, Shakespeare implies that there is something Jewish, something specific to the Jewish nation, in this confounding of the familial and the financial. The curse never fell upon our nation till now, I never felt it till now. 2,000 ducats in that and other precious, precious jewels. What curse? For a moment, Shylock seems to accede fully to the Christian belief that the Jews are accursed, a terrible fate he has now for the first time directly experienced, and in his pain and rage he attempts to turn the curse upon his daughter. I would my daughter were dead at my foot and the jewels in her ear. I would she were hearsed at my foot and the ducats in her coffin. No news of them. Why so? And I know not what spent in the search. Why thou, loss upon loss? The thief gone with so much, and so much to find the thief, and no satisfaction, no revenge, nor no ill luck stirring but what lights o' my shoulders, no sighs but o' my breathing, no tears but o' my shedding. 7281. Did Shakespeare know that Orthodox Jews customarily mourn as if dead children who have abandoned the faith? Perhaps. He surely believed that moneylenders, Jewish or not, treated money as if it were alive and could breed, and hence could treat lost money as if it were dead. Perhaps Shylock means to say that he would wish his daughter dead if only he could recover his money. Perhaps that he wishes both the death of his daughter and the recovery of his money. But his words also express a morbid fantasy of giving daughter and money together a proper burial, loss upon loss. When Tubal contradicts Shylock's claim that he alone is suffering, yes, other men have ill luck too. Antonio, as I heard in Genoa, Shylock interrupts excitedly, his manic, repetitive phrases now signaling not secret thoughts but excitement, surprise, and stabs of pain. Shylock, what, ill luck, Tubal, hath an argosy cast away coming from Tripolis. Shylock, I thank God, is it true, is it true? Tubal, I spoke with some of the sailors that escaped the wreck. Shylock, I thank thee, good Tubal. Good news, good news. Ha, heard in Geno. Tubal, your daughter spent in Genoa, as I heard, one night 80 ducats. Shylock, thou stick'st a dagger in me. I shall never see my gold again. 80 ducats at a sitting, 80 ducats. Tubal, there came divers of Antonio's creditors in my company to Venice that swear he cannot choose but break. Shylock, I am very glad of it. I'll plague him, I'll torture him. I am glad of it. 8297. This is the stuff of comedy, and it is certainly possible to play the scene for laughs, but the rising tide of anguish stifles the laughter, even as it forms. The audience is brought in too close for psychological comfort to the suffering figure. Spattered by Shylock's exclamations, it cannot get to the distance appropriate for detached amusement. It is possible that Shakespeare lost control of his own imagination here. Apart from Hand D of Sir Thomas More, no manuscript record of his writing process survives. But in an anecdote that circulated in the 17th century, he is said to have remarked of Romeo and Juliet that he had in the third act to kill Mercutio, the wildly anarchic mocker of romantic love, before Mercutio killed him. Perhaps something of the same kind began to happen with the Merchant of Venice. Perhaps Shylock refused to keep his place in the imaginative scheme that had consigned him to the role of comic villain. But Shylock is more central than Mercutio, and there is too much evidence of authorial craft to be comfortable with the notion that the character simply escaped the playwright's control. Shakespeare could easily have ended the scene between Shylock and Tubal at the point at which the comic spirit makes a strong bid to reassert itself. But instead Tubal continues his report. Tubal, one of them showed me a ring that he had of your daughter for a monkey. Shylock, out upon her. Thou torturest me, Tubal, it was my turquoise. I had it of Lee when I was a bachelor. I would not have given it for a wilderness of monkeys. Tubal, but Antonio is certainly undone. Shylock, nay, that's true, that's very true. Go, Tubal, fee me an officer, bespeak him a fortnight before. I will have the heart of him if he forfeit, for were he out of Venice I can make what merchandise I will. Go, Tubal, and meet me at our synagogue. Go, good Tubal, at our synagogue, Tubal. 3. 1. 98 108. The words about Jessica's extravagance seem for a moment simply to continue Shylock's fretting about his lost jewels, but suddenly the pain deepens and the laughter dries up. It is as if the ring were something more than a piece of the Jew's wealth, as if it were a piece of his heart. The Merchant of Venice is a play in which material objects are strangely charged or animated. There is the Jewish gabardine on which Antonio spits, 13108, the vile squealing of the wry-necked fife, that Shylock cannot abide and against which he hopes to stop my house's ears, I mean my casements, 2529-33. The merry bond, whose physical existence directly threatens Antonio's life, 13169. At first glance, this animation might seem solely the malign effect of the Jewish moneylender, who makes barren metal breed, 1392, 129, but the Christians turn out to be equally involved. Salerio and Salanio imagine dangerous rocks which, touching but my gentle vessel's side, would scatter all her spices on the stream. 1. 3133. The suitors who seek Portia's hand in marriage discover their fate by unlocking one of 3 metal caskets that contain emblematic pictures, while the whole last act plays with the symbolic power of rings. But no object has greater power than that turquoise, linked to the name of Shylock's dead wife, and glimpsed for a brief moment of anguish. Shylock immediately turns to plotting against Antonio. I will have the heart of him if he forfeit, for were he out of Venice I can make what merchandise I will. But what he has just said about the ring anticipates what the courtroom scene definitively discloses. Revenge, not money, is what Shylock is after. Does this mean that Shakespeare thought that Dr. Lopez, who received a valuable jewel, sent to him by the King of Spain, that figured in his trial, and that the Queen kept after his execution, was after something other than money when he allegedly plotted to kill the Queen for 50,000 crowns? There is no way to know. The Merchant of Venice is not a commentary on a case of treason. It is a romantic comedy with a villainous usurer whose principal resemblances to Lopez are his alien status and the Jewishness that Lopez himself denied. The key link, apart from a general public excitement that may have helped box office receipts, is the crowd's laughter, laughter that Shakespeare at once sought to capture and to unsettle. The crowd laughed because it thought it was in on a sly Marlovian joke. He loved the Queen as well as he loved Jesus Christ. This was, or so they understood, the confession of a would-be murderer, a man for whom the word love actually meant hate. Though he was in the business of amusing a popular audience, Shakespeare was clearly not altogether comfortable with this laughter. The play that he wrote at once borrows from the Jew of Malta and repudiates its corrosive, merciless irony. Whatever else I am, the playwright seems to be saying, I am not laughing at the foot of the scaffold, and I am not Marlowe. What sprang up in place of Marlovian irony was not tolerance. The play, after all, stages a forced conversion as the price of a pardon, but rather shoots of a strange, irrepressible imaginative generosity. This generosity makes theatrical trouble. It prevents any straightforward amusement at Shylock's confusion of his daughter and his ducats, and, what is more disturbing, it undermines the climactic trial scene. That scene is the comedy's equivalent of the real-world execution. It is meant to reach satisfying legal and moral closure, to punish villainy, and to affirm central values of the dominant culture. All of the elements seem to be in place. A wise duke, an implacable Jewish villain sharpening his knife for slaughter, a supremely eloquent appeal for mercy, a thrilling resolution. Yet this scene, as the experience of both the page and the stage repeatedly demonstrates, is deeply unsettled and unsettling. The resolution depends upon the manipulation of a legal technicality. The appeal for mercy gives way to the staccato imposition of punishments, and the affirmation of values is swamped by a flood of mingled self-righteousness and vindictiveness. Above all, without mitigating Shylock's vicious nature, without denying the need to thwart his murderous intentions, the play has given us too much insight into his inner life, too much of a stake in his identity and his fate, to enable us to laugh freely and without pain. For Shakespeare did something that Marlowe never chose to do, and that the mocking crowd at Lopez's execution could not do. He wrote out what he imagined such a twisted man, about to be destroyed, would inwardly say, I am a Jew. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions, fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as a Christian is? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? 4956, Chapter 10. Speaking with the dead sometime in the spring or summer of 1596, Shakespeare may have received word that his only son, Hamnet, 11 years old, was ill. It is possible he understood and responded at once, or he may have been distracted by affairs in London. There was much to preoccupy him. On July 22, the Lord Chamberlain, Henry Carey, the Queen's powerful cousin and the patron of Shakespeare's company, died. The Lord Chamberlainship went to Lord Cobham, but the players were kept by Carey's son George, Lord Hunsdon. When Cobham died within less than a year, the post of Lord Chamberlain went to George Carey, so that the company, after only a brief interval of being known as the Lord Hunsdon's men, once again became the Lord Chamberlain's men. The death of their patron and the flurry of uncertainty must have been disconcerting for the players, and their disquiet was no doubt intensified by renewed calls by preachers and civic officials for the closing of the theaters in order to protect London's moral and physical health. Performances were banned in all city inns, and it is possible that during the summer of 1596, the city authorities managed to obtain an order temporarily closing down all the playhouses. Such a closure, known as an inhibition, would help to explain why some members of Shakespeare's company were on the road that summer, performing at Faversham in Kent and other places. Shakespeare may have accompanied his fellow actors on tour, or he may well have stayed back in London to work on one or another of the plays he must have been writing for the company at this time. King John, 1 Henry Roman 4, or The Merchant of Venice. Whether in London or on tour, he would at best have only been able to receive news intermittently from Stratford, but at some point in the summer, he must have learned that Hamnet's condition had worsened, and that it was necessary to drop everything and hurry home. By the time he reached Stratford, the 11-year-old boy whom, apart from brief returns, Shakespeare had in effect abandoned in his infancy may already have died. On August 11, the father presumably saw his son buried at Holy Trinity Church. The clerk duly noted in the burial register, Hamnet Filius William Shakespeare. Unlike Ben Jonson and others who wrote grief-stricken poems about the loss of beloved children, Shakespeare published no elegies and left no direct record of his paternal feelings. The whole enterprise of acquiring the coat of arms must at one point have had something to do with his expectations for his son and heir, and Shakespeare's last will and testament displays a strong interest in passing along his property to his male descendants. But these are signs too formal and conventional perhaps to tell us about his inward state. It is sometimes said that parents in Shakespeare's time could not afford to invest too much love and hope in any one child. 1 out of 3 children died by the age of 10, and overall mortality rates were by our standards exceedingly high. Death was a familiar spectacle. It took place at home, not out of sight. When Shakespeare was 14, his 7-year-old sister Anne died, and there must have been many other occasions for him to witness the death of children. But did familiarity breed detachment? The private diary of a contemporary doctor, recently deciphered, shows that desperate spouses and parents, inconsolable with grief, were constantly coming to him for treatment. Human emotions are not rationally coordinated with actuarial figures. Some Elizabethan parents may have learned to withhold affection or to protect themselves from misery, but by no means all did. In the 4 years following Hamnet's death, the playwright, as many have pointed out, wrote some of his sunniest comedies. The Merry Wives of Windsor, Much Ado About Nothing, As You Like It. But the plays of these years were by no means uniformly cheerful, and at moments they seemed to reflect an experience of deep personal loss. In King John, probably written in 1596, just after the boy was laid to rest, Shakespeare depicted a mother so frantic at the loss of her son that she is driven to thoughts of suicide. Observing her, a clerical bystander remarks that she is mad, but she insists that she is perfectly sane. "I am not mad. I would to God I were." 3:448. Reason, she says, and not madness, has put the thoughts of suicide in her head, for it is her reason that tenaciously keeps hold of the image of her child. When she is accused of perversely insisting on her grief, she replies with an eloquent simplicity that breaks free from the tangled plot. "Grief fills the room up of my absent child, lies in his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty looks, repeats his words, remembers me of all his gracious parts, stuffs out his vacant garments with his form." 3:493-97. If there is no secure link between these lines and the death of Hamnet, there is, at the very least, no reason to think that Shakespeare simply buried his son and moved on unscathed. He might have brooded inwardly and obsessively, even as he was making audiences laugh at Falstaff in Love, or at the wit contests of Beatrice and Benedick. Nor is it implausible that it took years for the trauma of his son's death fully to erupt in Shakespeare's work. In a very late play, there may be a trace of Shakespeare's periodic visits to Stratford at the time when his son was still alive. "Are you so fond of your young prince as we/do seem to be of ours?" One friend asks another. If at home, sir, is the reply, he's all my exercise, my mirth, my matter, now my sworn friend and then mine enemy, my parasite, my soldier, statesman, all. He makes a July's day short as December, and with his varying childness cures in me thoughts that would thick my blood. 16572. If at home, sir. The words fit the play, but they also fit the playwright. Perhaps, reflecting upon what might have kept thick blood, that is, melancholy at bay, Shakespeare found himself thinking back to his son. The play in which these lines appear, The Winter's Tale, features a precocious little boy who languishes and dies when his madly jealous father turns against his mother. Whether in the wake of Hamlet's death Shakespeare was suicidal or serene, he threw himself into his work. The later 1590s was an amazingly busy and productive period in his life, with a succession of brilliant plays, frequent performances at court and in the public theaters, and growing celebrity and wealth. As a sharer in his company, Shakespeare was probably directly involved in all aspects of its daily affairs, including the increasingly acrimonious conflict with Giles Allen, the owner of the land in Shoreditch on which the theatre, where the Lord Chamberlain's men chiefly performed, had been built. The lease that James Burbage and his partner had taken back in 1576 was about to expire, and Allen refused to renew it, at least on terms that Burbage's sons, who had taken over the protracted negotiation upon the death of their father, could accept. Finally, the talks broke off, and the theater was closed. In some desperation, the company began to perform at the nearby Curtain, but the venue was not nearly so successful, and revenues evidently began to fall off. To raise money, they did something that playing companies generally resisted. They sold off 4 of their most popular playbooks, Richard Roman III, Richard Roman II, 1 Henry Roman IV, and Love's Labour's Lost, to an enterprising publisher who brought them out in quarto editions. No doubt the ready cash was of some help, but it must have seemed less like a solution than an ominous step in a direction that would eventually lead to selling off their costumes and disbanding altogether. The real solution was a daring one. On the snowy night of December 28, 1598, in a season cold enough to make the Thames freeze over, the players came together in Shoreditch. They carried lanterns and bore arms in the words of one deposition, swords, daggers, bills, axes, and such like. The small company, aided perhaps by a few hired thugs, may not immediately strike one as a formidable force, but as actors were all trained in wielding weapons, and as London had no regular police force, they were adequate for the enterprise. They posted guards around the perimeter, and then together with a dozen workmen, they proceeded to dismantle the theater. In the morning light, they loaded the heavy timbers on wagons and began the work of carting them across the river to a site they had secured not far from the Rose Theatre, in Southwark. The landlord, Allen, was apoplectic and sued for trespass, but the legal situation was a complex one, for the Burbages lease stipulated a right to retrieve any structures they had built on Allen's land. The deed, in any event, was done, though it is difficult to understand how it was accomplished in a single night in the darkness. Over the next months, the gifted carpenter Peter Street cleverly recycled the pieces of the old playhouse and fashioned a splendid new theater. A many-sided wooden polygon, roughly 100 feet across, with a huge platform stage jutting into the pit and 3 galleries, it could hold over 3,000 spectators, an astonishing figure for a city London's size and a tribute to the actor's immense power to project complex words and emotions. Today's Globe on the Bankside has about half the capacity. A small group of investors, Shakespeare among them, had financed the ambitious enterprise. For their motto they chose the phrase totus mundus agit histrionem, roughly, the whole world plays the actor, and for their sign they apparently had an image of Hercules bearing the world on his shoulders. They called their new playhouse the Globe. By virtue of his investment, Shakespeare was now more than a sharer in the playing company. By the terms of the contract signed on February 21, 1599, he owned a tenth of the Globe, as did four of his fellow actors, John Heminges, Thomas Pope, Augustine Phillips, and Will Kemp. Kemp, the company's popular clown, famous for his antic dancing and his obscene songs, had an immediate falling out with his partners. He sold his share and went off, making a sour joke about those he called shackerags. The company was temporarily without a clown. It took some time to find the subtle, dwarfish Robert Armin, and Shakespeare's next play, Julius Caesar, was notably without a juicy part for a fool. Shakespeare moved to Southwark, to be near the Globe, which was ready by June, a stunningly rapid turnaround. One might have expected them to open with a light crowd-pleaser, but the Lord Chamberlain's men chose to inaugurate their new theatre with Julius Caesar, a tragedy apt for a public still intensely anxious about the threat of an assassination attempt against their queen. A Swiss tourist to London, Thomas Platter, went to see it and wrote home one of the few contemporary eyewitness accounts of a Shakespeare performance. On the 21st of September after lunch, about 2 o'clock, I crossed the water with my party, and we saw the tragedy of the first Emperor Julius Caesar acted very prettily in the house with the thatched roof, with about 15 characters. At the play's end, Platter notes, according to their custom, they danced with exceeding elegance, 2 each in men's and 2 in women's clothes, wonderfully together. With Julius Caesar and the other strong plays in the company's repertoire, the Globe was launched, so successfully indeed that in 6 months' time their rivals at the nearby Rose Theatre packed up and headed across the river to a new theatre in Cripplegate, called the Fortune. Driving the competition out of the immediate neighborhood did not mean an end to commercial competition altogether. On the contrary, by the end of 1599, the Lord Chamberlain's men were engaged in an increasingly intense theatrical struggle with a newly revived private company. The Children of Paul's, followed the next year by another repertory company, the Children of the Chapel at Blackfriars. The fact that the players were boys did not lessen the seriousness of their challenge. These were sophisticated, sharp-witted, highly accomplished companies with a very strong audience appeal. In his next play, Shakespeare provided a glimpse of the competition. Why has the company of players come all the way to Elsinore? Hamlet asks. Surely their reputation and profit were both greater in the city. Rosencrantz explains that their audience has drastically fallen off. There is, sir, an eyrie of children, little eyases, that is, young hawks. These are now the fashion, 22326, 328. When he sat down to write Hamlet, Shakespeare was looking over his shoulder at the children's companies and pretending to worry not altogether comically that they would put his troupe out of business. Writing a play about Hamlet, in or around 1600, may not have been Shakespeare's own idea. At least one play, now lost, about the Danish prince who avenges his father's murder had already been performed on the English stage, successfully enough to be casually alluded to by contemporary writers, as if everyone had seen it or at least knew about it. Back in 1589, it was a play on Hamlet that figured in Nash's ridicule of the rude upstart, probably Thomas Kyd, who never attended university but still had the impudence to set himself up as a playwright. If you entreat him fair in a frosty morning, he will afford you whole Hamlets, I should say handfuls of tragical speeches. And 7 years later, another one of the university wits, Thomas Lodge, echoed the mocking tone when he referred to a devil who looked as pale as the vizard of the ghost which cried so miserably at the theatre, like an oyster wife. Hamlet, Revenge. Either the play was still on stage an exceptionally long run in the Elizabethan theater, or it had been recently revived, or it had simply become proverbial for somewhat vulgar theatrical intensity. Lodge and Nash thought that their readers would effortlessly conjure up the story. Someone in the Lord Chamberlain's Men, with an eye on revenues, may simply have suggested to Shakespeare that the time might be ripe for a new, improved version of Hamlet. For that matter, with his high stakes in the company's profits, Shakespeare was singularly alert to whatever attracted London crowds, and he had by now long experience in dusting off old plays and making them startlingly new. The likely author of the earlier play, Thomas Kyd, was no obstacle, possibly broken by the torture inflicted upon him when he was interrogated about his roommate Marlowe. He had died back in 1594, at the age of 36. In any case, neither Shakespeare nor his contemporaries were squeamish about stealing from one another. Shakespeare had certainly seen the earlier Hamlet play, probably on several occasions. He may well have acted in it, in which case he would have had in his possession the roll of paper strips, glued together, on which his part and the cues for his entries and exits were written. Elizabethan actors generally had access only to their particular role, from whence we get the term role, and not to the script as a whole. It was too expensive to copy it out in its entirety, and the playing companies were wary about allowing their scripts to circulate widely. They might on special occasions make copies for favored patrons, and in times of financial necessity, they would sometimes sell plays to printers. But they wanted the public principally to encounter plays in the playhouse, not in the study. Of course, keeping the scripts out of print greatly increased the likelihood that they would eventually be lost, as the early version of Hamlet and many others were, but that was no concern of the company's. Whether or not he had access to the script of the Hamlet play, Shakespeare had to an astounding degree something that virtually every actor at the time had to possess: an acute memory. Everything he encountered, even tangentially and in passing, seems to have stayed with him and remained available to him years later. Scraps of conversation, official proclamations, long-winded sermons, remarks overheard in the tavern or on the street, insults exchanged by carters and fishwives, a few pages that he could only have glanced at idly in a bookseller's shop, all was somehow stored away in his brain, in files that his imagination could open up at will. His memory was not perfect. He made mistakes, confused one place for another, transposed names, and the like, but the imperfections only demonstrate that there was nothing compulsive or mechanical about his remarkable gift. His memory was an immense creative resource. When he set to work on his new tragedy, then, Shakespeare likely had the old play about Hamlet by heart, or as much of it as he chose to remember. It is impossible to determine in this case whether he sat down with books open before him, as he clearly did, for example, when writing Antony and Cleopatra, or relied on his memory. But he had also certainly read one, and probably more than one version of the old Danish tale of murder and revenge. At the very least, judging from the play he wrote, he carefully read the story as narrated in French by François de Belleforest, whose collection of tragic tales was a publishing phenomenon in the late 16th century. It went through at least 10 editions. Belleforest had taken the Hamlet story from a chronicle of Denmark compiled in Latin in the late 12th century by a Dane known as Saxo the grammarian. And Saxo, in turn, was recycling written and oral legends that reached back for centuries before him. Here, then, as so often throughout his career, Shakespeare was working with known materials: a well-established story, a familiar cast of characters, a set of predictable excitements. Shakespeare was himself a known quantity. It would have been reasonable for anyone who had followed his career to conclude by 1600 that he had already fully mapped the capacious boundaries of his imaginative kingdom. It must have seemed likely that he would continue as a professional playwright to repeat in imaginative ways what he had already brilliantly accomplished, but it would have seemed scarcely probable that he could find new continents to explore. No one, probably not Shakespeare himself, could have predicted that something astonishing was about to happen. Though he was still young, only 36 years old, he had in the course of a decade achieved extraordinary things in three major genres: comedy, history, and tragedy, with plays that are each in their way so perfect that it would have been difficult to imagine going beyond them. Indeed, in the years that followed, he made no attempt to surpass the two parts of Henry Roman IV and Henry V, as if he understood that he had done what he was capable of doing in the history play. And though he shortly was to write the stupendous Twelfth Night, he did not in the genre of comedy actually go beyond what he had created in A Midsummer Night's Dream, Much Ado About Nothing, and As You Like It. Hamlet turned out to inaugurate a creative frenzy that also brought forth Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and Coriolanus. But a well-informed contemporary theater-goer in 1600 had no reason to expect that Shakespeare had not already demonstrated what he could do in tragedy as well. Among the more than 20 plays he had written were Titus Andronicus, Romeo and Juliet, and Julius Caesar. Indeed, these were not his only tragedies. Three of the plays that modern editors, following the editors of the First Folio, now classify as histories, the third part of Henry Roman VI, Richard Roman III, and Richard Roman II, were published during his lifetime as tragedies. The distinction between tragedy and history was not an important one for Shakespeare, or indeed for many of his playwriting contemporaries. The underlying structure of most of human history, with its endless pattern of rise and fall, seemed to him tragic, and conversely tragedy as he conceived it was rooted in history. For that matter, as The Merchant of Venice amply shows, his sense of comedy was laced through with pain, loss, and the threat of death, and his sense of tragedy had room for clowning and laughter. Literary theorists of the time urged strict adherence to the rules of decorum that derived from Aristotle. They vehemently opposed what Sir Philip Sidney called the mingling of kings and clowns. Writing in 1579, when Shakespeare was still a schoolboy, Sidney wrote a mocking description of a typical English play, with its loose, wildly free-form plot. The description, meant to make readers groan, turns out to anticipate precisely what Shakespeare would do brilliantly throughout his career. At one moment, Sidney snorted in derision. Three ladies walk across the stage, and you are supposed to imagine them gathering flowers. By and by 4 actors appear with swords and bucklers, and you are expected to see the clash of 2 great armies. Then comes news of a shipwreck, and you are to blame if you do not take the stage for a perilous rock. You shall have Asia of one side, and Afric of the other, and so many other under-kingdoms, that the player, when he cometh in, must ever begin with telling where he is, or else the tale will not be conceived. What Sidney and others wanted was something altogether more orderly. The stage, they argued, should always represent but one place. The time represented should at most be a single day, and exalted emotions aroused by tragedy should never be tainted with the scornful tickling and lewd laughter of comedy. These are strictures, derived from Aristotle, that Shakespeare, along with his fellow professional playwrights, routinely violated. The indifference to the boundaries that obsessed learned critics in England and on the continent helps to explain something baffling about Shakespeare's whole career, and particularly about its first decade: the absence of any clear or logical pattern of artistic development. Editions of the collected works that organize them neatly into groups, first the comedies one after another, followed by the histories, the tragedies, and finally the the romances completely misrepresent what actually happened. Attempts to organize the works according to an orderly progression of Shakespeare's soul from light-hearted youth to a serious engagement with power to a melancholy brooding about mortality, and finally to the wise serenity of old age, are similarly misleading. This is someone who had A Midsummer Night's Dream and Romeo and Juliet on his desk, and in his imagination, at the same moment, and who perceived that the joyous laughter of the one could be almost effortlessly transformed into the tears of the other. This is someone who climaxes his witty, light-hearted comedy of upper-class courtship, Love's Labour's Lost, with news that the princess's father has suddenly died, so that all the impending marriages must be put on hold. This is someone who gets his audience to laugh at the ghastly Richard Roman III assessing the team of murderers he has hired to kill his brother. Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes fall tears. I like you lads. 351-2. And finally, this is someone who in successive plays written in the years directly before Hamlet shifted ground from the civil wars of late medieval England, to the Sicilian courtship of Beatrice and Benedict, to the Battle of Agincourt, to the assassination of Julius Caesar, to a pastoral romance in the Forest of Arden. Each of these plays has its own distinct vision, and yet, strangely, each also has room for what it would at first glance seem to exclude. If Shakespeare had died in 1600, it would have been difficult to think that anything was missing from his achievement, and still more difficult to think that anything yet unrealized was brewing in his work. But Hamlet makes clear that Shakespeare had been quietly, steadily developing a special technical skill. This development may have been entirely deliberate, the consequence of a clear, ongoing professional design, or it may have been more haphazard and opportunistic. The achievement was, in any case, gradual, not a sudden, definitive discovery or a grandiose invention, but the subtle refinement of a particular set of representational techniques. By the turn of the century, Shakespeare was poised to make an epical breakthrough. He had perfected the means to represent inwardness. What the audience sees and hears is always in some sense or other public utterance the words that the characters say to one another, or, in occasional asides and soliloquies, directly to the onlookers. Playwrights can pretend, of course, that the audience is overhearing a kind of internal monologue, but it is difficult to keep such monologues from sounding stagey. Richard Roman III, written around 1592, is hugely energetic and powerful with a marvelous, unforgettable main character. But when that character, alone at night, reveals what is going on inside of him, he sounds oddly wooden and artificial. It is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear, myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard, that is, I am I. Is there a murderer here? No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What from myself? Great reason. Why, lest I revenge myself upon myself. Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself. Oh no, alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain, yet I lie, I am not. 134-45. Shakespeare is following his chronicle source, which states that Richard could not sleep on the eve of his death because he felt unwanted pricks of conscience. But though it has a staccato vigor, the soliloquy, as a way of sketching inner conflict, is schematic and mechanical, as if within the character on stage there was simply another tiny stage on which puppets were performing a Punch and Judy show. In Richard Roman II, written some 3 years later, there is a comparable moment that marks Shakespeare's burgeoning skills. Deposed and imprisoned by his cousin Bolingbroke, the ruined king, shortly before his murder, looks within himself. I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world, and for because the world is populous and here is not a creature but myself, I cannot do it. Yet I'll hammer it out. My brain I'll prove the female to my soul the father, and these two beget a generation of still-breeding thoughts. 5:5:18. Much of the difference between the two passages has to do with the very different characters. The one a murderous tyrant full of manic energy, the other a spoiled, narcissistic, self-destructive poet. But the turn from one character to the other is itself significant. It signals Shakespeare's growing interest in the hidden processes of interiority. Locked in a windowless room, Richard Roman II watches himself think, struggling to forge a metaphoric link between his prison and the world, reaching a dead end, and then forcing his imagination to renew the effort. Yet I'll hammer it out. The world, crowded with people, is not, as he himself recognizes, remotely comparable to the solitude of his prison cell, but Richard wills himself to generate out of what he pictures as the intercourse of his brain and soul an imaginary populace. What he hammers out is a kind of inner theater, akin to that already found in Richard E.I.'s soliloquy, but with a vastly increased complexity, subtlety, and, above all, self-consciousness. Now the character himself is fully aware that he has constructed such a theater, and he teases out the bleak implications of the imaginary world he has struggled to create. Thus play I in one person many people, and none contented. Sometimes am I king, then treason makes me wish myself a beggar, and so I am. Then crushing penury persuades me I was better when a king. Then am I kinged again, and by think that I am unkinged by Bolingbroke, and straight am nothing. But whate'er I be, nor I, nor any man that but man is, with nothing shall be pleased till he be eased with being nothing. 5:31:41. Richard Roman II characteristically rehearses the drama of his fall from kingship as a fall into nothingness, and then fashions his experience of lost identity, whate'er I be, into an intricate poem of despair. Written in 1595, Richard Roman II marked a major advance in the playwright's ability to represent inwardness, but Julius Caesar, written 4 years later, shows that, not content with what he had mastered, Shakespeare subtly experimented with new techniques. Alone, pacing in his orchard in the middle of night, Brutus begins to speak. It must be by his death. And for my part I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general. He would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder, and that craves wary walking. Crown him, that 2:1:10:15. This soliloquy is far less fluid, less an elegant and self-conscious poetic meditation than the prison soliloquy of Richard Roman II. But it has something new, the unmistakable marks of actual thinking. Richard speaks of hammering it out, but the words he utters are already highly polished. Brutus's words, by contrast, seem to flow immediately from the still, inchoate twing and froing of his wavering mind, as he grapples with a set of momentous questions. How should he respond to Mark Antony's wish to crown the ambitious Caesar? How can he balance his own personal friendship with Caesar against what he construes to be the general good? How might Caesar, who has thus far served that general good, change his nature and turn dangerous if he is crowned? It must be by his death. Without prelude, the audience is launched into the midst of Brutus's obsessive brooding. It is impossible to know if he is weighing a proposition, trying out a decision, reiterating words that someone else has spoken. He does not need to mention whose death he is contemplating, nor does he need to make clear, for it is already part of his thought that it will be by assassination. Brutus is speaking to himself, and his words have the peculiar shorthand of the brain at work. Crown him, that. The exclamation is barely comprehensible, except as a burst of anger provoked by a phantasmic image passing at that instant through the speaker's mind. The spectators are pulled in eerily close, watching firsthand the forming of a fatal resolution, a determination to assassinate Caesar that will change the world. A few moments later, Brutus, intensely self-aware, describes for himself the molten state of consciousness in which he finds himself. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection. 2:1, 63-69. Was it at this moment, in 1599, that Shakespeare first conceived of the possibility of writing about a character suspended, for virtually the whole length of a play, in this strange interim? Brutus himself is not such a character. By the middle of Julius Caesar, he has done the dreadful thing, the killing of his mentor and friend, possibly his own father, and the remainder of the play teases out the fatal consequences of his act. If Shakespeare did not grasp it at once, then certainly by the following year he understood perfectly that there was a character, already popular on the Elizabethan stage, whose life he could depict as one long phantasma or hideous dream. That character, the prince of the inward insurrection, was Hamlet. Even in its earliest known medieval telling, Hamlet's saga was the story of the long interval between the first motion, the initial impulse or design, and the acting of the dreadful thing. In Saxo the grammarian's account, King Horwendil, the equivalent of Shakespeare's old King Hamlet, is killed by his envious brother Feng, the equivalent of Claudius, not secretly but in plain view. The brother has a thin cover story. He says that Horwendil had been brutally abusing his gentle wife, Jerutha, but the reality is that the ruthless Feng is powerful enough to seize his brother's crown, his realm, and his wife and get away with it. The only potential obstacle is Horwendil's young son Amaleth, for everyone in this pre-Christian world of treachery and vengeance understood that a son must avenge his father's murder. Amaleth is still a child and no danger to anyone, but when he grows up, his obligation will be clear. The murderous Feng understands this strict social code as well, of course, and if the boy does not quickly come up with a stratagem, his life is worth nothing. In order to survive long enough to take his just revenge, Amaleth feigns madness, persuading his uncle that he cannot ever pose a threat. Flinging dirt and slime on himself, he sits by the fire, listlessly whittling away at small sticks and turning them into barbed hooks. Though the wary Feng repeatedly sets traps to try to discern some hidden sparks of intelligence behind his nephew's apparent idiocy, Amaleth cunningly avoids detection. He bides his time and makes plans. Mocked as a fool, treated with contempt and derision, he eventually succeeds in burning to death Feng's entire retinue and in running his uncle through with a sword. He summons an assembly of nobles, explains why he has done what he has done, and is enthusiastically acclaimed as the new king. Many could have been seen marveling how he had concealed so subtle a plan over so long a space of time. Amaleth thus spends years in the interim state that Brutus can barely endure for a few days. Shakespeare had developed the means to represent the psychological reality of such a condition, something that neither Saxo nor his followers even dreamed of being able to do. He saw that the Hamlet story, ripe for revision, would enable him to make a play about what it is like to live inwardly in the queasy interval between a murderous design and its fulfillment. The problem, however, is that the theater is not particularly tolerant of long gestation periods. To represent the child Hamlet feigning idiocy for years in order to reach the age at which he could act would be exceedingly difficult to render dramatically compelling. The obvious solution, probably already reached in the lost play, is to start the action at the point at which Hamlet has come of age and is ready to undertake his act of revenge. Thomas Lodge's allusion to the ghost that cried so miserably, like an oyster wife, Hamlet, revenge, suggests that this lost play also added a key character to the story, the spirit of Hamlet's murdered father. Perhaps that ghost only appeared to give the audience a shiver of fear. That is how Thomas Kyd had used a ghost in his greatest success, the Spanish tragedy. But it is equally possible that Kyd, or whoever wrote the lost Hamlet, rather than Shakespeare, first introduced a crucial change in the plot that made the ghost's appearance much more than decorative. In Saxo, the grammarian's Hamlet story, as in the popular tale by Belleforest, no ghost appears. There is no need for a ghost, for the murder is public knowledge, as is the son's obligation to take revenge. But when he set out to write his version of the Hamlet story, either following Kyd's lead or on his own, Shakespeare made the murder a secret. Everyone in Denmark believes that old Hamlet was fatally stung by a serpent. The ghost appears in order to tell the terrible truth. The serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown. 1:5:39-40. Shakespeare's play begins just before the ghost reveals the murder to Hamlet and ends just after Hamlet exacts his revenge. Hence the decisive change in the plot from a public killing known to everyone to a secret murder, revealed to Hamlet alone by the ghost of the murdered man, enabled the playwright to focus almost the entire tragedy on the consciousness of the hero suspended between his first motion and the acting of a dreadful thing. But something in the plot has to account for this suspension. After all, Hamlet is no longer, in this revised version, a child who needs to play for time, and the murderer has no reason to suspect that Hamlet has or can ever acquire any inkling of his crime. Far from keeping his distance from his nephew or setting subtle tests for him, Claudius refuses to let Hamlet return to university, calls him our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son, 1:2117, and declares that he is next in succession to the throne. Once the ghost of his father has disclosed the actual cause of death, murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange, and unnatural Hamlet, who has full access to the unguarded Claudius, is in the perfect position to act immediately. And such an instantaneous response is precisely what Hamlet himself anticipates. Haste, haste me to know it, that with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge. 1:5:29-37. The play should be over by the end of the first act, but Hamlet emphatically does not sweep to his revenge. As soon as the ghost vanishes, he tells the sentries and his friend Horatio that he intends to put an antic disposition on 1:5:173, that is, to pretend to be mad. The behavior makes perfect sense in the old version of the story, where it is a ruse to deflect suspicion and to buy time. The emblem of that time, and the proof of the Avengers' brilliant, long-term planning, are the wooden hooks that the boy Amleth, apparently deranged, endlessly whittles away on with his little knife. These are the means that, at the tale's climax, Amleth uses to secure a net over the sleeping courtiers, before he sets the hall on fire. What had looked like mere distraction turns out to be brilliantly strategic. But in Shakespeare's version, Hamlet's feigned madness is no longer coherently tactical. Shakespeare, in effect, wrecked the compelling and coherent plot with which his sources conveniently provided him. And out of the wreckage, he constructed what most modern audiences would regard as the best play he had ever written. Far from offering a cover, the antic disposition leads the murderer to set close watch upon Hamlet, to turn to his counselor Polonius for advice, to discuss the problem with Gertrude, to observe Ophelia carefully, to send for Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to spy upon their friend. Instead of leading the court to ignore him, Hamlet's madness becomes the object of everyone's endless speculation. And strangely enough, the speculation sweeps Hamlet along with it. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercise, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving how express and admirable, in action how like an angel, in apprehension how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? 28798. But wherefore I know not. Hamlet, entirely aware that he is speaking to court spies, does not breathe a word of his father's ghost. But then it is not at all clear that the ghost is actually responsible for his profound depression. Already in the first scene in which he appears, before he has encountered the ghost, he is voicing to himself, as the innermost secret of his heart, virtually the identical disillusionment he discloses to the oily Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. O God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on't, ah fie. 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. 132:37. His father's death and his mother's hasty remarriage, public events and not secret revelations, have driven him to thoughts of self-slaughter. Hamlet's show of madness, then, seems a cover for something like madness. Indeed, he never seems more genuinely insane than at the moment in his mother's closet, in which he insists that he is perfectly sane and warns his mother not to disclose his strategy. "What shall I do?" cries the frightened queen. "Not this by no means that I bid you do," answers Hamlet, jumbling together his injunction with his obsessive fantasies. "Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed, pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him for a pair of reechy kisses, or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to ravel all this matter out, that I essentially am not in madness, but mad in craft." 164:72. Gertrude may be saying exactly what she believes when she tells Claudius a few moments later that Hamlet is mad as the sea and wind when both contend which is the mightier. 4:167. By excising the rationale for Hamlet's madness, Shakespeare made it the central focus of the entire tragedy. The play's key moment of psychological revelation, the moment that virtually everyone remembers, is not the hero's plotting of revenge, not even his repeated, passionate self-reproach for inaction, but rather his contemplation of suicide. To be or not to be, that is the question. This suicidal urge has nothing to do with the ghost indeed. Hamlet has so far forgotten the apparition as to speak of death as the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. 3:158, 81:82, but rather has to do with a soul sickness brought on by one of the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. Hamlet marks a sufficient enough break in Shakespeare's career as to suggest some more personal cause for his daring transformation, both of his sources and of his whole way of writing. A simple index of this transformation is the astonishing rush of new words, words that he had never used before in some 21 plays and in 2 long poems. There are, scholars have calculated, more than 600 of these words, many of them not only new to Shakespeare but also new to the written record of the English language. This linguistic explosion seems to come not from a broadened vision of the world but from some shock or series of shocks to his whole life. If Hamlet was written not in 1600 but in early 1601, then, as some scholars believe, one shock might have been the insurrection, to use Brutus's word, in Julius Caesar that led to the execution of the Earl of Essex and, more important, to the imprisonment of Shakespeare's patron, friend, and possible lover, the Earl of Southampton. Accompanied by Southampton, Essex, who had long been the Queen's cosseted favorite, had gone off to Ireland in 1599 as the general of an expeditionary force designed to crush a rebellion led by the Earl of Tyrone. The enterprise, like so many others in Ireland, had failed miserably in the face of staunch Irish resistance, and late that year, suddenly and without the Queen's permission, Essex returned to London. Placed under house arrest and enraged by the Queen's refusal to readmit him to favor, the proud and impetuous Earl assembled his friends and attempted to stage an armed putsch. The official purpose was to defend his life and save the Queen from her evil counselors, Cecil and Rayleigh. The London crowd refused to back the rising, and it was quickly over. The outcome of the trial was a foregone conclusion. On February 25, 1601, 3 strokes of the axe separated Essex's head from his shoulders. The execution of several of his principal supporters and friends followed in short order. Shakespeare had every reason to be shaken by the upheaval. It was not only a matter of the possible loss of Southampton, who, though ultimately spared, seemed in early 1601 likely to be executed along with Essex. For the playwright personally and for his company, a set of decisions that they had made in the years leading up to the insurrection could have led to disaster. In late 1596 or early 1597, Shakespeare had elected, by using the name Oldcastle for the fat knight in Henry Roman IV, whom he eventually and under pressure renamed Falstaff, to risk offending William Brooke, the 7th Lord Cobham, who traced his descent from the historical Oldcastle. Brooke was not the wisest choice of an antagonist, for at the time or very soon after, he was appointed Lord Chamberlain, the post ultimately responsible for overseeing the licensing of plays. But he was the known enemy of Essex and Southampton, and it was presumably for this reason that Shakespeare felt licensed, like the fool in one of his plays, to take a jibe at him. Then in 1599, quite uncharacteristically, Shakespeare introduced a direct topical reference into one of his plays. Near the close of Henry V, the chorus, conjuring up the scene of the king's triumphal return to London after the Battle of Agincourt, abruptly turns to contemporary events. "How London doth pour out her citizens," the chorus exclaims, "as by a lower but high-loving likelihood, were now the general of our gracious empress bringing rebellion broached on his sword, how many would the peaceful city quit to welcome him?" 5024, 2934, a lower but high-loving likelihood. Even with the note of prudential caution and calculation, the chorus's lines were a gesture of support for Essex, a gesture soon followed by something much more dangerous. Several days before the rising, a few of the conspirators called on Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, and asked to have the play of the deposing and killing of King Richard Roman II to be played the Saturday next. The representatives of the company, and it seems likely that Shakespeare, along with Augustine Phillips and a few other veteran players, was among them, protested that the play was too old to make a profit. The conspirators offered to subsidize the performance with an extra payment of 40 shillings, a substantial sum, and the play was accordingly performed. The strategy, it seems, was to plant the idea of a successful rebellion in the minds of the London crowd, and perhaps also to shore up the plotters' own courage. This at least is how, in the wake of the arrests, the authorities regarded the special performance, and this is how the Queen herself seems to have understood it. "I am Richard Roman II," she fumed. "Know ye not that?" The Lord Chamberlain's men had ventured onto exceedingly dangerous ground. 2 of the key conspirators were questioned about the performance, as if it might have been an integral part of the plot, but somehow Augustine Phillips, who spoke on behalf of the company, managed to persuade the magistrates that the players knew nothing about the intended rising. They had their 40 shillings more than their ordinary for it, he testified, and so played it accordingly. These events, which took place in February 1601, would certainly have alarmed Shakespeare. The brush with disaster might have led a more timid playwright to be cautious. He could have set aside the tragedy and quickly turned to another, more innocuous project. Instead, with the same eye for box office receipts that governed the negotiation over Richard Roman II, his company performed Hamlet, a highly political play about betrayal and assassination, a play that includes a remarkable scene of an armed popular insurrection breaking into the royal sanctuary, past the guards, and threatening the life of the king. Of course, the insurrection, led by Laertes, does not succeed, and Claudius's exquisite piece of hypocrisy eerily mimes the official line about Queen Elizabeth. There such a divinity doth hedge a king that treason can but peep to what it would, acts little of his will. 4, 5, 120-22. These scenes would have been enough to excite a London audience shaken by the events of 1601, but they do not actually constitute a direct reference to them, and they could be easily explained away. After all, political upheaval, betrayal, and assassination were Shakespeare's theatrical stock-in-trade. Witness Richard Roman III, Julius Caesar, Richard Roman II, Henry V, and so on. Essex and the imprisonment of Southampton must have preyed on Shakespeare's mind, but it is difficult to attribute anything in Hamlet specifically to these events, and it is particularly difficult to attribute what is startling and innovative about the play to them. Though the links to the insurrection are intriguing, some version of Shakespeare's Hamlet was, in all likelihood, being performed before Essex took his fateful steps. Shakespeare may have ventured to add some lines or scenes to heighten the connection between the play and contemporary events, but the key elements of the play must already have been in place, as suggested by a marginal note that Gabriel Harvey, the Cambridge academic entangled in disputes with Nash and Green, jotted down in his copy of Chaucer. The Earl of Essex much commends Albion's England, Harvey writes, in an account of contemporary literary fashions, and then continues, the younger sort takes much delight in Shakespeare's Venus and Adonis, but his Lucrece and his tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, have it in them to please the wiser sort. The present tense suggests that Essex was alive when Harvey penned the first clear reference to Shakespeare's tragedy. Something deeper must have been at work in Shakespeare then, something powerful enough to call forth the unprecedented representation of tormented inwardness. To be, or not to be, as audiences and readers have long instinctively understood, these suicidal thoughts, provoked by the death of a loved one, lie at the heart of Shakespeare's tragedy. They may well have been the core of the playwright's own inward disturbance. The Shakespeares had named their twins, Judith and Hamnet, after their Stratford neighbors Judith and Hamnet Sadler. The latter appears in Stratford records as both Hamnet and Hamlet Sadler. In the loose orthography of the time, the names were virtually interchangeable. Even if the decision to redo the old tragedy were a strictly commercial one, the coincidence of the names, the act of writing his own son's name again and again, may well have reopened a deep wound, a wound that had never properly healed. But of course, in Hamlet, it is the death not of a son, but of a father that provokes the hero's spiritual crisis. If the tragedy swelled up from Shakespeare's own life, if it can be traced back to the death of Hamnet, something must have made the playwright link the loss of his child to the imagined loss of his father. I say imagined because Shakespeare's father was buried in Holy Trinity Churchyard on September 8, 1601. The handwriting may have been on the wall, but he was almost certainly still alive when the tragedy was written and first performed. How did the father's death become bound up so closely in Shakespeare's imagination with the son's? Shakespeare undoubtedly returned to Stratford in 1596 for his son's funeral. The minister, as the regulations required, would have met the corpse at the entry to the churchyard and accompanied it to the grave. Shakespeare must have stood there and listened to the words of the prescribed Protestant burial service. While the earth was thrown onto the body, perhaps by the father himself, perhaps by friends, the minister intoned the words, "Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother here departed, we therefore commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life." Did Shakespeare find this simple, eloquent service adequate, or was he tormented with a sense that something was missing? "What ceremony else," cries Laertes by the grave of his sister Ophelia, "what ceremony else?" 51205-207. Ophelia's funeral rites have been curtailed because she is suspected of the sin of suicide, and Laertes is both shallow and rash. But the question he repeatedly asks echoes throughout Hamlet, and it articulates a concern that extends beyond the boundaries of the play. Within living memory, the whole relationship between the living and the dead had been changed. In Lancashire, if not closer to home, Shakespeare could have seen the remnants of the old Catholic practice. Candles burning night and day, crosses everywhere, bells tolling constantly, close relatives wailing and crossing themselves, neighbors visiting the corpse and saying over it a paternoster or a de profundis, alms and food distributed in memory of the dead, priests paid to say masses to ease the soul's perilous passage through purgatory. All of this had come under attack. Everything had been scaled back or eliminated outright. Above all, it was now illegal to pray for the dead. The first Protestant prayer books had retained the old formula, "I commend thy soul to God the Father Almighty, and thy body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." But vigilant reformers felt that these words had too much of the old Catholic faith hidden within them, and so a simple change was made. "We therefore commit his body to the ground." The dead person is no longer directly addressed as if he retained some contact with the living. The small revision makes a large point. The dead are completely dead. No prayers can help them. No messages can be sent to them or received from them. Hamlet was beyond reach. Catholics believed that after death, while wicked souls went directly to hell and saintly souls to heaven, the great majority of the faithful, neither completely good nor completely bad, went to purgatory. Purgatory was a vast prison house under the earth where souls would suffer torments until they had paid for the sins they had committed during life. Some thought there was an entry to it in Ireland, through a cave in the county of Donegal discovered by St. Patrick. These sins were not so wicked as to entail an eternity of woe, but they had left a stain that needed to be burned away before the soul could enter heaven. All of the souls in purgatory, without exception, were saved and would eventually ascend to bliss. That was the good news. The bad news was that purgatorial sufferings, painted on church walls and described in hallucinatory detail by preachers, were horrible. One instant of fiery pain in the afterlife was worse, churchmen taught, than the worst pain a person could suffer in life. Indeed, the torments of souls imprisoned in purgatory were identical, except in their duration, to the torments of the damned in hell. And this duration, though limited, was not inconsiderable. One Spanish theologian calculated that an average Christian would have to spend approximately 1,000 to 2,000 years in purgatory. Fortunately, the Catholic Church taught there was a way to help your loved ones and yourself. Certain good works, prayers, alms, and above all special masses could significantly ease the suffering, reduce the purgatorial prison term, and hasten the soul's passage to heaven. You could prudently arrange for these good works on your own behalf during your lifetime, and you could bestow them on those who had passed away. The wealthy and powerful endowed chantries where priests would say prayers in perpetuity for the dead, and they founded civic institutions, almshouses, hospitals, schools designed to generate an abundant supply of prayers for the founder. Poorer people saved their pennies to pay for sets of masses, available in different packages. The most effective was said to be the Trental, a sequence of 30 masses, but even one or two could help. What evidence was there for the efficacy of these measures? In addition to church doctrine, there was the testimony of the dead themselves. Many stories were told of ghosts who had returned to earth from purgatory, desperately pleading for help. And after the help was given, these same ghosts would often return to thank the giver and bear witness to the immense comfort that their charitable donations had provided. The ghostly apparitions that people actually encountered were almost always terrifying. They could be harbingers of catastrophe, signs of madness, or manifestations of evil, for the devil could assume the shape of a dead person and sow wicked ideas in the minds of the unsuspecting. But the Church's teachings helped make sense of what was happening when people were haunted by the spirits of those whom they had loved. The dead in their purgatorial suffering were simply pleading to be remembered. "Remember our thirst while ye sit and drink." The Catholic Thomas More heard the voices of the dead crying, "Remember our hunger while ye be feasting, our restless watch while ye be sleeping, our sore and grievous pain while ye be playing, our hot, burning fire while ye be in pleasure and sporting. So might God make your offspring after remember you." And with remembrance in the form of the appropriate rituals would come relief. Zealous Protestants regarded this whole set of beliefs and institutional practices as an enormous confidence game, a racket designed to extract money from the credulous. Purgatory, they said, was a poet's fable, an elaborate fantasy that had been imposed upon the whole society, top to bottom, so that king and fishwife alike were being ruthlessly exploited. Persuaded by these arguments, or, more plausibly, simply eager to seize church wealth, Henry Roman VIII dissolved the monasteries and chantries that had been the ritual centers of the Catholic cult of the dead. Under his Protestant successors, Edward Roman VI and Elizabeth I, reformers in Parliament abolished the whole system of intercessory foundations created to offer prayers for souls in purgatory. The authorities kept many of the hospitals, almshouses, and schools, of course, but stripped them of their ritual functions. And through sermons and homilies and the church service itself, the clergy made a systematic effort to re-educate the populace, urging their flock to reimagine the whole relationship between this life and the beyond. This was not an easy task. Belief in purgatory may well have been abused. Plenty of pious Catholics thought it was, but it addressed fears and longings that did not simply vanish when people were told by the officials of the church and the state that the dead were beyond all earthly contact. Ceremony was not the only or even the principal issue. What mattered was whether the dead could continue to speak to the living, at least for a short time, whether the living could help the dead, whether a reciprocal bond remained. When Shakespeare stood in the churchyard, watching the dirt fall on the body of his son, did he think that his relationship with Hamnet was gone without a trace? Perhaps. But it is also possible that he found the service, with its deliberate refusal to address the dead child as thou, its reduction of ritual, its narrowing of ceremony, its denial of any possibility of communication, painfully inadequate. And if he could make his peace with the Protestant understanding of these things, others close to him assuredly could not. Nothing is known of his wife Anne's beliefs about death, though there may be a very small hint in the strange inscription that was placed on her grave in 1623 by her daughter Susanna. A mother's bosom you gave, and milk and life, the inscription begins. For such bounty, alas, I can only render stones. The lines that follow imply the radical idea that the dead woman's soul, as well as her body, is imprisoned in the grave. Rather would I pray the good angel to roll away the stone from the mouth of the tomb, that thy spirit, even as the body of Christ, should go forth. But these may be Susanna's heterodox views, and not at all those of Anne Hathaway Shakespeare, let alone ones she might have held back in 1596, the year of Hamlet's death. Shakespeare's parents, John and Mary, also presumably stood by Hamlet's grave. Indeed, they had spent far more time with the boy than his father had, for while Shakespeare was in London, they were all living together in the same house with their daughter-in-law and the 3 grandchildren. They had helped to raise Hamlet, and they tended Hamlet through his last illness. And about his parents' beliefs with regard to the afterlife, specifically about his father's beliefs, there is some evidence. This evidence strongly suggests that John Shakespeare would have wanted something done for Hamlet's soul, something that he perhaps appealed urgently to his son to do, or that he undertook to do on his own. The arguments or pleading or tears that may have accompanied such appeals are irrevocably lost, but at least there is a trace of what Shakespeare's father, and presumably his mother as well, would have thought necessary, proper, charitable, loving, and, in a single word, Christian. Back in the 1580s, while Thomas Lucy was combing the neighborhood of Stratford for Catholic subversives and Catholics were said to be hiding the evidence of their dangerous loyalties, John Shakespeare, if the papers discovered in the 18th century were authentic, put his name to something seriously incriminating: the spiritual last will and testament that the Jesuits had circulated among the faithful. At the time, William may have known nothing about this. His father probably slipped the papers between the rafters and roof tiles of the Henley Street house in secrecy. But the faith and anxiety that led to the signing of the document would probably have come up at the funeral of Hamlet. For what John Shakespeare had hidden away had specifically to do with death. The spiritual testament was a kind of insurance policy for the Catholic soul, and it must have seemed particularly important to those who could not practice their faith openly or who were under pressure to collaborate with the Protestants. The signer declares that he is a Catholic, but he adds that if at any time he should chance, by suggestion of the devil, to do, say, or think anything contrary to his faith, he formally revokes his sin and wills that it be held for neither spoken or done by me. So too, if he should happen not to receive the proper Catholic last rites, confession, anointing, and communion, he wishes that they be performed spiritually. He knows that he is born to die, without knowing the hour, where, when, or how, and fears that he could be surprised on a sudden. Hence he is grateful, he declares, for the opportunity to experience penance now, for he knows that he could be taken out of this life, when I least thought thereof. Yea, even then, when I was plunged in the dirty puddle of my sins. Catholics were taught in this period to be particularly fearful of a sudden death, a death that would prevent the ritual opportunity to settle the sinner's accounts with God and to show the appropriate contrition. Any stains that had not been removed in this life would have to be burned away in the afterlife. The spiritual testament was an attempt to address this fear, and it went on to enlist family and friends as allies. I, John Shakespeare, do beseech all my dear friends, parents, and kinsfolk, by the bowels of our Savior Jesus Christ, that since it is uncertain what lot will befall me, for fear notwithstanding lest by reason of my sins I be to pass and stay a long while in purgatory, they will vouchsafe to assist and succor me with their holy prayers and satisfactory works, especially with the holy sacrifice of the Mass, as being the most effectual means to deliver souls from their torments and pains. Those who set their name to such a document, and it is at least plausible that John Shakespeare was among them, and probable that he shared their concerns, were not speaking solely for themselves. They were asking those who loved them to do something crucially important for them, something that the state had declared illegal. In 1596, at the funeral of Hamlet, the issue would almost certainly have surfaced. The boy's soul needed the help of those who loved and cared for him. John Shakespeare, who had virtually raised his grandson, may well have urged his prosperous son William to pay for masses for the dead child, just as he likely wanted masses to be said for his own soul. For he was getting old and would soon be in need of the satisfactory works that could shorten the duration of his agony in the afterlife. If this delicate subject was broached, did William angrily shake his head or instead quietly pay for clandestine masses for Hamlet's soul? Did he tell his father that he could not give his son, or, looking ahead, that he would not give him what he craved? Did he say that he no longer believed in the whole story of the terrible prison house, poised between heaven and hell, where the sins done in life were burned and purged away? Whatever he determined at the time, Shakespeare must have still been brooding over it in late 1600 and early 1601, when he sat down to write a tragedy whose doomed hero bore the name of his dead son. His thoughts may have been intensified by news that his elderly father was seriously ill back in Stratford, for the thought of his father's death is deeply woven into the play. And the death of his son and the impending death of his father, a crisis of mourning and memory, constitute a psychic disturbance that may help to explain the explosive power and inwardness of Hamlet. A ghost comes back to earth to demand revenge. This is the thrilling theatrical device that everyone remembered from the earlier Elizabethan play about Hamlet, and Shakespeare invests the scene with incomparable power. "If thou didst ever thy dear father love," the ghost says to his groaning son, "revenge his foul and most unnatural murder." 1:5-23-25. But strangely enough, the spectral injunction that Shakespeare's Hamlet dwells upon is not this stirring call to action, but something quite different. "Adieu, adieu, Hamlet, remember me." "Remember thee," Hamlet echoes, clutching his head. "Ay, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee." 1591, 95-97. On the face of things, as Hamlet's tone of incredulity suggests, the request is absurd. The son is hardly likely to forget the return of his father from the grave. But in fact, Hamlet does not sweep to his revenge, and it turns out that remembering his father, remembering him in the right way, remembering him at all, is far more difficult to do than he imagined. Something interferes with the straightforward plan, an interference whose emblem is the feigned madness that makes no sense in the plot. And it turns out that this interference springs from the same sources that may have led Shakespeare's own father to sign the Catholic Spiritual Testament, with its desperate plea to his family and friends. "Remember me." "I am thy father's spirit," the ghost tells his son, "doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul." 1:5-9-16. Shakespeare had to be careful. Plays were censored, and it would not have been permissible to refer to purgatory as a place that actually existed. There is thus a sly literalness in the ghost's remark that he is forbidden to tell the secrets of my prison house. But virtually everyone in Shakespeare's audience would have understood what this prison house was, a location Hamlet himself signals when he swears, a few moments later, by St. Patrick, 15140, the patron saint of purgatory. The ghost has suffered the fate so deeply feared by pious Catholics. He has been taken suddenly from this life, with no time to prepare ritually for his end. "Cut off even in the blossoms of my sin," he tells his son, adding in one of the play's strangest lines, "unhouselled, disappointed, unannealed." 1:5-76-77. Unhoused, he did not receive last communion. Disappointed, he did not undertake deathbed confession or appointment. Unannealed, he did not receive extreme unction, the anointing or analing of his body with holy oil. He went into the afterlife without having undertaken any preparatory penance, and now he is paying the full price. Oh horrible, most horrible. 1580. What does it mean that a ghost from purgatory erupts into the world of Hamlet pleading to be remembered? Even setting aside for a moment the fact that purgatory, according to the Protestant Church, did not exist, the allusions to it here are an enigma, for spirits in God's great penitentiary could not by definition ask anyone to commit a crime. After all, they are being purged of their sins in order to ascend to heaven. Yet this ghost is not asking for masses and alms. He is preempting God's monopoly on revenge by demanding that his son kill the man who murdered him, seized his crown, and married his widow. Audiences then as now would not necessarily worry about this. The play is not, after all, a theology lesson. But Hamlet worries about it, and his paralyzing doubts and anxieties displace revenge as the center of the play's interest. The official Protestant line in Shakespeare's time was that there were no ghosts at all. The apparitions that men and women encountered from time to time, apparitions that uncannily bore the appearance of loved ones or friends, were mere delusions. Or, still worse, they were devils in disguise, come to tempt their victims to sin. Hamlet at first declares that he has seen an honest ghost, 15142, but his initial confidence gives way to uncertainty. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape. Yea, and perhaps, out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. 575-80. Such thoughts lead to a cycle of delay, self-reproach, continued failure to act, and renewed self-reproach. They account for the play within the play, Hamlet's device to get some independent confirmation of the ghost's claims, and for the hero's queasy sense of groping in the dark. And they are linked to a broader sense of doubt and disorientation in a play where the whole ritual structure that helped men and women deal with loss has been fatally damaged. Shakespeare would have experienced the consequences of this damage as he stood by the grave of his son, or tried to cope with his father's pleas for help in the afterlife. The Protestant authorities had attacked the beliefs and outlawed the practices that the Catholic Church had offered as a way to negotiate with the dead. They said that the whole concept of purgatory was a lie, and that all one needed was robust faith in the saving power of Christ's sacrifice. There were those who firmly possessed such faith, but nothing in Shakespeare's works suggests that he was among them. He was instead part of a very large group, probably the bulk of the population, who found themselves still grappling with longings and fears that the old resources of the Catholic Church had served to address. It was because of those longings and fears that people like John Shakespeare secretly signed spiritual testaments. All funerals invite those who stand by the grave to think about what, if anything, they believe in. But the funeral of one's own child does more than this. It compels parents to ask questions of God and to interrogate their own faith. Shakespeare must have attended the regular services in his Protestant parish. Otherwise, his name would have turned up on lists of recusants. But did he believe what he heard and recited? His work suggests that he did have faith of a sort, but it was not a faith securely bound either by the Catholic Church or by the Church of England. By the late 1590s, insofar as his faith could be situated in any institution at all, that institution was the theater, and not only in the sense that his profoundest energies and expectations were all focused there. Shakespeare grasped that crucial death rituals in his culture had been gutted. He may have felt this with enormous pain at his son's graveside. but he also believed that the theater and his theatrical art in particular could tap into the great reservoir of passionate feelings that, for him and for thousands of his contemporaries, no longer had a satisfactory outlet. The Reformation was in effect offering him an extraordinary gift, the broken fragments of what had been a rich, complex edifice, and he knew exactly how to accept and use this gift. He was hardly indifferent to the success he could achieve, but it was not a matter of profit alone. Shakespeare drew upon the pity, confusion, and dread of death in a world of damaged rituals, the world in which most of us continue to live, because he himself experienced those same emotions at the core of his being. He experienced them in 1596, at the funeral of his child, and he experienced them with redoubled force in anticipation of his father's death. He responded not with prayers but with the deepest expression of his being, Hamlet. In the early 18th century, the editor and biographer Nicholas Rowe, trying to find out something about Shakespeare's career as an actor, made inquiries, but memories had faded. "I could never meet with any further account of him this way," Rowe noted, "than that the top of his performance was the ghost in his own Hamlet, enacting the purgatorial spirit who demands that the living listen carefully to his words. Lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold." 1:5:5:6 Shakespeare must have conjured up within himself the voice of his dead son, the voice of his dying father, and perhaps too his own voice, as it would sound when it came from the grave. Small wonder that it would have been his best role. Chapter 11, Bewitching the King Hamlet, marked an epoch for Shakespeare as a writer as well as an actor. With this play, he made a discovery by means of which he relaunched his entire career. Already, prior to 1600, he had amassed considerable experience as a writer of tragedy. In Titus Andronicus, Richard Roman III, Romeo and Juliet, Richard Roman II, and Julius Caesar, he had explored the lust for revenge, the pathological ambition and fatal irresponsibility of monarchs, the murderous enmity of households, and the fatal consequences of political assassination. The crucial breakthrough in Hamlet did not involve developing new themes or learning how to construct a shapelier, tighter plot. It had to do rather with an intense representation of inwardness called forth by a new technique of radical excision. He had rethought how to put a tragedy together specifically. He had rethought the amount of causal explanation a tragic plot needed to function effectively, and the amount of explicit psychological rationale a character needed to be compelling. Shakespeare found that he could immeasurably deepen the effect of his plays, that he could provoke in the audience and in himself a peculiarly passionate intensity of response, if he took out a key explanatory element, thereby occluding the rationale, motivation, or ethical principle that accounted for the action that was to unfold. The principle was not the making of a riddle to be solved, but the creation of a strategic opacity. This opacity, Shakespeare found, released an enormous energy that had been at least partially blocked or contained by familiar, reassuring explanations. Shakespeare's work had long been wryly skeptical of official explanations and excuses the accounts, whether psychological or theological, of why people behave the way they do. His plays had suggested that the choices people make in love are almost entirely inexplicable and irrational, which is the conviction that generates the comedy in A Midsummer Night's Dream and the tragedy in Romeo and Juliet. But at least love was the clearly identifiable motive. With Hamlet, Shakespeare found that if he refused to provide himself or his audience with a familiar, comforting rationale that seems to make it all make sense, he could get to something immeasurably deeper. The key is not simply the creation of opacity, for by itself that would only create a baffling or incoherent play. Rather, Shakespeare came increasingly to rely on the inward logic, the poetic coherence that his genius and his immensely hard work had long enabled him to confer on his plays. Tearing away the structure of superficial meanings, he fashioned an inner structure through the resonant echoing of key terms, the subtle development of images, the brilliant orchestration of scenes, the complex unfolding of ideas, the intertwining of parallel plots, the uncovering of psychological obsessions. This conceptual breakthrough in Hamlet was technical. That is, it affected the practical choices Shakespeare made when he put plays together, starting with the enigma of the prince's suicidal melancholy and assumed madness. But it was not only a new aesthetic strategy. The excision of motive must have arisen from something more than technical experimentation. Coming in the wake of Hamlet's death, it expressed Shakespeare's root perception of existence, his understanding of what could be said and what should remain unspoken, his preference for things untidy, damaged, and unresolved over things neatly arranged, well made, and settled. The opacity was shaped by his experience of the world and of his own inner life, his skepticism, his pain, his sense of broken rituals, his refusal of easy consolations. In the years after Hamlet, Shakespeare wrote a succession of astonishing tragedies: Othello in 1603 or 1604, King Lear in 1604 or 1605, and Macbeth in 1606, that drew upon his discovery. Repeatedly, he took his source and deftly sliced away what would seem indispensable to a coherent, well-made play. Thus, though Othello is constructed around the remorseless desire of the ensign Iago to destroy his general, the Moor, Shakespeare refused to provide the villain with a clear and convincing explanation for his behavior. That explanation would not have been difficult to find. It was already there, fully articulated, in Shakespeare's source for his play, a short story by the Italian university teacher and writer Giambattista Giraldi, known to contemporaries as Cinthio. The wicked ensign, Cinthio writes of Iago, taking no account of the faith he had pledged to his wife, and of the friendship, loyalty, and obligations he owed the Moor, fell ardently in love with Desdemona, and bent all his thoughts to see if he could manage to enjoy her. Afraid to show his love openly, the ensign does everything he can to hint to the lady that he desires her, but Desdemona's thoughts are entirely focused upon her husband. She does not merely reject the ensign's advances, she does not even notice them. Incapable of conceiving such purity of love, Cinthio's ensign concludes that Desdemona must be in love with someone else. The likeliest candidate, he concludes, is the Moor's handsome corporal, and he plots to get rid of him. But that is not all, Cinthio explains. Not only did he turn his mind to this, but the love which he had felt for the lady now changed to the bitterest hate, and he gave himself up to studying how to bring it about that, once the corporal were killed, if he himself could not enjoy the lady, then the Moor should not have her either. Everything neatly follows, but not in Shakespeare's play. His villain does not dream of possessing Desdemona, nor is she the particular object of his hatred. To be sure, there is a moment in which he seems about to rehearse the motive that Cinthio had provided. That Cassio loves her, I do well believe it, that she loves him. 'Tis apt and of great credit. The more howbeit that I endure him not is of a constant, loving, noble nature, and I dare think he'll prove to Desdemona a most dear husband. Now I do love her too. 2-1, 273-78. Since Shakespeare's Iago thinks only that his slander will be a plausible one, 'tis apt and of great credit. This is not quite Cinthio's Iago, who genuinely believes that Desdemona must be in love with the handsome corporal. But the two versions of the villain seem to converge in those last words. Now I do love her too. Yet it is precisely here that Shakespeare can be caught in the act of creating his special effect. Now I do love her too not out of absolute lust, though peradventure I stand accountant for as great a sin, but partly led to diet my revenge, for that I do suspect the lusty Moor hath leapt into my seat, the thought whereof doth, like a poisonous mineral, gnaw my inwards. 278-84. What in Cynthia was simple and clear, in Shakespeare becomes opaque, not out of absolute lust. A further motivation, Iago's fear that he has been cuckolded by Othello, displaces the first, but neither is convincing, and the addition of further layers only weakens the explanatory force of all of them, leaving intact the terrible inner torment. Iago's murky attempt to account for his obsessive, unappeasable hatred in Coleridge's memorable phrase, "The motive hunting of motiveless malignity," is famously inadequate, and crucially, this inadequacy becomes an issue in the tragedy itself. Near the play's end, when Othello has finally understood that he has been tricked into believing that his wife was unfaithful, that he has murdered the innocent woman who loved him, and that his reputation and whole life have been destroyed, he turns to Iago and demands an explanation. Exposed as a moral monster, caught and pinioned, Iago's terrible reply, his last utterance in the play, is a blank refusal to supply the missing motive. "Demand me nothing. What you know, you know. From this time forth I never will speak word." 5, 2, 309-10. The words are specific to Othello and to the fathomless cruelty of its villain, but the opacity extends to crucial elements in each of Shakespeare's great tragedies. Perhaps the greatest instance of strategic opacity comes in the play Shakespeare wrote shortly after Othello, King Lear. Lear's story, his misguided anger at the one daughter who truly loves him, his betrayal by the two wicked daughters upon whom he has bestowed all of his wealth and power, had often been told before. Shakespeare could have heard it recounted from the pulpit, or seen it mentioned briefly in Spenser's Faerie Queene, or read a fuller account in the chronicles to which he was addicted. He had almost certainly seen a version of it performed on stage. He could have been struck by its resemblance to one or more of the old folktales he clearly loved as a child. To Cinderella, perhaps, with its one sweet daughter set against her wicked sisters, and still more, to the story of the virtuous daughter who falls into disfavor for telling her splenetic father she loves him as much as salt. But the fate of Lear was principally rehearsed in Shakespeare's time, both as a piece of authentic British history from the very ancient past, c. 800 BCE, and as a warning to contemporary fathers not to put too much trust in the flattery of their children. Lear foolishly sets a love test. "Which of you," he asks his three daughters, "shall we say doth love us most?" 1149. In some versions of the story, including Shakespeare's, this test occurs at the moment when the father feels he can no longer manage his affairs and decides to retire. But why does Lear, who has, as the play begins, already drawn up the map equitably dividing the kingdom among his three daughters, stage the love test at all? In Shakespeare's principal source, an old Queen's Men play called The True Chronicle History of King Lear, eventually published in 1605 but dating from 1594 or earlier, there is a gratifyingly clear answer. Lear's strong-willed daughter Cordelia has vowed that she will only marry a man whom she herself loves. Lear wishes her to marry the man he chooses for his own dynastic purposes. He stages the love test, anticipating that in competing with her sisters, Cordelia will declare that she loves her father best, at which point Lear will demand that she prove her love by marrying the suitor of his choice. The stratagem backfires, but its purpose is clear. Once again, as he did in Hamlet and Othello, Shakespeare simply cut out the motive that makes the initiating action of the story make sense. Lear says he wants an answer to his question, so that he can divide the kingdom according to the level of each daughter's love. But the play opens with characters discussing the map of the division. It has already been drawn up and noting that the portions are exactly equal. And Lear makes matters still stranger by proceeding to test Cordelia, as if there were something still at stake, after he has already given away, with a great show of precision, the first two-thirds of his realm. By stripping his character of a coherent rationale for the behavior that sets in motion the whole ghastly train of events, Shakespeare makes Lear's act seem at once more arbitrary and more rooted in deep psychological needs. His Lear is a man who has determined to retire from power but who cannot endure dependence. Unwilling to lose his identity as absolute authority both in the state and in the family, he arranges a public ritual, which of you shall we say doth love us most, whose aim seems to be to allay his own anxiety by arousing it in his children. But Cordelia refuses to perform. What shall Cordelia speak? Love and be silent. 160. Lear demands an answer. Speak. When she says nothing. 85-86, a word that echoes darkly throughout the play, Lear hears what he most dreads: emptiness, loss of respect, the extinction of identity. At the end of the play, extinction comes to Lear in a more terrible form than he had imagined. The Old Queen's Men play and all the other versions of the story concluded with Lear's reconciliation with Cordelia and with his restoration to the throne. Shakespeare's original audience must have expected some version of this upbeat ending, though perhaps they anticipated that the play's final moments would show the death of the aged Lear and the ascent to the throne of his virtuous daughter. What they would not have foreseen was that Shakespeare would cut out the triumph of Cordelia, the vindication that made moral sense of the whole narrative, and instead depict the ruined king holding his murdered daughter in his arms and howling with grief. Is this the promised end? Asks one of the bystanders, voicing what must have been the audience's incredulity. In this unprecedented climax, the theatrical effect we have been calling opacity seems to be made literal. All's cheerless, dark, and deadly. As the dying Lear swings wildly from the delusive hope that Cordelia is still alive to the impossibly bleak recognition that she is dead. No life. Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at all? Thou'lt come no more. Never. 53262, 289, 347. These words, the tragedy's climactic imagining of what it feels like to lose a child, are the most painful that Shakespeare ever wrote. They were written, however, not about Hamnet but about Cordelia, and not in the immediate wake of the playwright's loss but almost a decade later, at a time of prosperity and success. Shakespeare's career was flourishing. Queen Elizabeth's death in 1603, bringing to an end a remarkable 45-year reign, had not harmed him or his company. Quite the contrary. Within a matter of weeks the new ruler, James VI of Scotland, who became James I of England, acted to make the Lord Chamberlain's Men his own theatre company, the King's Men. The king and his family evidently found his new troupe marvelously entertaining. The troupe performed 8 plays at court in the winter of 1603-4. The next season, they had 11 court performances, including The Spanish Maze, now lost, 2 satiric comedies by Ben Jonson, Every Man in His Humor and Every Man Out of His Humor, and fully 7 plays by Shakespeare: Othello, The Merry Wives of Windsor, Measure for Measure, The Comedy of Errors, Henry V, Love's Labour's Lost, and The Merchant of Venice. Indeed, the king enjoyed The Merchant of Venice enough to order it performed twice in 3 days, on February 10 and 12, 1605. The late queen had taken pleasure in the theatre, but this new royal patronage represented an unprecedented level of success, both for the company and for its principal playwright. Shakespeare not only had a share in the profits from all the company's court and public performances, but as part owner of the Globe, he also received a portion of the rent that all of the sharers paid, that is, He was in effect in the happy position of paying rent to himself. Imagination, entrepreneurial skill, and unremitting labor had made him a wealthy man. He had, as Juliet's nurse says, thinking of the sound of coins in money sacks, the chinks, Romeo and Juliet, 15114. There is no evidence, as there is, for example, with Ben Jonson or John Donne, that Shakespeare laid out his money for books, let alone for paintings, or antique coins, or small bronzes, or indeed for any other object of learning or art. What interested him was real estate in and around Stratford. He could easily have afforded a place for his wife and children to live in London, but they or he evidently preferred that they remain in the country. In late 1597, about a year after Hamlet's death, Shakespeare settled Anne and the two girls, 14-year-old Susanna and 12-year-old Judith, at New Place, the large, 3-story brick and timber house he had purchased in Stratford. The house had been built late in the 15th century by the town's leading citizen, and though it was demolished in the 18th century, surviving sketches and other records suggest that it bore witness to the playwright's remarkable success in the world. With 5 gables, 10 rooms heated by fireplaces, gardens and orchards on 3 sides, 2 barns and other outbuildings, New Place was a residence fit for a gentleman of means. In May 1602 and again in July 1605, Shakespeare made very substantial investments in yardlands and leases of tithes in the Stratford area. He was now, in addition to a successful playwright and actor, a significant local rentier and one of Stratford's leading citizens. Transactions of this size would have required 1 or more visits home, in addition to those he customarily made once a year. The 17th-century biographer John Aubrey noted to see his family. The obvious place to break the long journey by horseback was in Oxford, where Shakespeare customarily frequented, according to early gossips, a wine-house called the Tavern. The tavern was owned by a vintner named John Davenant, who lived there with his wife, Jane, and a growing family, including the son William, who later became the distinguished Restoration playwright. John Davenant was said to be an intensely serious fellow. No one ever saw him smile, but he was prosperous and highly respected, so much so that he was elected mayor of Oxford. Jane Davenant was said to be a very beautiful woman, and of a very good wit and of conversation extremely agreeable. Shakespeare seems to have been close to the family. William Davenant's older brother Robert, a parson, recalled that when he was a child Shakespeare gave him 100 kisses. William claimed that he was named after Shakespeare, and among his intimate friends he hinted that Shakespeare was something more than his godfather. It seemed to him, he would say over a glass of wine, that he wrote with the very spirit of Shakespeare. Then as now, ambitious playwrights in their most exuberant bursts of narcissistic self-confidence may have been tempted to make this extravagant claim, but Davenant's drinking friends believed him, contented enough to be thought Shakespeare's son. It is perhaps the most striking tribute to Shakespeare's exalted reputation in the late 17th century that a distinguished gentleman William was an ardent royalist who was imprisoned during the interregnum for his adherence to the monarchy, and later knighted would boast that he was a humbly born playwright's illegitimate child. Certainly, some contemporaries were shocked. It seemed to them a bit much for Davenant to enhance his artistic reputation by making his mother, as they put it, a whore. William Davenant was christened on March 3, 1606, so if there is any truth to his heavy hints, Shakespeare would have been in Oxford at various times in the late spring and summer of 1605, perhaps in connection with the substantial real estate purchase he finalized in July. The possibility that Shakespeare was making visits to Oxford during this period is intriguing for reasons other than speculation about his secret love life. From August 27 to 31, 1605, King James, accompanied by his queen, Anne of Denmark, and his son Henry, paid Oxford his first official visit. During these 4 days, the university mounted 4 plays, 3 in Latin and the 4th, for the sake of the ladies, and for those gentlemen whose Latin was shakier than they were inclined to admit, in English. These were hardly casual or impromptu affairs. Theatrical costumes were hired from the King's Revels Company in London, and the great stage designer Inigo Jones was employed to construct special machinery to change the scenes. If he were anywhere near Oxford at the time, Shakespeare would have had the strongest professional reason to see how the performances were received. Things apparently did not go well. The Queen and the ladies took offense at an almost naked man who performed in the first of the plays, Alba, written in part by the great scholar Robert Burton. The King was apparently bored by this play and the next, actually fell asleep during the third, Vertumnus, and did not even bother to attend the 4th. The one play of the 4 to survive, Vertumnus, tends to bear out the King's critical judgment, but its failure must have been a particular disappointment. The officials had turned to Matthew Gwynne, a former fellow of St. John's College who had, in 1603, published a Latin tragedy on the life of Nero, and, more important, had been one of the overseers for the plays performed at the visit of Queen Elizabeth to Oxford in 1592. In the early 17th century, Gwynne was practicing as a physician in London. He was, among other things, the physician of the prisoners in the Tower. But, as a person of distinction and experience, he was brought back to write a play for the scholarly king. He was also commissioned to stage a welcoming event, one that seems to have particularly interested Shakespeare. As the king, arriving with his entourage, reached St. John's College, he was greeted with a device, a kind of pageant or miniature play written by Gwynne. 3 sibyls, that is, 3 boys dressed to look like ancient prophetesses, greeted James. They approached him, the text says, as if from a wood. Carrying branches in their hands, perhaps they emerged, in one observer's account, from a castle made all of ivy. The first Sibyl's words recalled a legendary event that had befallen Banquo, an 11th-century Scot from whom James traced his descent. Banquo encountered the fatal sisters, who foretold power without end not to him but to his descendants. "We 3 same fates so chant to thee and thine," the speaker went on to tell James, launching into a series of antiphonal salutations. "Hail, whom Scotland serves! Whom England hail! Whom Ireland serves, all hail! Whom France gives titles, lands besides, all hail! Hail, whom divided Britain joins to in one! Hail, mighty Lord of Britain, Ireland, France!" From this distance, the greeting ceremony seems an unpromising bit of fluff, but it was carefully calculated to please the king. The invocation of the distant ancestor Banquo reached comfortably back before the terrible awkwardness of his more recent forebears. James was, after all, the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, the restless intriguer whom Elizabeth had imprisoned, and then, under intense pressure from incensed members of Parliament shouting, "Kill the witch," reluctantly executed. It assured James that his loyal English subjects regarded him not as a Scottish interloper, son of the scarlet whore of Babylon, but as the destined ruler of the united realm. And it extended the vision of fame and grandeur and stability to James's children, Henry and Charles. "We set no times nor limits to the fates." James was nervous, deeply nervous. He could relax, toy with abstruse scholarly questions, get drunk, fondle his handsome male favorites, lose himself in the peculiar joy of killing animals. He could, in the right mood, laugh at himself and be teased, even quite coarsely. But he could never entirely escape the terror that haunted him. Attempts to delight him with fireworks displays or surprises tended to go awry. Chance events could conjure up horrible memories of his past, and though he was an ardent hunter, he could never learn to fence, because the sight of a drawn sword would suddenly send him into a panic. He had good reason for fear. Not only had his mother been executed by the queen on whose throne he now sat, but his father had died at an assassin's hand. He himself had narrowly escaped assassination on at least one, and perhaps more than one occasion. He believed that his enemies would stop at nothing in their attempts to harm him and his children. He feared not sharp steel alone, but also wax figurines stuck with pins, and the mumbled charms of toothless old women. Like Elizabeth and Henry Roman VIII, he was made intensely anxious by prognostications. Attempts to predict the future by sorcery or other magical means were felonies. Hence even Matthew Gwynn's innocuous little ceremony of greeting had a slight element of daring. Still, it must have been deeply reassuring for James to be told that his rule and the rule of his descendants had been prophesied centuries before the boys of St. John's were a kind of theatrical charm to ward off the sick fear at the pit of his stomach. The king's pleasure must have been evident, for the little ceremony of greeting, whether Shakespeare stood in the crowd watching it or heard about it from one of the bystanders, seems to have stuck in the playwright's imagination. A year later, in the summer of 1606, the King of Denmark came to England to visit his sister, Queen Anne. "There is nothing to be heard at court," writes one observer of the visit, "but sounding of trumpets, hautboys, music, revellings, and comedies." It was probably on one of these festive occasions that James sat down with his guests to see Macbeth, a new tragedy performed by his company, the King's Men. When the three weird sisters appeared on stage, did the king recall the pleasant little pageant outside of St. John's College? Probably not. He had, after all, seen many extravagant shows since his accession to the English throne, and there were other things to occupy his mind. But Shakespeare must have seen or heard about those three boys dressed up as ancient sibyls, and he had not forgotten them. He conjured them up in Macbeth to restage the reassuring vision of unbroken dynastic succession. Midway through the play, Macbeth goes out to talk with the secret black and midnight hags. "My heart/throbs to know one thing," Macbeth says to them. "Tell me, if your art can tell so much, shall Banquo's issue ever reign in this kingdom?" 164, 116-19. The witches urge him to content himself with what he already knows, but Macbeth insists on an answer. He cannot endure the uncertainty. "I will be satisfied," he shouts, 41120, and he gets in response a strange spectacle, a pageant that resembles the entertainments mounted to reassure kings. It is the general pattern of Shakespeare's tragedies that, when the hero gets what he wants, the result is devastating. Macbeth wins a great battle for his king, Duncan, and is handsomely honored, but the honor only whets his restless discontent. He kills Duncan and seizes the crown, but the treason initiates an unending nightmare of suspicion and anxiety. He orders the assassination of his friend Banquo, but the ghost of the murdered man haunts him, and he is dismayed by the escape of Banquo's son. He longs to feel secure, unconstrained, and perfect, as he puts it, whole as the marble, founded as the rock. Instead, he feels cabined, cribbed, confined, bound and slashed to saucy doubts and fears. 3-4, 2021, 23-24. It is to relieve these doubts and fears that he turns to the witches and demands that they show him what lies ahead. But the answer Macbeth sees is for him a singularly bitter one, since it is not his own line of succession that is on display in the witches' pageant, but the heirs of a man he has murdered, Banquo. 8 kings pass before him, the last bearing a glass that shows many more to follow. The magic mirror is a familiar device from witch lore, and it may in the court production in 1606 have served a further purpose. The actor could have approached the throne and held the glass so that Banquo's heir James would see his own reflection. Here, as in the Oxford device, the fatal sisters prophesy power without end. "What," asks the despairing Macbeth, "will the line stretch out to th crack of doom?" 41133. Shakespeare constructed Macbeth around, or perhaps as, a piece of flattery. The flattery is not direct and personal, the fulsome praise characteristic of many other royal entertainments in the period, but indirect and dynastic. That is, James is honored not for his wisdom or learning or statecraft, but for his place in a line of legitimate descent that leads all the way from his noble ancestor in the distant past to the sons that promise an unbroken succession. In order to enhance this point, Shakespeare had to twist the historical record. Gwyn's pageant probably took Banquo from Raphael Holinshed's Chronicle, a book Shakespeare had used heavily in his English histories. But when, following Gwyn's lead, Shakespeare opened to the Scottish section of Holinshed, he would have found that Banquo figures as one of the murderous Macbeth's chief allies, not as his moral alternative. At length, therefore, communicating his purposed intent with his trusty friends, amongst whom Banquo was the chiefest, upon confidence of their promised aid, he slew the king. Shakespeare's Banquo, by contrast, is a figure of probity and decency. When Macbeth cautiously asks for his assistance, without specifying what action he has in mind, the upright Thane delicately but firmly declares his allegiance to the reigning king. Shakespeare transforms James's ancestor, then, from a collaborator into a resistor. It must have been agreeable to James, whose immediate past was a sickening tangle of conspiracy and betrayal, to be told that his line was founded on a rock of rectitude. The vision of stable rule and secure dynastic succession would have appealed to more than the king alone. A few months earlier, the whole country had been deeply shaken by the discovery at the last possible minute of a plot to destroy James, his entire family and court, and virtually all the political leaders of the realm. On November 4, 1605, the night before King James I was due to appear in person to open a new session of Parliament, officers of the Crown, alerted some days before by a hint in an anonymous letter, apprehended Guy Fawkes in a cellar that extended beneath the Parliament House. The cellar was loaded with barrels of gunpowder and iron bars, concealed by a load of lumber and coal. Carrying a watch, a fuse, and tinder, Fawkes intended to put into execution a desperate plot devised by a small group of conspirators, embittered by what they perceived as James's unwillingness to extend toleration to Roman Catholics. Under ferocious torture, Fawkes revealed the names of those who had conspired with him to blow up the entire government. The conspirators were hunted down. Those who resisted were killed on the spot. Others were arrested, and after a trial that the king watched in secret, were hanged, cut down while they were still alive, slit open, and hewed in quarters. Among those arrested and brought to trial for the gunpowder plot was Father Henry Garnet, the head of the clandestine Jesuit mission in England. Garnet, against whom there was very little hard evidence, pleaded innocent, but the government prosecutors made much of the fact that he was the author of a treatise of equivocation, a book defending the morality of giving misleading or ambiguous answers under oath. Once again James watched the trial from a secret vantage point. Convicted of treason, Garnet was dragged on a hurdle to St. Paul's churchyard for execution, his severed head then joining the others displayed on pikes on London Bridge. "The king is in terror," wrote the Venetian ambassador. "He does not appear, nor does he take his meals in public as usual. The lords of the council also are alarmed and confused by the plot itself and by the king's suspicions. The city is in great uncertainty. Catholics fear heretics and vice versa. Both are armed. Foreigners live in terror of their houses being sacked by the mob." If the bloody denouement of what the prosecutor, Sir Edward Coke, called a heavy and doleful tragedy was meant to bring calm to the nation, it did not entirely succeed. On March 22, a rumor quickly spread that the king had been stabbed with an envenomed knife, some said by English Jesuits, some by Scots in women's apparel, some by Spaniards and Frenchmen. Gates were locked, soldiers were levied, courtiers looked pale, women began to wail until the king issued a proclamation insisting that he was alive. The country had experienced a nightmare from which it had not yet completely awakened. The king's men, like the other theater companies, would have had to think hard about what would best suit this moment, both for the general London audience and for the court. In Macbeth, Shakespeare seems to have set out to write a play that would function as a collective ritual of reassurance. Everyone had been deeply shaken. The whole of the ruling elite, along with the king and his family, could have been blown to bits, the kingdom ripped apart and plunged into the chaos of internecine religious warfare. The staging of the events of 11th century Scotland, the treacherous murder of the king, the collapse of order and decency, the long struggle to wrest the realm from the bloody hands of traitors, allowed its 17th century audience to face a symbolic version of this disaster, and to witness the triumphant restoration of order. The plot of Macbeth, to be sure, is very far from the gunpowder plot. There is no Catholic conspiracy, no threatened explosion, no last-minute reprieve for the kingdom. But Shakespeare plants subtle allusions, of which the most famous is a joke that must have provoked a ripple of shuddering laughter through its original audiences. The strangely comic moment comes in the immediate wake of one of the most harrowing scenes of dread and soul sickness that Shakespeare ever wrote. Macbeth has just treacherously murdered the sleeping King Duncan, a guest in his castle. Deeply shaken by the deed and gripped by fear and remorse, he and his ambitious wife are exchanging anxious words when they hear a loud knocking at the castle gate. The knocking is a simple device, but in performance it almost always has a thrilling effect, an effect subtly anticipated by Macbeth's horrified sense before the murder that the very image of what he is about to do makes my seated heart knock at my ribs. 13135. As the insistent knocking continues, the conspirators exit to wash the blood off their hands and to change into their nightgowns. Lady Macbeth is or strives to seem icily calm, calculating, and confident. A little water clears us of this deed. 2265. Not so the appalled Macbeth. Wake Duncan with thy knocking. I would thou couldst, he declares in horror or despair, longing or bitter irony. 2272. At this point a porter, roused by the noise but half drunk from the evening's revelry, appears. As he grumblingly goes to unlock the gate, he seems to be still in a dream state. He imagines that he is the gatekeeper in hell, opening the door to new arrivals. Here's an equivocator, he says of one of these imaginary sinners, that could swear in both the scales against either scale, who committed treason enough for God's sake, yet could not equivocate to heaven. Oh, come in, equivocator. 2, 3, 8, 11. This treasonous equivocator knocking on hell's gate is almost certainly an allusion to the recently executed Jesuit Henry Garnet. Why didn't Shakespeare, or any other playwright, represent more directly the supremely dramatic events of November 1605? After all, those events not only formed a perfect story of national danger and salvation, but even as carefully stage-managed by James's principal advisor, the Earl of Salisbury gave the king himself a crucial role in uncovering the diabolical plot. The anonymous letter of warning said only that they shall receive a terrible blow this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them. Salisbury claimed that he and the Privy Council were not sure what to make of these opaque phrases until the king brilliantly deciphered them and sent them searching the cellar. The statute making November 5 a day of national thanksgiving proclaimed that the ruinous plot would have succeeded, had it not pleased Almighty God, by inspiring the king's most excellent majesty with a divine spirit, to interpret some dark phrases of a letter showed his majesty, above and beyond all ordinary construction. This melodramatic account seems like a gift specially prepared for a theater company. Why couldn't the king's men accept it? The answer lies in part in a long-term history of official wariness, a history that extends back before the public theaters in London were even built. In 1559, the first year of Elizabeth's reign, the Queen instructed her officers not to permit any interlude to be played wherein either matters of religion or of the governance of the estate of the commonweal shall be handled or treated. While it would have been almost impossible to enforce such a prohibition in the broadest sense, without simply banning the theater, the censors were alert to anything that came too close to contemporary controversies. Moreover, the monarch and the ruling elite were uneasy about being represented on stage, no matter how flattering the portrayal. By allowing such representations, they would in effect be ceding control of their own persons, and they feared that the theater would only succeed, as the Queen put it, in making greatness familiar. Nonetheless, in the wake of the national near-catastrophe and the last-minute redemption, it is surprising that the text of Macbeth does not contain so much as a prologue, written to the king, celebrating the recent escape, or a complimentary allusion to James's role as the special enemy of Satan and the beloved of God, or a grateful acknowledgement of the happiness of being ruled by Banquo's wise heir. That Shakespeare limited himself to dark hints about an equivocator who belongs in hell may be linked to a disturbing experience that his company had had the previous winter. The king's men were by all measures a great success. Between November 1, 1604 and February 12, 1605, they gave no fewer than 11 performances at court, all but 3 of them plays by Shakespeare. But one of these performances ran into the kind of trouble that could have had disastrous consequences. Buoyed by the monarch's patronage and secure in their place as the premier company, they evidently decided to test the conventional limits of representation. They thought they might interest the king and please their larger audience with a play based on a dramatic event in James's life, his narrow escape from assassination, or so he claimed, in August 1600 at the hands of the Earl of Gowrie and his brother Alexander. As with the gunpowder plot, the official account of the event reads like a melodrama. Out hunting in Scotland with his retinue, the king was induced by a strange story of a pot of gold coins to ride off to Gowrie House. There he was lured by Alexander to ascend without attendants into the turret. Left behind in the hall and increasingly anxious, the king's followers were led to believe that their master had slipped away and ridden off, but just as they were about to go in search of him, they were startled by the sight of James leaning from a window of the turret and shouting, "I am murdered! Treason!" The door of the turret was locked, but John Ramsay, one of the king's men, managed to ascend by a different stair and break into the chamber, where he found James struggling with Alexander. Ramsay stabbed the king's assailant in the face and neck, while downstairs other followers of the king dispatched the assailant's brother, the Earl of Gowrie. It is probably no accident that the story seems too good to be true. Many disinterested observers must have smelled a treacherous political killing of 2 powerful nobles, whom the king distrusted, and to whom he was in debt to the tune of £80,000. The state evidently felt it had to shore up the story of a treasonous attempt on the king's life. Not only did the Earl of Gowrie betray a subject's obligation of loyalty to his sovereign, according to the official account, not only did he trample on a host's obligation to his guest, but he also violated the worship of God. A little close parchment bag, full of magical characters and words of enchantment, was found on the Earl's body at his death. It was only when the bag was removed from him that his body began to bleed. The Hebrew characters proved that its bearer was a Kabbalist, the magistrates declared, a studier of magic and a conjurer of devils. The torture of several witnesses with the boot, a device that crushed the bones of the feet, produced the full array of evidence that the state required, and a flurry of executions, along with the king's seizure of the Gowrie property, brought the episode to a close. Scottish ministers were instructed to praise God for the king's miraculous delivery from that vile treason. Several refused, whether because they doubted the story or thought the instruction idolatrous, and were promptly dismissed from their posts. Most grudgingly complied. Some playwright affiliated with the king's men, perhaps Shakespeare himself, grasped that this story would make an exciting play. The company knew, of course, that they would be violating the Elizabethan taboo on representing living magnates and contemporary or near-contemporary events, since someone, and here too Shakespeare is a possibility, would have had to play the part of James. But they may have wanted to test whether the restriction would be continued into the new regime. Moreover, they may have noted that the king had gone out of his way to reward anyone who actively supported his version of the bloody events at Gowrie House, and they calculated that an English audience would find these events fascinating. They were at least partly right. In December 1604, the tragedy of Gowrie was twice performed before large crowds. But as a court spy noted, the play did not please everyone. Whether the matter or manner be not well handled, or that it be thought unfit that princes should be played on the stage in their lifetime, I hear that some great counselors are much displeased with it, and so 'tis thought shall be forbidden. The company did not fall from favor as a consequence of their miscalculation, but the play was evidently banned. There is no record of other performances, and the text did not survive. A year later, in the wake of the gunpowder plot, the king's men thought once again about doing a Scottish play, but they knew that they had to be more careful this time. If they wanted to stage a Scottish tale of treason, the story of a noble host who, corrupted by black magic, attempts to murder his royal guest, they would have to push it far back in time. And if they wanted to perform something that would capture the king's imagination, they had to study his mind more attentively. That mind, as James's English subjects were discovering, was extremely strange. Queen Elizabeth's godson, a celebrated wit named John Harrington, recounted an audience with the king in 1604. James began in a pedantic vein. He showed off his learning. Harrington wrote, "In such sort as made me remember my examiner at Cambridge," and went on to literature, with a discussion of the Italian epic poet Ariosto. Then the conversation took a strange turn. His Majesty did much press for my opinion touching the power of Satan in matter of witchcraft, and why the devil did work more with ancient women than others. Harrington tried to deflect the odd urgency of the king's question with an off-color joke. He reminded the king that Scripture says the devil has a preference for walking in dry places. But James did not simply laugh and move on to other matters. There was, he said, a weird apparition in the heavens in Scotland before his mother's death, a bloody head dancing in the air. The English courtier restrained himself and made no further attempt at comedy. James's anxiety about witches and apparitions was no laughing matter, and it obviously behooved anyone interested in the king's favor a playwright as much as a courtier to take its full measure. There may have been an understanding among the king's men that their principal playwright would undertake to do some research into James's fantasy life, with a view toward writing a play specifically designed to please him. No formal agreement would have been necessary, for the desirability of understanding James in order to please him particularly after the debacle of the tragedy of Gowrie was obvious enough. Shakespeare may not have been merely passing through Oxford by chance in August 1605. He may have been there on assignment, watching James's reactions the way Horatio in Hamlet watches the king. Observing how the king responded to the shows put on for him would have been useful. It would in this case have given a clear indication of the sort of thing that put him to sleep. But it did not answer the key questions. What would keep the king awake? What would catch his attention without triggering his fear? What would excite his interest, gratify his curiosity, arouse his generosity, make him long for more? The king's men needed to enter the king's head. Staring at James from the midst of the cheering crowd was no substitute for the kind of conversational insight that Harrington had, a privilege from which a mere player would have been excluded. There were, however, other means of access into the king's interests and imagination. James had taken the unusual step of publishing a learned dialogue on witchcraft in 1597, the Demonology. This work, which went through 2 London editions in 1603, and which Shakespeare could easily have encountered, acknowledges the existence of skepticism. Many can scarcely believe that there is such a thing as witchcraft, but argues that disbelief is a step toward atheism and damnation. Witches do indeed exist, and are a significant danger to the whole realm. Shakespeare knew about witches long before the Scottish king lectured his subjects on them. He would have heard of the ecclesiastical commissions that traveled through the country seeking out necromancers, conjurers, and magical healers. The parliamentary statutes repeatedly passed making witchcrafts, enchantments, and sorceries punishable by death. The laws forbidding anyone from attempting through charms or other illicit means to know how long Her Majesty shall live or continue, or who shall reign as king or queen of this realm of England after Her Highness's decease. He may well have read the act passed in 1604 against anyone who shall consult, covenant with, entertain, employ, feed, or reward any evil and wicked spirit to or for any intent or purpose, or take up any dead man, woman, or child out of his, her, or their grave, or any other place where the dead body resteth, or the skin, bone, or any other part of any dead person, to be employed or used in any manner of witchcraft, sorcery, charm, or enchantment, or shall use, practice, or exercise any witchcraft, enchantment, charm, or sorcery, whereby any person shall be killed, destroyed, wasted, consumed, pined, or lamed in his or her body. As a person with deep roots in country life, Shakespeare would have heard of and perhaps directly known cases where sick cattle or damaged crops or children dying of lingering illnesses were blamed upon the malevolent magic of neighbors. People could attribute such catastrophes to natural causes as well, but an unexpected blow, a violent storm, a mysterious, wasting sickness, an inexplicable case of impotence set them grumbling menacingly at the poor, ugly, defenseless old woman in the hovel at the end of the lane. Many witches are found there, a German visitor to England noted in 1592, who frequently do much mischief by means of hail and tempests. An ambitious, self-aggrandizing justice of the peace named Brian Darcy published an account of the pretrial examinations of accused witches that he conducted in Essex in 1582. His account provides a close-up, eerily detailed glimpse of a rural community grappling with everyday concerns, and in this case, a community being prodded by its magistrate toward violent persecution. Using the testimony of small children and quarreling neighbors to ferret out the occult crimes he knew he would discover, the zealous magistrate identified a whole network of witches who conspired with demonic spirits, familiars, in the form of dogs, cats, and toads, with names like Tiffin, Titty, and Suckin to wreak havoc. After she had a falling out with Mrs. Thurlow, Ursula Kemp sent her spirit Tiffin, like a white lamb, to rock Thurlow's infant's cradle, until the infant almost fell onto the ground. Mother Mansfield came to Joan Cheston's house and asked for some curds. Joan said she had none, and within a while after some of her cattle were taken lame. His wife reported that Mother Mansfield came to her and asked for a mess of milk. She refused, explaining that she had but a little, not so much as would suckle her calf. That night her calf died. It is all at a similarly local level. A small uncharitable act, a few harsh words, and then the nasty consequences. A farmer's wife churns and churns but can get no butter. Thread breaks in the spindle, even though the spindle was perfectly smooth. A child who has been robust begins to languish. This was the everyday world of places like Snitterfield and Wilmcote and Shottery, the villages near Stratford that Shakespeare knew from the inside. What was missing, if they were lucky, was a Brian Darcy to transform the ordinary tension, frustration, and grief of early modern village life into judicial murder. From James's demonology, Shakespeare would have learned that though the king was struck by the fact that so many of the people accused of witchcraft were old women from small villages, he was not at all interested in the local hatreds and heartbreaks that generated most of the accusations. Unlike Brian Darcy's, the king's mind soared away from the familiar rancors of rural life. As befitted a monarch of wide reading, James had grand metaphysical theories, complex political strategies, the subtle ideas of an intellectual and a statesman. He was, moreover, well aware that many of the charges of witchcraft were mere fantasies and lies, and he was proud of his perspicacity. By themselves, James thought, witches have no magical powers, but they have made a pact with the devil, a pact solemnized in the nightmarish assemblies known as sabbats. In order to lure Christians away from the true faith, the devil deludes his followers into thinking that they have been granted special gifts and that they possess the ability to harm their neighbors. Hence, what appear to be the effects of magic are for the most part counterfeits, illusions cunningly crafted to deceive men's outward senses. These illusions are often startlingly impressive, to be sure, but their effectiveness is not surprising, since we see by common proof that a simple juggler will make 100 things seem both to our eyes and ears otherwise than they are. The devil's power has limits. Set down before the foundations of the world were laid, he cannot create actual miracles. He cannot destroy godly magistrates. He cannot read thoughts, but he is more accomplished than the greatest mountebank. Indeed, the devil teaches his disciples many jugglery tricks at cards, dice, and such like, to deceive men's senses with false miracles. He is an exceptionally subtle corrupter of anyone with moral weaknesses, and if he cannot read thoughts, he has learned enough in physiognomy to guess at men's thoughts by studying their faces. The devil's goal is the ruin not of a tiny hamlet but of a whole kingdom, and hence his principal target is not this or that local villager, but God's own representative on earth, the king. It is to ensnare princes that the devil teaches his disciples, his scholars, as the owlish James calls them, his tricks. And as one might expect of a malevolent being who has lived for centuries, closely observed men and beasts and the natural world, and thoroughly mastered the arts of deception, the devil's tricks are impressive. He will make his scholars to creep in credit with princes, James writes, by foretelling them many great things, the outcome of battles, the fate of commonwealths, and the like, part true, part false. If Satan's scholars only spoke lies, their master would soon lose credit, and if they straightforwardly told the truth, they could scarcely do the devil's work. So their prognostications are always doubtsome, as his oracles were. Through his astonishing agility, Satan provides other means for witches to please princes, by fair banquets and dainty dishes, carried in short space from the farthest part of the world. And he seems to confer upon his agents spectral forces, which all are but impressions in the air, easily gathered by a spirit, in order to delude men's senses. Ambiguous and deceptive prophecies, seductive pleasures, Airy, insubstantial illusions, these are among the devices witches employ, James thought, when they set out to destroy someone. Shakespeare, as Macbeth shows, took careful note. He may also have gone out of his way to acquaint himself with the king's actual dealings with witches. He could have inquired about these dealings from anyone who had been in Scotland during James's reign there, and there were many potential informants, since a great number of his compatriots followed James to London. He could also have read about them in a sensational pamphlet, News from Scotland, published in 1591. 2 years before, a storm had disrupted James's marriage arrangements. His bride-to-be, Anne of Denmark, was supposed to sail from Denmark to Scotland in 1589, but thunder, lightning, and rain forced the ship to take refuge in Oslo. James impetuously sailed there and married her. When he returned some months later to Scotland, he became convinced that the tempest had been the result of diabolical intervention. He became directly involved in an unprecedented series of witchcraft investigations that claimed to discover a network of witches in North Berwick, about 20 miles from Edinburgh, on the Firth of Forth, involved in communal devil worship. One of the accused, Agnes Thompson, confessed to the king and his council that on Halloween 1590 some 200 witches had sailed to the town in sieves. Then, while one of the coven, Jalys Duncan, played a tune on a small instrument, a Jew's trump, they sang and danced their way into the kirk church, where Satan impatiently awaited them. The devil put his buttocks over the pulpit railing for the witches to kiss, as a sign of fealty, and then made his ungodly exhortations, focusing his malice against the greatest enemy he hath in the world, namely, the King of Scotland. James thus found himself the direct object of attack in the satanic sermon, no doubt a satisfying confirmation of the sanctity of his royal person, but also unnerving. For during interrogation, and James was an enthusiastic user of torture to obtain confessions, Agnes Thompson disclosed some of the devices that had been used against him. She confessed that she took a black toad, and did hang the same up by the heels 3 days, and collected and gathered the venom as it dropped and fell from it in an oyster shell, and kept the same venom close covered, until she should obtain any part or piece of foul linen cloth that had appertained to the king's majesty. If she had been able to get hold of a fragment of his shirt or handkerchief, she told the king, and had anointed it with the venom, then she would have bewitched him to death. And though this plot was frustrated, she and her companions had succeeded in causing at least some harm. They had christened a cat, tied body parts from a dead man to its limbs, and then thrown it into the sea. The effect was to raise such a tempest in the sea as a greater hath not been seen, and to provoke a contrary wind against the king's ship, coming from Denmark. His Majesty had never come safely from the sea if his faith had not prevailed above their intentions. Disposed though he was to believe every one of these absurd charges, James was eager not to seem naive, and he declared that the miserable women he was interrogating, stripping, prodding obscenely, and torturing were all extreme liars. But one of them, Agnes Sampson, took him aside and told him the very words that he had exchanged with his bride on their wedding night in Norway. James was astonished, and swore by the living God that he believed that all the devils in hell could not have discovered the same, acknowledging her words to be most true. The king was then convinced that the witches were present not only on the tempest-tossed sea, and in the graveyard where they dug up corpses and performed their obscene rites, but also in the bedroom, where they somehow overheard the most intimate moments of marital conversation. These beliefs, and both the political pretensions and the deep fears they bespoke, were not hidden away in some dark place where only James's intimates knew of them. They were matters of public record. Shakespeare seems to have noted them carefully, and he may have observed something still more germane to his purpose. When James heard that the witches had danced into the North Barrack Kirk to the sound of a reel played on a small trumpet by Jaley's Dunking, he was struck with a wonderful admiration. He sent for the witch and commanded her to play the same dance before him. Poor Jaley's Dunking. A maidservant, she had originally aroused her master's suspicions because she had proved all too successful in her efforts to help all such as were troubled or grieved with any kind of sickness. Though she first protested that she was innocent, a series of brutal body searches and tortures, the pillywinks upon her fingers, which is a grievous torture, and binding or wrenching her head with a cord or rope, had elicited from her the desired confession. Now she found herself performing the fatal role that had been violently imposed upon her before the fascinated, horrified, and pleased king. In respect of the strangeness of these matters, News from Scotland reports, James took great delight to be present at their examinations. Witchcraft was not only a frightening danger, it was also a wonderful show. As Shakespeare grasped, the king was aroused by witches to a wonderful admiration, precisely the effect that the king's men were hoping to achieve. Hence the astonishing spectacle with which Shakespeare opened his new Scottish show. When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain? Macbeth 1:1-1-2, taking over Gwyn's device, three sibyls stepping forward as if from a wood and prophesying the future. Shakespeare recapitulates the promise to Banquo's heirs of stable dynastic rule. Yet the pretty civilities of St. John's College are altogether swept away. Once again Shakespeare radically altered his source, literally introducing opacity, fog, and filthy air where there was once simple transparency. The play begins with three strange creatures. All right, what are these, so withered and so wild in their attire that look not like inhabitants of earth and yet are on't? You should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that you are so. 1:3-37-44, but the scene is a wild heath. When Macbeth enters, the weird sisters greet him in terms that startlingly recall, virtually as a quotation, Gwyn's entertainment. First witch, all hail Macbeth. Hail to thee, Thane of Glamis. Second witch, all hail Macbeth. Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor. Third witch, all hail Macbeth, that shalt be king hereafter. 1:3-46-48. But what was reassuring is now turned inside out. What was warmly welcoming is made chilling. Even within the world of the play, Macbeth, to whom the ostensibly happy prophecy is made, registers the disturbance. Good sir, asks his friend Banquo, why do you start and seem to fear things that do sound so fair? 1:3-49-50. Shakespeare was burrowing deep into the dark fantasies that swirled about in the king's brain. It is all here. The ambiguous prophecies designed to lure men to their destruction, the shipwrecking storms and direful thunders. 1:2-26, that once threatened Anne of Denmark, the murderous hatred of anointed kings, the illusory apparitions, the fiendish equivocations, the loathsome concoction of body parts, even the witches sailing in a sieve to do their diabolical mischief, but in a sieve I'll thither sail, and like a rat without a tail I'll do, and I'll do. 1:3-7-9. If James had been fascinated by a command performance of diabolical music, the king's men would give him that and more. Come, sisters, cheer we up his sprites, and show the best of our delights. I'll charm the air to give a sound while you perform your antic round, that this great king may kindly say our duties did his welcome pay. 4:1-143-48. This great king, the witches are referring to Macbeth, but it is not the imagined usurper who craved demonic entertainment. It is the living king of England and Scotland. Why should Shakespeare have risked the irony of this transformation? Why, for that matter, did he risk the transformation of Gwyn's reassuring compliment into a nightmarish tragedy of betrayal and destruction? Macbeth does not represent disaster miraculously averted. It does not confirm the belief that a divinity hedges an anointed king. It does not support James's fantasy that a truly good man is invulnerable to the malice of witchcraft. Trust is violated, families are destroyed, nature itself is poisoned. To a king who paled at the sight of sharp steel, it offered the insistent spectacle of a bloody dagger, both a real dagger and what Macbeth calls a dagger of the mind. True, the pageant promises the throne to an endless succession of Banquo's heirs. True as well, the restoration of order in the tragedy's final moments could be seen as a representation of the order that had been restored to the realm after the gunpowder plot. The severed head of Macbeth, carried on stage at the concluding moment by the victorious Macduff, was a reminder of the conspirators' heads that members of the audience could see every time they walked across London Bridge. Yet Macbeth hardly sits comfortably with the functions of prince-pleasing or popular reassurance. The materials Shakespeare worked with touched off something extremely peculiar in him, something that does not fit the overarching scheme. Shakespeare was a professional risk-taker. He wrote under pressure, judging from its unusual brevity. Macbeth was composed in a very short time, and he went where his imagination took him. If the cheerful Sibyls of St. John's became the weird sisters dancing around a cauldron bubbling with hideous content, scale of dragon, tooth of wolf, witch's mummy, maw and gulf of the ravine, salt sea shark, root of hemlock digged dark, liver of blaspheming Jew, gall of goat and slips of yew slivered in the moon's eclipse, nose of Turk and Tartar's lips, finger of birth strangled babe ditch delivered by a drab 2231. Then Shakespeare was obliged to pursue the course. The alternative was to write the kind of play that would put James to sleep and send the thrill-seeking crowds to rival theaters. But this explanation still leaves open the question of why Shakespeare's imagination took the peculiar turn that it did. Something comparable to the potent blend of opportunism and imaginative generosity, appropriation and moral revulsion aroused in Shakespeare by the crowd's laughter at Lopez's execution may have been at work. When Shakespeare learned about the king's wonder and delight at Jalys Duncan's performance, he grasped what could be done to gratify the king's fantasies, and at the same instant his imagination began to enter into the figure of the condemned. He and his company would perform in the place, as it were, of the witch and her coven. They would sing the songs and chant the charms and provide the fascination that James desired. And they would complicate that fascination, moving through the figures of the weird sisters to the larger, more familiar world of domestic intimacy and court intrigue. It is the general gift of the imagination to enter into the lives of others, but in the case of witches, there is a special and particular bond. Witches are the progeny of the imagination. The witchmongers of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the men who thought that there should be more denunciations of neighbors, more body searches, tortures, trials, and, above all, executions, believed that witches trafficked in fantasy. According to the famous witchcraft manual, the Malleus Maleficarum, devils provoke and shape fantasies by direct corporeal intervention in the mind. Demonic spirits can incite what the authors, the Dominican inquisitors Heinrich Kramer and James Sprenger, call a local motion in the minds of those awake as well as asleep, stirring up and exciting the inner perceptions, so that ideas retained in the repositories of their minds are drawn out and made apparent to the faculties of fancy and imagination, so that such men imagine these things to be true. This process of making a stir in the mind and moving images from one part of the brain to another is, they write, called interior temptation. It can lead men to see objects before their eyes, daggers, for example, that are not in fact there. Conversely, it can lead men not to see other objects, their own penises, for example, that are still there, though concealed from view by what the inquisitors term a glamour. Hence Kramer and Sprenger write, "A certain man tells that, when he had lost his member, he approached a known witch to ask her to restore it to him. She told the afflicted man to climb a certain tree, and that he might take which he liked out of a nest in which there were several members. And when he tried to take a big one, the witch said, 'You must not take that one,' adding because it belonged to a parish priest." Reading this and other passages in the Malleus Maleficarum, an older contemporary of Shakespeare's, an English country gentleman named Reginald Scott, said that he was tempted to regard the whole work as a bawdy discourse, a kind of obscene joke book. But he checked the impulse. "These are no jests," he writes, "for they be written by them that were and are judges upon the lives and deaths of those persons." Scott's response in 1584 was to publish The Discovery of Witchcraft, the greatest English contribution to the skeptical critique of witchcraft. On his accession to the English throne, James ordered all copies of Scott's book to be burned, but it seems from allusions that he made to it that Shakespeare got hold of a copy and read it when he wrote Macbeth. Scott argues that it is the masters of language, the poets, who have been the principal sources of the murderous fantasies that lead to witch hunts. "The poet Ovid affirms," writes Scott, "that witches can raise and suppress lightning and thunder, rain and hail, clouds and winds, tempests and earthquakes. Others do write that they can pull down the moon and the stars. Some write that with wishing they can send needles into the livers of their enemies. Some that they can transfer corn in the blade from one place to another. Some that they can cure diseases supernaturally, fly in the air, and dance with devils. They can raise spirits, as others affirm, dry up springs, turn the course of running waters, inhibit the sun, and stay both day and night, changing the one into the other. They can go in and out at auger holes and sail in an egg shell, a cockle or mussel shell, through and under the tempestuous seas. They can go invisible and deprive men of their privities, and otherwise of the act and use of venery. They can bring souls out of the graves. Such are the visions that poets have given us, and they have led people to torture and kill their innocent neighbors. But Scott concludes there is a defense against this ghastly mistake. Do not believe the songs that poets sing. The king's men did not preach anything of the kind. Dressing themselves up as witches, they were determined to profit from those obsessions. The weird sisters in Shakespeare's play apparently traffic in bad weather. When shall we three meet again? Slash in thunder, lightning, or in rain. 1:1:1:2. They seem to cause unnatural darkness. By th clock t's day, slash and yet dark night strangles the traveling lamp. 2:4:6:7. They make themselves invisible, fly in the air, dance with devils, sail in a sieve, cast spells, and drain men dry. But though many of the demonic powers listed by Scott as the inventions of poets are alluded to in Macbeth, it is oddly difficult to determine what, if anything, the witches actually do in the play. The opacity in Macbeth is not produced by the same radical excision of motivation Shakespeare so strikingly employed in Hamlet, Othello, and King Lear. If the audience does not know exactly why Hamlet assumes his madness, or Iago hates Othello, or Lear puts the love test to his daughters, it most assuredly knows why Macbeth plots to assassinate King Duncan. Spurred on by his wife, he wishes to seize the crown for himself. But in a tortured soliloquy, Macbeth reveals that he is deeply baffled by his own murderous fantasies. "My thought, whose murder yet is but fantastical, shakes so my single state of man that function is smothered in surmise, and nothing is but what is not." 1:3. 138:41. At the center of the familiar and conventional motive there is a dark hole, nothing is but what is not. And this hole that is inside Macbeth is linked to the dark presence, within his consciousness and within the play's world of the witches. Do they actually arouse the thought of murdering Duncan in Macbeth's mind, or is that thought already present before he encounters them? Do they have some affinity with Lady Macbeth, who calls upon the spirits that attend on mortal thoughts to unsex her? 1. 5. 38-39. Or is their evil completely independent of hers? Does the witch's warning, beware Macduff, for 187, actually induce Macbeth to kill Macduff's family, or has he already waded too deep in bloodshed to turn back? Do their ambiguous prophecies lead him to a final, fatal overconfidence, or is his end the result of his loss of popular support and the superior power of Malcolm's army? None of the questions are answered. At the end of the play, the weird sisters are left unmentioned, their role unresolved. Shakespeare refuses to allow the play to localize and contain the threat in the bodies of witches. Macbeth leaves the weird sisters unpunished, but manages to implicate them in a monstrous threat to the fabric of civilized life. The genius of the play is bound up with this power of implication, by means of which the audience can never quite be done with them, for they are most suggestively present when they cannot be seen, when they are absorbed in the ordinary relations of everyday life. If you are worried about losing your manhood and are afraid of the power of women, it is not enough to look to the bearded hags on the heath, look to your wife. If you are worried about temptation, fear your own dreams. If you are anxious about your future, scrutinize your best friends. And if you fear spiritual desolation, turn your eyes on the contents not of the hideous cauldron but of your skull. Oh, full of scorpions is my mind, dear wife. 3:237. The witch is eerie, indefinable, impossible to locate securely or to understand, are the embodiment of the principle of opacity that Shakespeare embraced in his great tragedies. Shakespeare's theater is the equivocal space where conventional explanations fall away, where one person can enter another person's mind, and where the fantastic and the bodily touch. This conception of his art is what it meant for him to take the place of Jaelys Duncan and perform his theatrical witchcraft before the wondering gaze of the king. There is no record of the king's response, but Shakespeare's company never fell from its position as the king's men. Chapter 12. The triumph of the everyday Shakespeare seems to have begun contemplating the possibility of retirement, not so much planning for it as brooding about its perils, as early as 1604, when he sat down to write King Lear. The tragedy is his greatest meditation on extreme old age, on the painful necessity of renouncing power, on the loss of house, land, authority, love, eyesight, and sanity itself. This vision of devastating loss surged up not in an eccentric recluse, and not in a man facing the onset of his own decay, but in a hugely energetic and successful playwright who had just turned 40. Even at a time when life expectancy was short, 40 years old was not regarded as ancient. It was the middle of the passage, not the moment of reckoning. Shakespeare was in age closer to the play's young people Goneril, Regan, and Cordelia, Edgar and Edmund, than he was to the two old men, Lear and Gloucester, whose terrible fates he depicts. Once again, there is no easy, obvious link between what Shakespeare wrote here, a tremendous explosion of rage, madness, and grief, and the known circumstances of his own life. His father had died in 1601, probably in his 60s. In 1604, his mother was still alive and not, as far as we know, either mad or tyrannical. He had two daughters, but he could hardly claim that he had given them everything, or that they had attempted to turn him out of his own house. He had, it is true, a younger brother named Edmund, the name of the villainous plotter in King Lear. But Edmund Shakespeare, an aspiring actor in London, was obviously no match for the bastard son of Gloucester, any more than Shakespeare's brother Richard could conjure up, in anything but name, England's homicidal hunchback king. Shakespeare might well have been set to thinking about the story of Lear by a widely discussed lawsuit that had occurred in late 1603. The two elder daughters of a doddering gentleman named Sir Brian Annesley, attempted to get their father legally certified as insane, thereby enabling themselves to take over his estate, while his youngest daughter vehemently protested on her father's behalf. The youngest daughter's name happened to be Cordell, a name almost identical to Cordelia, the name of the daughter in the venerable legend of King Lear, who tried to save her father from the malevolent designs of her two older sisters. The uncanny coincidence of the names and the stories must have been hard to resist. Whether or not the Annesley case actually triggered the writing of the tragedy, Shakespeare was singularly alert to the way in which the Lear legend was in touch with ordinary family tensions and familiar fears associated with old age. For his play's central concerns, Shakespeare simply looked around him at the everyday world. This seems at first an odd claim. Of all of his tragedies, King Lear seems the wildest and the strangest. The old king swears by Apollo and Hecate and calls upon the thunder to smite flat the thick rotundity o' the world. 327. His friend, the Earl of Gloucester, thinks he is the victim of divine malevolence. As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport. 4. 1. 37-38. The Bedlam beggar Poor Tom screams that he is possessed by a legion of exotic devils, Modo, Mahu, and Flibberty-Gibbet. But despite the constant invocation of a grand metaphysical frame, the play's events, terrible and trivial alike, occur in a universe in which there seems to be no overarching design at all. The devils are altogether fictional, and the gods on whom Lear and Gloucester call are conspicuously, devastatingly silent. What surrounds the characters with their loves and hatreds and torments is the most ordinary of world's low farms, poor pelting villages, sheepcotes and mills. 2, 3, 17, 18. And the action that triggers the whole hideous train of events is among the most ordinary of decisions, a retirement. In the culture of Tudor and Stuart England, where the old demanded the public deference of the young, retirement was the focus of particular anxiety. It put a severe strain on the politics and psychology of deference by driving a wedge between status, what Lear at society's pinnacle calls the name, and all the additions to a king, 11136, and power. In both the state and the family, the strain could be somewhat eased by transferring power to the eldest legitimate male successor. But as the families of both the legendary Lear and the real Brian Annesley show, such a successor did not always exist. In the absence of a male heir, the aged Lear, determined to shake all cares and business from himself and confer them on younger strengths, attempts to divide his kingdom among his daughters so that, as he puts it, future strife may be prevented now. 1. 37-38, 42-43. But this attempt, centered on a public love test, is a disastrous failure, since it leads him to banish the one child who truly loves him. Shakespeare contrives to show that the problem with which his characters are grappling does not simply result from the absence of a son and heir. In his most brilliant and complex use of a double plot, he intertwines the story of Lear and his 3 daughters with the story of Gloucester and his 2 sons, a story he adapted from an episode he read in Philip Sidney's prose romance, Arcadia. Gloucester has a legitimate heir, his elder son Edgar, as well as an illegitimate son Edmund. And in this family the tragic conflict originates not in an unusual manner of transferring property from one generation to another, such as Lear is attempting, but rather in the reverse. Edmund seethes with murderous resentment at the disadvantage entirely customary for someone in his position, both as a younger son and as what was called a base or natural child. In the strange universe of King Lear, nothing but precipitous ruin lies on the other side of retirement, just as nothing but a bleak, featureless heath lies on the other side of the castle gate. In Shakespeare's imagination, the decision to withdraw from work, to shake all cares and business from our age, as Lear says, conferring them on younger strengths. 3738 is a catastrophe. To be sure, the work in question here is ruling a kingdom, and Shakespeare's age had every reason to fear the crisis in authority that inevitably accompanied the debility of the ruler and the transfer of power. But the play is not only a warning to monarchs. It taps into a far more pervasive fear in this period, a period that had very few of the means that our society, itself hardly a model of virtue, now routinely employs to ease the anxieties and relieve the needs of the old. Shakespeare's world constantly told itself that authority naturally inhered in the elderly. At stake, they said, was not simply a convenient social arrangement convenient, in any case, for the old and for anyone who hoped someday to become old, but rather the moral structure of the universe, the sanctified, immemorial order of things. But at the same time, they nervously acknowledged that this order of things was unstable, and that age's claim to authority was pathetically vulnerable to the ruthless ambitions of the young. Once a father had turned over his property to his children, once he had lost his ability to enforce his will, his authority would begin to crumble away. Even in the house that had once been his own, he would become what was called a sojourner. There could even be a ritualized acknowledgement of this drastic change in status, as testimony in a contemporary lawsuit suggests. Having agreed to give his daughter in marriage to Hugh, with half of his land, the widower Anceline and the married couple were to live together in one house. And the same Anceline went out of the house and handed over to them the door by the hasp, and at once begged lodging out of charity. Retelling the Lear story was one way that Shakespeare and his contemporaries articulated their anxiety, but they had other, more practical ways to deal with the fragility of custom. Parents facing retirement frequently hired a lawyer to draw up what were called maintenance agreements, contracts by which, in return for the transfer of family property, children undertook to provide food, clothing, and shelter. The extent of parental anxiety may be gauged by the great specificity of many of these requirements, so many yards of woolen cloth, pounds of coal, or bushels of grain, and by the pervasive fear of being turned out of the house in the wake of a quarrel. Maintenance agreements stipulated that the children were only legal guardians of their parents' well-being, depositaries of the parental property. The parents could reserve some rights over this property, and theoretically at least, if their reservation was not honored, they could move to reclaim what they had given away. King Lear, set in a pagan Britain roughly contemporary with the prophet Isaiah, is very far from the Renaissance world of customary arrangements and legal protections, the world of the yeomen, artisans, and tradesmen from whose midst Shakespeare had emerged. But notwithstanding the play's archaic setting, at the core of the tragedy is the great fear that haunted the playwright's own class, the fear of humiliation, abandonment, and a loss of identity in the wake of retirement. Lear's maddened rage is a response not only to his daughter's vicious ingratitude, but also to the horror of being turned into an ordinary old man, a sojourner begging his children for charity. Ask her forgiveness. Do you but mark how this becomes the house? Dear daughter, I confess that I am old. Age is unnecessary. On my knees I beg that you'll vouchsafe me raiment, bed, and food. 145:49, his cruel daughter in response unbendingly proposes that he return and sojourn with my sister. 24198. Near the climax of this terrible scene in which the wicked Goneril and Regan, by relentlessly diminishing his retinue, in effect strip away his social identity, Lear speaks as if he had actually drawn up a maintenance agreement with his daughters. Lear: I gave you all Regan, and in good time you gave it. Lear: made you my guardians, my depositaries, but kept a reservation to be followed with such a number. 2:4, 245:48. But there is no maintenance agreement between Lear and his daughters. There could be none in the world of absolute power of all or nothing that he inhabits. Shakespeare had no intention of someday going to the door of New Place, stepping across the threshold, and then asking his daughters to take him back in as a sojourner. It was not a matter of mistrust. He seems to have loved and trusted one of his daughters at least. It was a matter of identity. If King Lear is any indication, he shared with his contemporaries a fear of retirement and dread of dependence upon children. And from the surviving evidence, he could scarcely be expected to find comfort in the enduring bond with his wife. His way of dealing with this fear was work the enormous labors that enabled him to accumulate a small fortune, and then the investment of his capital in land and tithes, an agricultural commodities investment, so that he could assure himself a steady annual income. He could not count on acting and touring and turning out 2 plays a year forever. Someday it would have to come to a stop. What then? From 1602 to 1613, in the midst of astonishingly creative years, Shakespeare carefully accumulated and laid out his money so that in his old age he would never have to depend upon his daughters or upon the theater. Shakespeare had made his fortune virtually entirely on his own. His mother's inheritance, such as it was, had been first mortgaged and then forfeited through his father's incompetence or improvidence. His father's standing in Stratford had been compromised by debt and possibly by recusancy. His brothers amounted to little or nothing. His sister, Joan, married a poor hatter, and he himself had married a woman of very modest means. No convenient bequests had come his way. No wealthy relations had provided assistance at key moments, and no local magnate had spotted his brilliant promise when he was still a boy and helped him to a start in life. New Place was the tangible fruit of his own imagination and his hard work. To acquire such a house meant that Shakespeare had had to save his money. The limited evidence that survives suggests that in London he lived frugally. He rented rooms in relatively modest surroundings. Records from a minor lawsuit show that in 1604, the year he wrote part or all of Measure for Measure, "All's well that ends well," and King Lear, he lived above a French wig-maker's shop on the corner of Mugwell and Silver Streets in Cripplegate, at the northwest corner of the city walls. He seems to have had an affinity for neighborhoods Shoreditch, Bishopsgate, Cripplegate, and the Clink in Surrey, inhabited by artisans, many of whom were émigrés from France or the Low Countries. These were not disreputable haunts, but they were modest, and the rents were low. How many rooms he rented or how spacious they were is unknown, but he seems to have furnished them sparsely. His personal property in London, assessed for tax purposes, was only £5. The property of the most affluent inhabitant of the parish was assessed at £300. Of course, Shakespeare could have hidden things away, books, paintings, plate, to reduce his liability, but the assessors at least saw very few signs of wealth. Generations of scholars have combed the archives for more details, but the principal records are a succession of notices for the non-payment of taxes. In 1597, the year Shakespeare bought the handsome New Place, the tax collectors for Bishopsgate Ward affirmed that William Shakespeare, assessed the sum of 13 shillings 4pence on his personal property, had not paid. The next year he was again delinquent, and a further notice in 1600, when he was living on the Surrey side of the river, suggests that he was still in arrears. He may in the end have paid his taxes. The records are incomplete, but it does not seem likely. Shakespeare was someone who not only lived a modest London life, but also hated to let even small sums of money slip through his fingers. Perhaps he was worrying about the financial security of his wife and daughters back in Stratford. Perhaps He hated the example of his father's embarrassments. Perhaps he told himself that he would do anything not to end up like the wretched Green. For whatever the reason, Shakespeare seems to have treated money, his money at least, with considerable seriousness. No one refers to him as a skinflint, but he did not like to waste his substance, and he was clearly determined not to be an easy mark for anyone. In 1604 he was storing more malt in his barn in Stratford than he, or, more to the point, his wife, needed for domestic consumption. He sold 20 bushels of it to a neighboring apothecary, Philip Rogers, who had a sideline brewing ale. Rogers's debt, including another 2 shillings he borrowed from Shakespeare, amounted to a little over £2. When the debtor returned only 6 shillings, Shakespeare hired a lawyer and took his neighbor to court to recover the remaining 35 shillings 10pence and damages. 35 shillings 10pence was not a trivial sum at the time, but neither was it a king's ransom. It took energy to pursue the matter, just as it took energy a few years later when Shakespeare once again went to court to recover the £6, plus damages, that he said was owed to him by John Addenbrooke. Shakespeare was hardly alone in pursuing such small sums. He lived in a litigious age, and the courts were flooded with suits of this kind. But no one forced him to go through the process, made all the more time-consuming by the fact that in some of these cases he probably had to travel to Stratford to do so. No, the odd pounds and shillings and pence must have mattered to him, and not, strictly speaking, because the owner of New Place needed them to live on. Standing in the graveyard at Elsinore, Hamlet contemplates a skull that the gravedigger has dislodged with his dirty shovel. "This fellow might be in time a great buyer of land," he remarks to Horatio, "with his statutes, his recognizances, his fines, his double vouchers, his recoveries. Is this the fine of his fines and the recovery of his recoveries, to have his fine pate full of fine dirt? Will his vouchers vouch him no more of his purchases, and double ones too, than the length and breadth of a pair of indentures? The very conveyances of his lands will hardly lie in this box, and must Th. Inheritor himself have no more, ha? 5. 1. 94 102. It is altogether fitting that Hamlet should speak with such wry disdain. For on the one hand he is the Prince of Denmark, far above mere man-grubbing, and on the other hand, as he has made overwhelmingly clear, he is indifferent to all worldly ambition. But where did Prince Hamlet, we might wonder, get his technical knowledge of the property law? He despises recognizances, double vouchers, recoveries, and the like. From someone who had a lively interest in land purchases, the playwright himself. Is this hypocrisy? Not at all. Shakespeare could imagine what it would feel like to be a melancholy prince and conjure up his brooding laughter at the vanity of human striving, but he himself could not afford to be indifferent to the everyday enterprise of making a living. At the time, he was writing Hamlet's lines about the great buyer of land. Shakespeare's interest in real estate investments was apparently becoming known to his fellow townsmen, who must, in any event, have been struck by his worldly success. In 1598, Abraham Sturley of Stratford wrote to a friend, then in London, that according to information he had received, "Our countryman Mr. Shakespeare is willing to disburse some money upon some odd yardland or other at Shottery or near about us." These are Stratford businessmen consulting with each other about the best way to get their countryman to invest in some scheme of theirs. The playwright was evidently regarded as both wealthy enough and canny enough to make a careful, coordinated approach to him worthwhile. In May 1602, Shakespeare paid £320 for 4 yardlands, well over 100 acres of arable land in Old Stratford, north of Stratford-upon-Avon. A few months later he acquired title to a quarter-acre parcel, comprising a garden and a cottage, just opposite his garden at New Place. and in July 1605, a year after he took Rogers to court for 35 shillings, Shakespeare paid the very substantial sum of £440 for half interest in a lease of tithes of corn, grain, blade, and hay in and around Stratford. The lease, in effect an annuity, brought him £60 per annum. He was planning for his future. The profit from the tithes would continue through his lifetime and into the lives of his heirs. An investment of this size reflected the exceptionally large income that Shakespeare was earning in the early years of the reign of James. The suppression of the tragedy of Gowrie could have harmed both Shakespeare's company and his career, but it did not. James displayed a peculiar quality that contemporaries would repeatedly note. He was nervous, sensitive, and on occasion dangerously paranoid. But then unexpectedly he could ignore or even laugh uproariously at what others, and not only absolute monarchs, could have taken as gross insults. In the case of the premier theater company of his new kingdom, he may simply have regarded the players as too insignificant to care about, for good or ill. Or perhaps he regarded the players as a collective version of the court jester, whom Shakespeare depicts with such wry sympathy in Twelfth Night, King Lear, and elsewhere. The master can on occasion be annoyed with or even threaten his clown. Take heed, Sirrah. The whip, King Lear, 1494, but it would be vulgar to get more seriously nettled. The king's men were exceptionally busy, both at court and at the Globe, and Shakespeare must have been heavily involved as writer, director, and actor, as well as principal business partner. His workload must have been staggering. He would have had to keep track of the receipts and expenditures, rewrite some of the scenes, help with the casting, decide on cuts, weigh in on interpretive decisions, consult on the properties, costumes, and music, and of course memorize his own parts. We have no idea in how many of the plays he actually appeared in the frenetic 1604-5 season, but it must have been more than a few. In such circumstances, the companies were not large enough to exempt one of its named actors from the stage, even if that particular actor was busy with a dozen other things. His name appears as one of the 10 principal comedians in a 1598 performance of Every Man in His Humor. Presumably, he appeared in this play again at its court revival, and he probably made appearances in at least some of his own plays, many of which, notwithstanding the doubling of parts, require large casts. Even for actors extraordinarily well trained in the arts of memory, and even for the playwright who wrote the plays, it must have been exhausting to mount so many complex productions in such a short time. But of course, the invitation to perform before the king and the court was a signal honor, as well as a rich source of income. Receiving a handsome £10 per performance, the company made £100 in the Christmas and New Year's season of 1605-6, £90 in that of 1606-7, £130 in 1608-9, and again in 1609-10, and £150 in 1610-11. These are very large sums of money, earned in the short holiday season. Meanwhile, the company continued to perform a full repertoire of plays at the Globe, and they still on many occasions packed their gear and went on tour. Oxford in May and June 1604, Barnstaple and Oxford again in 1605, Oxford, Leicester, Dover, Saffron Walden, Maidstone, and Marlborough in 1606. We do not know if Shakespeare went on all of these trips. By the early fall, it was already time for him to think hard about the coming season, when the company would introduce new plays, revive still others, perform again at court, keep their public audience happy at the Globe. As always, Shakespeare had a special, grim reason to throw himself into a frenzy of work. One morning someone, it could be a lackey in an attic room or a great lady in her curtained bed, would wake up with the telltale buboes in the groin or the armpits. The plague would have announced its return, and in a matter of days or weeks, the theaters would be shut down. It must have seemed crucially important to all of the company members always to be putting money in their purses, while there was money to be had. They could not afford to miss any occasion for profit, and, plague permitting, the regime of James I provided many occasions. Shakespeare and his company had not been forced to choose one venue or another and let the others slip away. They had not been frozen out of the new Scottish-dominated court. They had not alienated their London popular audience. They had not lost touch with the cities and towns where they would perform on tour. On the contrary, they had consolidated their grip on each of these key constituencies and were busily trying to add yet another venue. The plan did not originate with Shakespeare, but it must have become part of his long-term strategy. The strategy was to dominate the market here being the performance of plays to the court and to the public at large, in London and in the provinces, or to come as close to doing so as possible. During the reign of Elizabeth in 1596, the entrepreneur James Burbage, the father of the famous actor, paid £600 for property that had, until the dissolution of the monasteries, been part of a large friary, belonging to the order known as the Friars Preachers or Black Friars. The location was a desirable one. Though it was within the city walls, it was a liberty, and hence outside the jurisdiction of the city fathers. A theater had already been established 20 years earlier in one of the Blackfriars halls, where a succession of children's companies had performed. But this enterprise had collapsed after 8 financially troubled years, and the indoor theater had gone silent. The enterprising Burbage smelled a profit if he could reopen it for performances by what was then the Lord Chamberlain's men. He had built the theater, one of England's first outdoor playhouses. Now, by reconstructing the hall where the children's companies had played, he would open England's first indoor playhouse for adult actors. The location was prestigious not in the suburbs, hard by the bear-baiting arenas and execution grounds, but right in the heart of the city. The Blackfriars Hall was much smaller than the Globe, but it had the great advantage, given the vagaries of the English weather, of being roofed and enclosed. It was, at least by comparison with the open amphitheaters, a place of decorum and even luxury. Disorderly crowds would not stand restlessly around the stage. Instead, everyone would be seated. Hence admission prices could be greatly increased from the mere pennies at the Globe to as high as 2 shillings in Blackfriars, and as it was possible to illuminate the hall by candlelight, there could be evening as well as afternoon performances. Everything to do with the theater was a high-risk speculation, but given the popularity of the Lord Chamberlain's men, the scheme would probably have begun to pay off at once, had it not been for an unexpected complication. The neighbors found out about Burbage's plan and vehemently objected. A petition was signed by 31 residents of the precinct, including Shakespeare's printer friend, Richard Field, and the company's own noble patron, the Lord Chamberlain himself, who happened to live in the same complex of buildings. They argued that the theater would be a traffic nightmare, that it would attract all manner of vagrant and lewd persons, that the crowds would increase the risk of plague, and, an all but irresistible clincher, that the players' drums and trumpets would disrupt services and drown out sermons in nearby churches. The government blocked the reopening of the theater, and James Burbage soon after died. His death was probably not caused, as some have said, by a broken heart in his late 60s. He had weathered many similar crises, and nothing in his career suggests that he had a sensitive heart. Still, anxiety about the huge investment must have clouded his last days and would certainly have preoccupied his heirs. The hall was rented out for £40 per year to the children of the Chapel Royal, one of the companies of boy actors, so at least there was some income. But it was not until 1608, 12 years after the original investment, that the company, now the King's Men, finally succeeded in performing in the Blackfriars Theatre. The fact that they managed to do so, against deep-seated opposition, is a sign of how powerful they had become. It was James Burbage's son, Richard, who brought his father's plan to fruition. The brilliant actor who created many of the great Shakespearean roles proved to be a canny, resourceful, and tenacious businessman as well. Following the model of the Globe Theatre, Burbage organized a syndicate to hold and administer the new playhouse. Its 7 equal partners each held a 1/7 share in the Blackfriars Playhouse for a term of 21 years. Shakespeare, already a sharer in the Globe, was one of the partners in the new venture, the culmination of an elaborate entrepreneurial strategy. The King's Men were firmly established as the court's favorite entertainers. They carried the royal stamp of favor upon them when they traveled. They attracted huge London audiences to their Bankside amphitheatre, the Globe, and they would now cater as well to a more exclusive clientele at the Blackfriars, which could accommodate some 500 higher-paying spectators. Gallants eager to show off their clothes could even pay to sit on the Blackfriars stage and become part of the spectacle. The practice not permitted at the Globe must have annoyed the actor in Shakespeare. Later in the century, a riot broke out during a performance of Macbeth, when a nobleman slapped an actor who had remonstrated with him for crossing directly in front of the action in order to greet a friend on the other side of the stage. And it must have annoyed the playwright in him as well, since the stage sitters could conspicuously get up and walk out during the play. But the businessman in Shakespeare must have found the extra profit irresistible. Somehow, in the midst of this frenzy of activity, the relocation of the Globe, the adjustment to the new Scottish regime, the recruitment of new actors, the rush of court performances, the learning of new roles, the exhausting provincial tour, the harried negotiations over the reopening of Blackfriars, and the hurried trips back to Stratford to see his wife and children, bury his mother, celebrate the marriage of his daughter, purchase real estate, and conduct petty lawsuits, Shakespeare also found the time to write. Small wonder that as early as 1604 he had begun to brood about retirement. To make retirement a viable option, it was not only a matter of accumulation and investment. The author of King Lear had to rethink his relation to the world. To judge from the plays, his mind was fantastically restless, an extravagant and wheeling stranger, as Othello is described, 11137. His imagination swooped from archaic Britain to contemporary Vienna, from ancient Troy to France's Roussillon, from medieval Scotland to Timon's Athens and Coriolanus's Rome. The scene in the sprawling Antony and Cleopatra moves back and forth from the Queen's palace in Alexandria to Rome, with detours to Sicily, Syria, Athens, Actium, and assorted military camps, battlefields, and monuments. The strange play Pericles, which he co-authored with the very minor writer George Wilkins, is even more unmoored, shifting from Antioch to Tyre to Tarsus to Pentapolis, in what is now Libya, to Ephesus to Mytilene on the island of Lesbos. It is as if, more than anything else, Shakespeare's mind feared or defied enclosure. But the problem posed by retirement was not enclosure. I could be bounded in a nutshell, Hamlet says, and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams. 248:50. Shakespeare's bad dream, or so at least King Lear suggests, had to do with a loss of power and the threat of dependency posed by age. As his career progressed, he shifted the principal focus of his plays away from ardent young men and women, impatient to get on with their lives, to the older generation. This shift is obvious in King Lear with its tormented old men, but it can also be seen, though more subtly, in the character of Othello, who worries about his age, and in Macbeth, whose vitality ebbs away before our eyes. My way of life is fallen into the sere, the yellow leaf, and that which should accompany old age as honor, love, obedience, troops of friends, I must not look to have. 5-3, 23-27, and instead of Romeo and Juliet or Rosalind and Orlando, as Shakespeare's quintessential vision of what it means to be in love, he gives us grizzled Antony and his wily Cleopatra, wrinkled deep in time, 3:13-16, 1:5-29. It will not do to force the point. Shakespeare's last play, The Two Noble Kinsmen, which he probably wrote in 1613-14 with the playwright John Fletcher, 15 years his junior, is a tragicomic story of young lovers. Another product of this collaboration, The Lost Cardenio, based on a source in Don Quixote, was probably also about the perils and pleasures of youthful passion. But it is striking that The Two Noble Kinsmen contains a grotesque description of a very old man, as if Shakespeare were contemplating with a shudder what he feared might lie ahead. The aged cramp had screwed his square foot round, that gout had knit his fingers into knots, torturing convulsions from his globy eyes had almost drawn their spheres, that what was life in him seemed torture. 5-2, 42-47, and more significant, the greatest of these late plays, The Winter's Tale and The Tempest, both have a distinctly autumnal, retrospective tone. Shakespeare seems to be self-consciously reflecting upon what he has accomplished in his professional life and coming to terms with what it might mean to leave it behind. From very early in his career, Shakespeare recycled and transformed what he had already tried out, but the ghosts of his past accomplishments haunt the late plays to an exceptional degree. The Winter's Tale is a reworking in particular of Othello, as if Shakespeare had set himself the task once again of staging a story of male friendship and homicidal jealousy, but this time without any tempter at all. The effect is the most extreme version in his work of the radical excision of motive. There is no reason at all why King Leonce should suspect his beautiful wife, 9 months pregnant, of adultery with his best friend. No reason why he should cause the death of his only son, order his newborn daughter to be abandoned, and destroy his own happiness. And there is no reason why he should, after 16 years, recover the daughter and the wife whom he has believed long dead. The fatal madness comes upon him suddenly and without provocation, and the restoration takes the conspicuously irrational and dangerous form of magic, a statue brought to life. Where is Shakespeare in this strange story, a story lifted from his old rival Robert Greene? In part, he seems playfully to peer out at us behind the mask of a character he added to Greene's story, the rogue Autolycus, the trickster and peddler and snapper-up of unconsidered trifles. 4-3, 25-26. As a fragment of wry authorial self-representation, Autolycus is the player stripped of the protection of a powerful patron, and hence revealed for what he is, a shape-changing vagabond and thief. He embodies the playwright's own sly consciousness of the absurdity of his trade, extracting pennies from the pockets of naive spectators gaping at the old statue trick stolen from a rival. And if the spectacular finale is not simply a trick, akin to a card-sharp sleight of hand, if the playwright manages to give it an eerie power, then Shakespeare is somewhere else on stage, peering out from behind a different mask, that of the old woman who arranges the whole scene of the statue's coming to life. There is something deliberately witch-like about the dead queen's friend Paulina, for there is something potentially illicit about this resurrection, something akin to the black art of necromancy. Those that think it is unlawful business I am about, let them depart. 5-3, 96-97. A peculiar queasiness comes over the play's end. It is as if not this one play alone but the whole of Shakespeare's enterprise, the bringing of the dead to life, the conjuring up of the passions, the effacement of rational motives, and the exploration of secret places in the soul and in the state were being called into question. Either it is a fraud, set up to extract money from the gullible, or it is witchcraft. If the audience stays in the theater, it is because of the wonder of the spectacle and because of the reassuring hope, articulated by Leonce, that its causes and effects are simply those of the ordinary world. Oh, she's warm. If this be magic, let it be an art lawful as eating. 5.3, 109.11, and with this the play moves quickly to its end, running just ahead of the mockery it knows is close behind. That she is living, says Paulina, were it but told you should be hooted at like an old tale, but it appears she lives. 5.3, 116.18, The Winter's Tale hints, for those in the audience listening carefully enough to pick up the suggestion, that Leonce's queen was not dead, but that she lived hidden for 16 years in a house that Paulina has visited privately twice or thrice a day. 5.295. Nothing is made of the hint. It may be there to reassure spectators who might have been otherwise reluctant to applaud necromancy, but it is so brief that it is difficult to see how it could have worked in performance. Perhaps instead it was a personal reassurance, the playwright's tiny superstitious note to himself, as if he were warding off the intimation that what he did was a form of magic. Shakespeare had revealed this intimation before, in A Midsummer Night's Dream and Macbeth. Now, at the end of his career, he returned to it, at first playing with it obliquely in The Winter's Tale, and then finally facing it directly and embracing it. The protagonist of The Tempest is a prince and a powerful magician, but he is also unmistakably a great playwright manipulating characters, contriving to set them up in relation to one another, forging memorable scenes. Indeed, his princely power is precisely the playwright's power to determine the fate of his creations, and his magical power is precisely the playwright's power to alter space and time, create vivid illusions, cast a spell. Shakespeare's plays are rarely overtly self-reflexive. He wrote as if he thought that there were more interesting, or at least more dramatic things in life to do than write plays. Though from time to time he seems to peer out, somewhere within Richard Roman III or Iago or Autolycus or Paulina, for the most part he keeps himself hidden. But at last in The Tempest, he comes if not directly to the surface, then at least so close that his shadowy outline can be discerned. The Tempest is not, strictly speaking, Shakespeare's last play. Written probably in 1611, it was followed by All is True, now more often called Henry Roman VIII, The Two Noble Kinsmen, and The Lost Cardenio. But none of these latter plays is a wholly personal vision. Each was written in collaboration with John Fletcher, whom Shakespeare seems to have hand-picked as his successor as principal playwright for The King's Men. The Tempest is the last play Shakespeare wrote more or less completely on his own, no collaborator, and as far as is known, no direct literary source, and it has the air of a farewell, a valediction to theatrical magic, a retirement. Though in exile, the magician Prospero has the kind of power that an absolute monarch could never actually possess, the power that only a great artist has over his characters. The power, as Shakespeare represents it, is hard-won, the result of deep learning and of a trauma in the distant past, the dark backward and abyss of time. 1-250. Prospero had been the Duke of Milan, but absorbed in his occult studies and inattentive to practical affairs, he was overthrown by his usurping brother. Cast adrift and shipwrecked with his daughter on an ocean island, he has used his secret arts to enslave the deformed and brutish Caliban and to take under his command the spirit Ariel. Then, as the play opens, fate and his own magical powers bring onto the island his enemies. His brother and his brother's principal ally, along with their dependents, are in his hands. Audiences accustomed to walking by gibbets on their way to the theater had a very good idea of their likely fate. Prospero does not even have the nominal restraints imposed upon Renaissance rulers by institutions. On the island he rules there are none. If Shakespeare's principal model for the magician's realm is the theater, with its bare stage and its experimental openness, a world where anything is possible, another model, invoked by the play, is one of the islands encountered by European voyagers to the New World. On such islands, as many contemporary reports made clear, restraint tended to melt away, and for those in command, anything was possible. With years of isolation to brood on his injuries and plan his revenge, Prospero is free to do with his hated enemies entirely as he chooses. What he chooses to do, at least by the standards of Renaissance princes and playwrights alike, is next to nothing. For The Tempest is a play not about possessing absolute power, but about giving it up. Lear also gives up his power, of course, but that renunciation is a disaster. Prospero reclaims what was his by birthright, the dukedom of Milan, that is, his social authority and wealth in an ordinary, familiar world. But he abandons everything that has enabled him to bring his enemies under his control, to force them to submit to his designs, to manipulate them and the world into which he has introduced them. In short, he abandons the secret wisdom that has made him godlike. I have bedimmed the noontide sun, called forth the mutinous winds, and twixt the green sea and the azured vault set roaring war to the dread rattling thunder have I given fire, and rifted Jove's stout oak with his own bolt. The strong-based promontory have I made shake, and by the spurs plucked up the pine and cedar. Graves at my command have waked their sleepers, oped, and led 'em forth by my so potent art. But this rough magic I here abjure. 5:1, 41:51. If these words belong not only to Prospero but also to Prospero's creator, if they reflect what Shakespeare felt in contemplating retirement, then they mark a sense both of personal loss and of personal evolution. In King Lear, retirement had seemed an unmitigated catastrophe. In The Tempest, it seems a viable and proper action. In both cases, to be sure, the action is understood as an acknowledgment of mortality. Lear says that he will unburthened crawl toward death. 1:139. Prospero says that when he returns to Milan, every third thought shall be my grave. 5:1315. Although, as his investment in long-term annuities suggests, Shakespeare himself expected that he would live much longer than in fact he did, he was clear-eyed about what lay on the far side of his decision. Yet in The Tempest, Prospero's decision to give up his potent art and return to the place of his origin is not only or even principally about exhaustion and the anticipation of death. The magician in fact knows that he is at the height of his powers. My high charms work, 3:388. His choice the breaking of the staff, the drowning of the book deeper than did ever plummet sound, 5:156, and the voyage home is represented not as weakness but as a moral triumph. It is a triumph in part because it marks Prospero's decision not to exact vengeance against those who have injured him. The rarer action is in virtue than in vengeance. 5:12728. And in part because something about the power that Prospero wields, though wielded in the name of justice and legitimacy, order and restoration, is dangerous. In what does the power consist? Creating and destroying worlds, bringing men and women into an experimental space and arousing their passions, awakening intense anxiety in all the creatures he encounters, and forcing them to confront what is hidden within them, bending people to serve him. Prospero's charms do not work on everyone. His brother Antonio seems singularly unaffected, but for those on whom it does work, it is potentially destructive as well as redemptive. In any case, it is an excess of power, more than an ordinary mortal should have. The clearest sign of that excess comes in the tremendous speech abjuring his rough magic. Since the play opens with Prospero arousing an enormous storm, his specific allusion to that particular magical power makes theatrical sense, but he goes on at once to claim and to renounce something else. Graves at my command have waked their sleepers, oped, and led 'em forth by my so potent art. 5. 1. 4850. This was for Shakespeare's culture the most feared and dangerous form of magic, the sign of diabolical powers. It is not something Prospero, the benign magus, has actually done in the course of The Tempest, nor it is something that his own account of his life would lead us to imagine him doing. But as a description of the work of the playwright, rather than the magician, it is unnervingly accurate. It is not Prospero but Shakespeare who has commanded old Hamlet to burst from the grave, and who has brought back to life the unjustly accused Hermione. Shakespeare's business throughout his career had been to awaken the dead. At the end of The Tempest, in an epilogue rare in Shakespeare's work, Prospero steps forward, still in character but stripped of his magical powers. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own, which is most faint. Lines 1-3, he has become an ordinary man, and he needs help. He is asking for applause and cheers. The theatrical premise, still tied by a thread to the plot, is that the audience's hands and breath will fill his sails and enable him to return home, but the terms in which he does so are peculiarly intense. The appeal for applause turns into an appeal for prayer. Now I want spirits to enforce, art to enchant, and my ending is despair unless I be relieved by prayer, which pierces so that it assaults mercy itself and frees all faults. As you from crimes would pardoned be, let your indulgence set me free. Lines 13-20, for Prospero, whose morality and legitimacy are repeatedly insisted upon. This guilt does not make entire sense, but it might have made sense for the playwright who peers out from behind the mask of the prince. What did it mean to do what Shakespeare had done? Why, if he is implicated in the figure of his magician hero, might he feel compelled to plead for indulgence, as if he were asking to be pardoned for a crime he had committed? The whiff of criminality is just a fantasy, of course, but it is a peculiar fantasy, of a piece with the hint of necromancy, expense of spirit. To use a phrase from the sonnets, in a waste of shame. 129.1. Against a background of personal caution, prudential calculation, and parsimoniousness, Shakespeare had built his career on acts of compulsive identification, the achievement of petty thefts coupled with an immense imaginative generosity. Though he had in his own affairs kept himself from the fate of Marlowe or Greene, he had in the playhouse trafficked in reckless passion and in subversive ideas. He had turned everything life had dealt him painful crises of social standing, sexuality, and religion into the uses of art, and had turned that art into profit. He had managed even to transform his grief and perplexity at the death of his son into an aesthetic resource, the brilliant practice of strategic opacity. Is it surprising that his pride in what he had accomplished he comes before us not as one of what A Midsummer Night's Dream calls rude mechanicals, 329, but as prince and a learned magician was mingled at the end with guilt? Perhaps, too, he had slowly wearied of his own popular success, or had come to question its worth. He had, as a performer and a playwright, appealed again and again for applause, and he must have been gratified that he generally received it. But if he fully knew who he was, and the figure of the princely magician suggests that Shakespeare understood what it meant to be Shakespeare, then he may have decided that he had had enough. He would finally be able to turn away from the crowd. To judge from the pattern of Shakespeare's investments, the thought that he would leave the theater someday must have been with him for a long time. And because virtually all of these investments, apart from those in the playhouse, were in and around Stratford, he must have long harbored the dream that he eventually attempted to realize. He would leave London and return home. He had gone back again and again over the years, of course, but this return would be decisively different. He would give up his rented rooms, pack up his belongings, and actually take possession of the fine house and the barns and the arable lands he had purchased. He would pull back from the peddling of fantasies, or rather such playwriting as he might continue to do would now become a sideline, as the real estate had once been a sideline. Living with his aging wife and unmarried daughter Judith, spending time with his beloved daughter Susanna, her husband John Hall, and his granddaughter Elizabeth, watching over his property, participating in local quarrels, visiting with old friends, he would be a respected Stratford gentleman, no more nor less. But the closer he came to making this decision, the more his whole life-work seemed to flood back over him. The central preoccupations of almost all his plays are there in The Tempest: the story of brother betraying brother, the corrosive power of envy, the toppling of a legitimate ruler, the dangerous passage from civility to the wilderness, the dream of restoration, the wooing of a beautiful young heiress in ignorance of her social position, the strategy of manipulating people by means of art, especially through the staging of miniature plays within plays, the cunning deployment of magical powers, the tension between nature and nurture, the father's pain at giving his daughter to her suitor, the threat of social death and the collapse of identity, the overwhelming, transformative experience of wonder. The startling revelation of this very late play is that nothing of Shakespeare's immense imaginative life was actually lost. There is a famous song in The Tempest about the body of a drowned man. Full fathom 5 thy father lies. Of his bones are coral made, those are pearls that were his eyes. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. 1, 2, 400, 405. The same is true of Shakespeare's poetic imagination. Nothing had faded. All that had happened over the decades was that the bones of his works had suffered a sea change into something rich and strange. How could Shakespeare give all of this up? The answer is that he couldn't, at least not entirely. When he actually left London is not known. He may have moved back to Stratford as early as 1611, just after he finished The Tempest, but he did not cut all of his ties. He was no longer overwhelmingly present, but he collaborated with John Fletcher on at least 3 plays. And in March 1613, he made the last of his real estate investments, not this time in Stratford, but in London. For the large sum of £140, £80 of which was in cash, he purchased a dwelling house or tenement, built over one of the great gatehouses of the old Blackfriars Priory. This was precisely the kind of dwelling that he could have bought, had he wished his wife and children to live with him in London, during the long years of his professional life there. But it was only now that he had returned to Stratford that he decided he wanted to own something in the city. Though his Blackfriars house was in hailing distance of the Blackfriars Theatre, and close too to Puddle Wharf, where boats could take him quickly across the river to the Globe, Shakespeare does not seem to have bought it to live in. He may have arranged to stay there during his trips back to London to see the plays on which he had collaborated or to conduct business, but he rented it to someone named John Robinson. Still, he owned something in the place where he had wielded his magical powers. The transaction by which Shakespeare acquired title to the Blackfriars property was an odd and very complex one, involving 3 official co-purchasers who put up no money. It was Shakespeare alone who did so, but who were appointed as trustees. The only plausible explanation that has ever been offered is that the arrangement was an elaborate contrivance designed to keep his wife, Anne, from having any dower rights to the property should she outlive him. Did Anne know that her husband had set up the purchase in this way, or was it to be an unpleasant surprise, along with the second-best bed? We do not know, but all signs indicate that Shakespeare's return to Stratford, his decision to embrace the ordinary, was not an easy one. At the very beginning of July 1613, only a few months after he completed the expensive Blackfriars purchase, news would have reached Shakespeare of a disaster that must have had a powerful impact upon him. On June 29, during a performance of the new play he had co-authored with Fletcher, the Globe Theatre, the structure he himself had helped to build back in the winter of 1599, had burned to the ground. Here, in a letter written 3 days after the event, is a version of the account that would have quickly been brought to Stratford. The King's Players had a new play, called All is True, representing some principal pieces of the reign of Henry Roman VIII, which was set forth with many extraordinary circumstances of pomp and majesty, even to the matting of the stage. The Knights of the Order with their Georges and garters, the Guards with their embroidered coats, and the like. Sufficient in truth within a while to make greatness very familiar, if not ridiculous. Now, King Henry making a masque at the Cardinal Wolsey's house, and certain chambers being shot off at his entry, some of the paper or other stuff, wherewith one of them was stopped, did light on the thatch, where being thought at first an idle smoke, and their eyes more attentive to the show, it kindled inwardly and ran round like a train, consuming within less than an hour the whole house to the very grounds. This was the fatal period of that virtuous fabric, wherein yet nothing did perish but wood and straw, and a few forsaken cloaks. Only one man had his breeches set on fire, that would perhaps have broiled him, if he had not by the benefit of a provident wit put it out with bottle ale. No injuries or deaths then, but a severe financial blow to the sharers in the King's Men, and to the housekeepers of the playhouse, a blow that fell with particular force upon Shakespeare himself, who was both a sharer and a housekeeper. It could have been much worse. The company's costumes and its jealously guarded playbooks were saved. If these had not been quickly carried out of harm's way, the King's Men might well have been ruined, for the costumes represented a huge investment, and many of the playbooks may well have been the sole complete copies. A more rapidly moving fire could have meant that half of Shakespeare's plays, those that had not already appeared in quartos, would never have found their way into print. Still, it was bad enough. This was a world without disaster insurance, and the cost of rebuilding the playhouse would have to be shouldered by Shakespeare and the other owners. Even though he was a relatively wealthy man, this was precisely the kind of outlay of capital that Shakespeare, having left London and distanced himself from the daily operation of the King's Men, would not have wished to make, and he may well have decided to get out there and then. As there is no mention in his last will and testament of the valuable shares he held in the Playing Company and the Globe, he must have liquidated those assets earlier, though the record of the transaction, and hence the precise date, is lost. If, as seems likely, he sold the shares in the wake of the fire, Shakespeare would have made still more decisive his act of retirement. Near the end of the Tempest, Prospero, declaring that "our revels now are ended," abruptly breaks off the wedding mask he has, through his magical powers, created for his daughter and son-in-law. The actors, he explains, were all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. 148:56. In the summer of 1613, these lines must have seemed in retrospect eerily prophetic. The great globe itself had indeed dissolved. Shakespeare had been haunted all his life by a sense of the insubstantiality of things. It is the almost inescapable burden of the actor's profession, and the fire only made literal what he already knew and what his magician hero had declared. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. 4:1:56:58. The building itself, of course, could always be rebuilt. The globe was up and running again in a year's time, but its fragility was one sign among many that Shakespeare, reaching his 50th birthday in 1614, could read in himself and in his world. His brother Gilbert died in 1612, at the age of 45. A year later, his brother Richard died just shy of his 40th birthday. Shakespeare's mother, Mary, had brought 8 children into the world. Only 2 of them, Will and his younger sister Joan, were still alive. For us, 50 is an age of undiminished vigor, and even then it was hardly ancient, but Shakespeare seems to have thought of himself as well struck in years, and may have drawn from his own inner life Prospero's strange remark, "Every third thought shall be my grave." Perhaps it was precisely this acknowledgment of evanescence that made Shakespeare hold on all the more tenaciously to the very substantial assets he had accumulated in the course of his life. 3 wealthy landowners, Arthur Mainwaring, William Replingham, and William Coombe, came up with a scheme to enclose substantial acreage near Stratford, including some of the land in which Shakespeare was a tithe-holder. Enclosure rationalizing the jumble of small holdings and common fields, concentrating holdings, building fences, taking some of the land out of tillage to allow systematic, profitable sheep grazing was a popular economic strategy for the very rich, but it was generally hated by those less wealthy. It tended to make grain prices rise, overturn customary rights, reduce employment, take away alms for the poor, and create social unrest. To its credit, the Stratford Corporation vigorously opposed the enclosure scheme. Since Shakespeare's tithes were potentially at risk, he could have been expected to join the opposition, which was led by his cousin Thomas Green, the town clerk. A memo Green jotted down of a conversation held on November 17, 1614, provides a vivid glimpse of the ordinary world, in its grainy detail in which Shakespeare was fully immersed. He had imagined kings and princes carving up huge territories. Of all these bounds, even from this line to this, with shadowy forests and with champins rich, with plenteous rivers and wide-skirted meads, we make thee lady. King Lear 1:161-64, but it was now on a far different scale and for different stakes that he was operating. At my cousin Shakespeare coming yesterday to town, I went to see him how he did. He told me that they assured him they meant to enclose no further than to Gospel Bush and so up straight, leaving out part of the dingles to the field, to the gate in Clopton Hedge, and take in Salisbury's piece, and that they mean in April to survey the land and then to give satisfaction, and not before. And he and Mr. Hall say they think there will be nothing done at all. Seconded by his son-in-law John Hall, Shakespeare told Green that he was not going to back the corporation in protesting the proposed enclosure. Indeed, he thought, or claimed to think, that there will be nothing done at all. Either Shakespeare was lied to, they assured him, or he was lying, for less than 2 months later, in early January, the work began. The encloser Coombe, who seems to have been a nasty and pugnacious fellow, ordered a ditch to be dug. There were arguments, harsh words, and blows. Women and children from Stratford and nearby Bishopton organized themselves, went out and filled in the ditch, and a long court fight began. Shakespeare stayed out of it, indifferent to its outcome perhaps, for already back in October he had reached an agreement with the enclosers that if his tithe interests were at all compromised, he would have reasonable satisfaction in yearly rent or a sum of money. He did not stand to lose anything, and he did not choose to join his cousin Green in a campaign on behalf of others who might be less fortunate. Perhaps, as some have said, Shakespeare believed in modernizing agriculture and thought that in the long run everyone would prosper. More likely, he simply did not care. It is not a terrible story, but it is not uplifting either. It is merely and disagreeably ordinary. The same can be said perhaps about the difficulties surrounding the marriage of his daughter Judith, the ill-fated twin sister of Hamnet. His elder daughter, Susanna, had wed someone Shakespeare liked, but Judith's proposed match, Thomas Quiney, was designed to make any father of the bride wince. At least he would not have come as a complete surprise. The Shakespeares and the Quineys had been acquainted for many years, as one of the rare surviving letters to the Playwright shows. The groom's father had once asked Will for a loan. Young Quiney was 27 years old, a vintner by trade. Judith was 31, not quite the age difference between William and Anne, but enough perhaps to trigger a twinge of uneasiness if Shakespeare had come to feel that a husband should be older than his wife. The initial problem in any case was not the age difference. It was a matter of the marriage license. The couple wanted to marry in 1616 during the Lenten season, when weddings were officially prohibited without special permission. Failing to obtain this permission, they were married anyway and then got caught. When Thomas failed to show up on the appointed day at the consistorial court in Worcester, where he would have faced a fine, he was promptly excommunicated. Judith may have shared in this punishment. Shakespeare was hardly a paragon of piety, but he had always been rather careful to avoid trouble. It was a strategy that went back a long way in his life, and this unpleasantness may have upset him. He was in for something far more upsetting. A month after the wedding between Judith and Thomas, an unmarried Stratford woman named Margaret Wheeler died in childbirth, and her child died with her. Sexual transgressions, whoredom, fornication, and uncleanness, in the words of the official homily, were routinely investigated and punished in this period, and the death of the unwed mother and child did not close the case. It would in any event have been difficult, in a town the size of Stratford, to keep such secrets for long. On March 26, 1616, the newlywed Thomas Quiney confessed in the vicar's court that he was responsible and was sentenced to a humiliating public penance, which he evaded by donating 5 shillings to the poor. Shakespeare may have had very limited physical and psychological strength to deal with the crisis. In less than a month's time, he would be dead. The public disgrace of his son-in-law, no doubt, came at the worst possible moment for him. Indeed, some biographers have gone so far as to attribute Shakespeare's decline to the shock of Quiney's confession and the public humiliation. This seems highly implausible. Shakespeare was hardly a rigid Victorian moralist. In The Tempest, he had Prospero urge strict chastity before marriage, but he had also written Measure for Measure and other plays that depict sexual appetite with compassion or wry amusement. For that matter, Anne Hathaway had been pregnant when he stood with her at the altar. Shakespeare may have felt some version of the sentiments of the old shepherd in The Winter's Tale. I would there were no age between 10 and 23, or that youth would sleep out the rest. For there is nothing in the between but getting wenches with child, wronging the ancientry, stealing, fighting. 5861. But he is unlikely to have fallen apart at the revelation of his son-in-law's behavior. Still, this was an ugly story, and it was his own daughter, not some imaginary Audrey or Jaquenetta, who must have felt the full force of the humiliation. Shakespeare had probably been feeling unwell for some months, for already in January, just at the time he must have learned of the proposed wedding, he had called for his attorney, Francis Collins, and asked him to draft his last will and testament. The document, for reasons unknown, was not completed at that time, but on March 25, the day before Thomas Quiney's sentencing in the ecclesiastical court, Collins returned, and Shakespeare finished his will, signing the pages with a very shaky hand. The will was both cursory and sour in relation to his wife, Anne, the recipient of the famous second-best bed. But in relation to his daughter Judith, it was much more careful and canny. The great bulk of the estate would go to Susanna and her husband, but Judith would not be excluded entirely. She would be given immediately the reasonably handsome marriage portion of £100 and could, under highly restrictive conditions, receive more money. Collins, or the clerk who was writing down the words dictated by the dying man, made a telling correction. "I give and bequeath unto my son-in-law," Shakespeare evidently began, and then, at the thought of Thomas Quiney, abruptly changed course. Son-in-law is crossed out and replaced with daughter Judith. There would, the will stipulates, be another £50 in the marriage portion, but only if Judith renounced her claim to one of the properties she might have expected to inherit. And if she or any children she might bear should still be alive after 3 years, another £150 would be theirs. If Judith were dead and there were no children, then £100 would go to Susanna's daughter, Elizabeth Hall, and £50 to Shakespeare's surviving sister, Joan. Not a penny then to Judith's husband, Thomas Quiney. Indeed, Judith herself, should she live, as in fact she did, would only get the annual interest from the £150, not the principal, and Quiney could claim the sum only if he came up with the equivalent amount in land. In other words, his daughter Judith was not getting much of her father's wealth, and her husband not mentioned by name would not get his hands on any of it. That is not quite all. Among the numerous small bequests his sword to Thomas Combe, £5 to Thomas Russell, money to buy rings for my fellows John Heminges, Richard Burbage, and Henry Condell, and so forth. There was a token of remembrance for his younger daughter. Judith was to receive my broad silver-gilt bowl. But virtually everything else of value, money, new place, the Blackfriars Gatehouse, and all my barns, stables, orchards, gardens, lands, tenements, etc., etc., went to Susanna and her husband and to their children and children's children. To the poor of Stratford this very wealthy man left the modest sum of £10. Nothing for the church, nothing for the local school, no scholarship for a deserving child, no bequest to a worthy servant or apprentice. Beyond the family and a very small circle of friends, there was no extended world of concern, and even within the family, almost everything had contracted to the single line Shakespeare hoped to establish and maintain. Anne and Judith would have understood exactly what it all meant for them. The contraction of his world helps perhaps to explain how quietly he passed from it. His burial on April 25, 1616, is noted in the Stratford Register, but there are no contemporary accounts of his last hours. He was not at all slighted. He was buried, as befitted such an important person, in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and already by the 1630s, the painted funerary monument, familiar to innumerable tourists to Stratford, had been erected. But no one at the time thought to record the details of his illness or his passing, or at least no documents doing so have survived. The earliest known account of Shakespeare's death was jotted down in the early 1660s by John Ward, vicar of Stratford from 1662 to 1681. Ward dutifully reminded himself to read the works of Stratford's most famous writer, remember to peruse Shakespeare's plays, and be versed in them, that I may not be ignorant in that matter, and then noted what he had heard about the great man's end. Shakespeare, Drayton, and Ben Jonson had a merry meeting, and it seems drank too hard, for Shakespeare died of a fever there contracted. That such a merry meeting could have taken place is not inconceivable. Michael Drayton, an accomplished poet, was from Warwickshire, and perhaps, as some have thought, he and Jonson came to Stratford to celebrate Judith's wedding. But there are certainly no corroborating signs of paternal joy in Judith's marriage, and fevers are not ordinarily contracted from hard drinking. Ward's brief note is probably not to be trusted, any more than is the still briefer comment from the late 17th century about Shakespeare's end. He died a papist. This comment, penned by a chaplain of Corpus Christi College, Oxford, named Richard Davies, is intriguing, given Shakespeare's complex relationship to Catholicism, but as Davies provides no further evidence, it may only reflect a sense that he had returned at the end of his life to the point from which he had begun. Even if we strip away the machinations over the enclosures, the probable sense of disappointment in his younger daughter, the disgrace of Thomas Quiney, the sour anger toward his wife, even if we imagine his Stratford life as a sweet idyll, the great poet watching the peaches ripen on the espaliered trees, or playing with his granddaughter, it is difficult to escape a sense of constriction and loss. The magician abjures his astonishing, visionary gift, retires to his provincial domain, and submits himself to the crushing, glacial weight of the everyday. He who had imagined the lives of kings and rebels, Roman emperors and black warriors, he who had fashioned a place for himself in the wild world of the London stage, would embrace ordinariness. Shakespeare would enact a final, fantastic theatrical experiment, the everyday life of a country gentleman, the role he had been slowly constructing for years through the purchase of the coat of arms, the investments, the decision to keep his family in Stratford, the careful maintenance of old social networks. Why would he have done such a thing? In part, perhaps, because of a lingering sense of lack. Shakespeare began his life with questions about his faith, his love, and his social role. He had never found anything equivalent to the faith on which some of his contemporaries had staked their lives. If he himself had once been drawn toward such a commitment, he had turned away from it many years before. To be sure, he had infused his theatrical vision with the vital remnants of that faith, but he never lost sight of the unreality of the stage, and never pretended that his literary visions could simply substitute for the beliefs that led someone like Campion to his death. And though he may have had brief glimpses of bliss, he had never found or could never realize the love of which he wrote and dreamed so powerfully. From the perspective of this sense of lack, a skeptical intimation of hollowness in faith, and in love his performance of the role of the ordinary gentleman might be seen as a crucial achievement. But the embrace of the everyday is surely not only a question of lack and compensation. It is a question of the nature of his whole, magnificent, imaginative achievement. Throughout his career, Shakespeare was fascinated by exotic locations, archaic cultures, and larger-than-life figures, but his imagination was closely bound to the familiar and the intimate. Or rather, he loved to reveal the presence of ordinariness in the midst of the extraordinary. Shakespeare has been criticized from time to time for this quality. Pedants have sourly observed that his toga-wearing Romans throw up their hats in the air, as if they are London workmen. Critics concerned with decorum have complained that a handkerchief, something you blow your nose in, is too vulgar an object to be mentioned, let alone to serve at the center of a tragedy. And at least one great writer, Tolstoy, thought that an aged Lear who walks about raving wildly was an appropriate object not of awe but of moral revulsion and aesthetic contempt. It is true, Shakespeare's imagination never soared altogether above the quotidian, never entered the august halls of the metaphysical and shut the door to the everyday. In Venus and Adonis, we see the sweat on the face of the goddess of love. In Romeo and Juliet, while the grieving parents weep over Juliet's lifeless body, the musicians who have been hired for the wedding quietly joke with each other while they put away their instruments and then decide to linger for the funeral dinner. In Antony and Cleopatra, the same observer who describes sultry Cleopatra on her gorgeous barge also paints a very different picture. I saw her once hop 40 paces through the public street. 234-35. He made a decision early in his life, or perhaps a decision was made for him. He had something amazing in him, but it would not be the gift of the demiurge. Rather, it would be something that would never altogether lose its local roots. There is a letter that was written by Machiavelli shortly after he had lost his position in Florence and had been forcibly rusticated. He writes with disgust of the vulgar arguments and stupid games he was forced to watch at the local taverns. His only relief came in the evenings, when he could put off the clothes sullied by the banalities of the daylight hours. Dressed in a rich gown, he would take down from his shelves his beloved authors Cicero, Livy, Tacitus, and feel that at last he had companions fit for his intellect. Nothing could be further from Shakespeare's sensibility. He never showed signs of boredom at the small talk, trivial pursuits, and foolish games of ordinary people. The highest act of his magician Prospero is to give up his magical powers and return to the place from which he had come. Perhaps Shakespeare was drawn home by something else, a motive that, unlike all the others in his very private life, seems to lie in plain sight. Everyone has noticed the slight in his will to his wife, Anne, along with the slights to his daughter Judith, and to her scapegrace of a husband. But that will is also, in its quiet way, a remarkable declaration of love, a declaration that may help to explain what drew him back to Stratford. The woman who most intensely appealed to Shakespeare in his life was 20 years younger than he, his daughter Susanna. It cannot be an accident that 3 of his last plays, Pericles, The Winter's Tale, and The Tempest, are centered on the father-daughter relationship and are so deeply anxious about incestuous desires. What Shakespeare wanted was only what he could have in the most ordinary and natural way, the pleasure of living near his daughter and her husband and their child. He understood that this pleasure had a strange, slightly melancholy dimension, a joy intimately braided together with renunciation that is the burden of those last plays. But it is a strangeness that hides within the boundaries of the everyday, and that is where he was determined to end his days. A note to the reader around 1598, still relatively early in Shakespeare's career, a man named Adam Diamont, about whom next to nothing is known, set out to list the contents of a collection of speeches and letters that he had transcribed. Evidently, his mind began to wander because he began to scribble idly. Among the jottings that cover the page are the words Richard II and Richard III, along with half-remembered quotations from Love's Labour's Lost and The Rape of Lucrece. Above all, the scribbler repeatedly wrote the words William Shakespeare. He wanted to know, it seems, what it felt like to write that particular name as one's own. Diamont might have been the first to be driven by this curiosity, but he certainly was not the last. As Diamont's scribbling suggests, Shakespeare was famous in his own lifetime. Only a few years after Shakespeare's death, Ben Jonson celebrated him as the wonder of our stage and the star of poets. But at the time, such literary celebrity did not ordinarily lead to the writing of biographies, and no contemporary seems to have thought it worthwhile to collect whatever could be found out about Shakespeare while his memory was still green. As it happens, more is known about him than about most professional writers of the time, but this knowledge is largely the consequence of the fact that England in the late 16th and early 17th century was already a record-keeping society, and that many of the records survived, to be subsequently combed over by eager scholars. Even with this relative abundance of information, there are huge gaps in knowledge that make any biographical study of Shakespeare an exercise in speculation. What matters most are the works, most of which, the poems excepted, were carefully assembled by 2 of Shakespeare's longtime associates and friends, John Heminges and Henry Condell, who brought out the first folio in 1623, 7 years after the playwright's death. 18 of the 36 plays in this great volume, including such masterpieces as Julius Caesar, Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and The Tempest had not appeared in print before. Without the first folio, they might have vanished forever. The world owes Heminges and Condell an immense debt. But beyond noting that Shakespeare wrote with great facility what he thought, they claimed, he uttered with that easiness that we have scarce received from him a blot in his papers. The editors had little or no interest in furthering biography. They chose to arrange the contents by genre comedies, histories, and tragedies, and they did not bother to note when and in what order Shakespeare wrote each of his plays. After many decades of ingenious research, scholars have reached a reasonably stable consensus, but even this timeline, so crucial for any biography, is inevitably somewhat speculative. So too are many of the details of the life. The Stratford vicar John Brechgirdle noted in the parish register the baptism of Gulielmus Filius Johannes Shakespeare on April 26, 1564. Though anything can be called into question, that much seems beyond a reasonable doubt. But the scholars who subsequently fixed Shakespeare's date of birth as April 23 on the assumption that there was ordinarily a 3-day interval at the time between birth and baptism were engaged in speculation. One further and potentially more consequential example will give readers a sense of the scope of the problem. From 1571 to 1575, the schoolmaster in the Stratford Grammar School was Simon Hunt, who had received his B.A. from Oxford in 1568. He would thus have been William Shakespeare's teacher from the age of 7 to 11. Around July 1575, Simon Hunt matriculated at the University of Douai, the Catholic University in France, and became a Jesuit in 1578. This would seem to indicate that Shakespeare's early teacher was a Catholic, a detail that is consistent with a whole pattern of experiences in his youth. But there is no hard and fast proof that Shakespeare attended the Stratford Grammar School. The records for that period do not survive. Moreover, another Simon Hunt died in Stratford in or before 1598, and it is at least possible that this second Simon Hunt, rather than the one who became a Jesuit, was the schoolmaster. Shakespeare almost certainly attended the school. Where else would he have acquired his education? And the coincidence of the dates and the larger pattern of experiences make it highly likely that the schoolmaster from 1571 to 1575 was the Catholic Hunt. But in these details, as in so much else from Shakespeare's life, there is no absolute certainty. Acknowledgments it is a token of the special delight Shakespeare bestows on everything that even the many debts I have incurred in writing this book give me deep pleasure to acknowledge. My remarkably gifted colleagues and students at Harvard University have been an unfailing source of intellectual stimulation and challenge. And the university's fabled resources above all, its celebrated libraries and their accomplished staff, have enabled me to pursue even the most arcane questions. The Mellon Foundation gave me the precious gift of time, and the Wissenschaftskolleg zu Berlin provided the perfect setting to complete the writing of this book. I am grateful for the opportunities I had to try out my ideas at the Shakespeare Association of America, the Bath Shakespeare Festival, New York University, the Lionel Trilling Seminar at Columbia University, the Leo Lowenthal Memorial Conference, Boston College, Wellesley College, Hendrix College, the Einstein Forum, and on multiple occasions, Marlborough College and the Marlborough Music Festival. The idea of Will in the World originated years ago during conversations I had with Mark Norman, who was then in the early stages of writing a film script about Shakespeare's life. The script was the germ of a celebrated movie, Shakespeare in Love, but my own project lay dormant until my wife, Rami Targoff, gave me the sustained encouragement, intellectual and emotional, to pursue it. Crucial advice and assistance came from Jill Neeram, and my friends Homi Babha, Jeffrey Knapp, Joseph Koerner, Charles Mee, and Robert Pinsky each gave me more of their time, learning, and wisdom than I can ever hope to repay. I have benefited too from the help and probing questions of many other friends, including Marcella Anderson, Leonard Barkin, Frank Biddart, Robert Brustein, Thomas Lacuer, Adam Phillips, Regula Rapp, Moshe Safdie, James Shapiro, Deborah Shuger, and the late Bernard Williams. Beatrice Kitzinger, Emily Peterson, Kate Pilson, Halger Scott, Gustavo Secchi, and Philip Schweizer have been tireless and resourceful assistants. With exemplary patience and insight, my editor, Elaine Mason, continued to work on the manuscript of my book through the course of her pregnancy, and by something of a miracle, she somehow managed to finish on her due date. My deepest and most richly pleasurable debts are closest to home, to my wife and my 3 sons, Josh, Aaron, and Harry. Only the youngest, by virtue of being a toddler, has been spared endless conversations about Shakespeare and has not directly contributed his ideas. But Harry, who came into the world 104 years after the birth of his namesake, my father, has taught me how breathtakingly close we are to lives that at first sight seem so far away. Bibliographical notes: all biographical studies of Shakespeare necessarily build on the assiduous, sometimes obsessive archival research and speculation of many generations of scholars and writers. The long history of this enterprise is the subject of Samuel Schoenbaum's Shakespeare's Lives, New York, Oxford University Press, 1970, and Gary Taylor's Reinventing Shakespeare, A Cultural History from the Restoration to the Present, New York, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1989. Schoenbaum delights in chronicling the myth-making extravagances and absurdities of Shakespeare biography, but there is at least as much to admire as to ridicule. I have profited greatly not only from recent research, which has painstakingly winkled out some intriguing new details about the playwright's life and times, but also from 19th and early 20th century studies. These studies came under fierce attack from C.J. Sisson in 1934 in an influential essay, The Mythical Sorrows of Shakespeare, in Studies in Shakespeare, British Academy Lectures, ed. Peter Alexander, 932, but recent scholarship, including Marjorie Garber's Shakespeare's Ghost Writers, Literature as Uncanny Causality, New York, Methuen, 1987, Lee Marcus's Puzzling Shakespeare, Local Reading and Its Discontents, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1988, and Richard Wilson's Willpower, Essays on Shakespearean Authority, Detroit, Wayne State University Press, 1993, has reassessed their significance and usefulness. Foremost among them is J. O. Halliwell Phillips's 2-volume Outlines of the Life of Shakespeare, 10th ed. London, Longmans, 1898. Also useful and suggestive are Edward Dowden Shaxper, A Critical Study of His Mind and Art, London, Henry King, 1876, Frederick Fleet, A Chronicle History of the Life and Work of William Shakespeare, Player, Poet, and Playmaker, London, Nimmo, 1886, Sidney Lee, A Life of William Shakespeare, New York, Macmillan, 1898, George Brand's William Shakespeare, A Critical Study, New York, Frederick Unger, 1898. Charles Elton, William Shakespeare, His Family and Friends, London, John Murray, 1904. Charlotte Stopes, Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, Stratford-upon-Avon, Shakespeare Head Press, 1907, and David Masson, Shakespeare Personally, London, Smith, Elder, 1914. Edgar Fripp's 2-volume Shakespeare, Man and Artist, London, Oxford University Press, 1938, is a chaotic treasure trove of valuable information, which I have repeatedly mined. Among more recent biographies, the most thorough, informative, and steadily thoughtful is Park Honen's Shakespeare, A Life, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1998, which I have frequently consulted. Jonathan Bates' fine collection of essays, The Genius of Shakespeare, London, Picador, 1997, contains important biographical insights, as does Catherine Duncan Jones's Ungentle Shakespeare, Scenes from His Life, London. Arden Shakespeare, 2001. Among the other biographical studies upon which I have drawn are Marchette Chute's Lively Shakespeare of London, New York, Dutton, 1949, M. Rees's Shakespeare, His World and His Work, London, Edward Arnold, 1953, Stanley Wells's Shakespeare, A Dramatic Life, London, Sinclair Stevenson, 1994, Eric Sam's The Real Shakespeare, Retrieving the Early Years, 1554-1594, New Haven. Yale University Press, 1995. I. L. Mattis's Shakespeare, in Fact, New York, Continuum, 1999. Anthony Holden's William Shakespeare, Boston, Little Brown, 1999. And Michael Wood's In Search of Shakespeare, London, BBC, 2003, written to accompany a BBC television series. Though by definition unreliable and often wildly inaccurate, some of the most searching reflections on Shakespeare's life have come in the form of fiction. Nothing Like the Sun, A Story of Shakespeare's Love Life, London, Heinemann, 1964, by Anthony Burgess, who also wrote a lively, straightforward biography, Shakespeare, Edward Bond's play Bingo, London, Methuen, 1974, Mark Norman and Tom Stoppard's screenplay for the film Shakespeare in Love, New York, Hyperion, 1998, and above all, the brilliant Scylla and Charybdis chapter of James Joyce's Ulysses. At the other end of the spectrum from fiction, several important volumes make available the crucial historical documents upon which all Shakespeare biographies are based. These volumes, upon which I have drawn heavily throughout this book, include B. R. Lewis, The Shakespeare Documents, Facsimiles, Transliterations, and Commentary, 2 vols. Stanford University Press, 1940. Samuel Schoenbaum, William Shakespeare, Records and Images, New York, Oxford University Press, 1981. David Thomas, Shakespeare in the Public Records, London, HMSO, 1985. Robert Behrman, Shakespeare in the Stratford Records, Phoenix Mill, UK, Alan Sutton, 1994. And above all, Schoenbaum, William Shakespeare, A Documentary Life, New York. Oxford University Press, 1975. Also available in a 1977 compact edition. Equally indispensable is the scholarship of the indefatigable E.K. Chambers. The 2-volume William Shakespeare, A Study of Facts and Problems, Oxford, Clarendon, 1930, rich in significant details often buried in footnotes, asides, and appendices. The 2-volume Medieval Stage, London, Oxford University Press, 1903, and the monumental 4-volume Elizabethan Stage, Oxford, Clarendon, 1923. Geoffrey Bullough's 8-volume Narrative and Dramatic Sources of Shakespeare, New York, Columbia University Press, 1957-75, usefully brings together almost all of the known sources of Shakespeare's plays, and thereby provides a suggestive guide to Shakespeare's wide and restless reading. The evidence painstakingly gathered, edited, and appraised in Schoenbaum, Chambers, and Bullough is present throughout every chapter of this book. In the bibliographical notes below, I have listed the other principal sources, both primary and secondary, upon which I have drawn. I have, wherever possible, grouped these sources together by topic, in the order in which the particular topic appears in each chapter, so that readers eager to pursue one or another aspect of Shakespeare and his age can find their way through the immense forest of critical resources. Convenient orientation to contemporary Shakespeare scholarship can be found in 2 valuable collections of essays upon which I have repeatedly drawn. A Companion to Shakespeare, ed. David Scott Caston, Oxford, Blackwell, 1999, and New History of Early English Drama, ed. John D. Cox and David Scott Caston, New York, Columbia University Press, 1997. Many individual essays in these volumes bear on the topics I have treated. All quotations from Shakespeare's works in Will and the World are from the Norton Shakespeare, ed. Stephen Greenblatt, Walter Cohen, Jean E. Howard, and Catharine Isaman Mouse, New York. W. W. Norton, 1997. Citations to King Lear are from the conflated text version. The Oxford edition of Shakespeare's plays, upon which the Norton Shakespeare is based, has an extraordinarily detailed textual companion, ed. Stanley Wells and Gary Taylor, which I have found valuable, as I have the individual volumes of the Arden Shakespeare series. Chapter 1. Primal Scenes on Shakespeare's Schooling, William Baldwin's bulky 2-volume William Shakespeare's Small Latin and Less Greek, Urbana. University of Illinois Press, 1944, is comprehensive but dull and daunting. C. R. Thompson's School in Tudor England, Ithaca. Cornell University Press, 1958, is a helpful introduction. Joel Altman's The Tudor Play of Mind, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1978, suggestively links school exercises and the writing of plays. Roger Ascham's The Schoolmaster, 1570, a key Elizabethan educational text in which the teaching of Latin plays a central role, is available in a modern edition, ed. Lawrence Ryan, Ithaca. Cornell University Press, 1967. On the Love of Verbal Display in Elizabethan Culture, a classic work is Rosamund Tuve, Elizabethan and Metaphysical Imagery, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1947. On the whole scope of literary production in this period, C. S. Lewis's brilliant and opinionated English literature in the 16th century, excluding drama, Oxford. Clarendon, 1954, remains indispensable. Among the immense number of critical studies of Shakespeare's relation to language, Frank Kermode's Shakespeare's Language, New York. Farrar, Straus, and Giroux, 2000, is an illuminating place to begin. On the mystery plays, see V. A. Colve, The Play Called Corpus Christi, Stanford. Stanford University Press, 1966. Rosemary Wolfe, The English Mystery Plays, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1972. And Glenn Wickham, Early English Stages, 1300 to 1660, 2nd ed. New York, Routledge, 1980. Two earlier books, Willard Farnham, The Medieval Heritage of Elizabethan Tragedy, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1935, and H. C. Gardner, Mysteries End. An Investigation of the Last Days of the Medieval Religious Stage, New Haven. Yale University Press, 1946, remain particularly valuable. Bernard Spivak, Shakespeare and the Allegory of Evil, New York. Columbia University Press, 1958, and Robert Wyman, Shakespeare and the Popular Tradition in the Theater. Studies in the Social Dimension of Dramatic Form and Function, Baltimore. Johns Hopkins University Press, 1978, are useful guides to the morality backgrounds of Shakespeare's plays. Andrew Gurr, The Authority of the Globe and the Fortune, Immaterial London, ca. 1600, ed. Lena Cowan Orlin, Philadelphia. University of Pennsylvania Press, 2000. 250-67, is illuminating on the magistrate's power to license plays. On Seasonal Rituals, C. C. L. Barber, Shakespeare's Festive Comedy. A Study of Dramatic Form and its Relation to Social Custom, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1959, and Francois Larocque, Shakespeare's Festive World. Elizabethan Seasonal Entertainment and the Professional Stage, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1993. Hostility to performances of plays, whether by schoolboys or professionals, is explored in Jonas Barish, The Antitheatrical Prejudice, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1981. For a close look at the important traveling company with which Shakespeare may have been associated, see Scott Macmillan and Sally Bate McLean, The Queen's Men and Their Plays, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1998. The principal accounts of Elizabeth's royal progresses are found in John Nichols, ed. The Progresses and Public Processions of Queen Elizabeth, 3 vols. London, 1823. Robert Langham's letter describing the Kenilworth festivities is available in a modern edition by R.J.P. Kewen. Robert Langham. A Letter, Leiden. Brill, 1983. Chapter 2. The Dream of Restoration on Shakespeare's Provincial Environment, Mark Eccles, Shakespeare in Warwickshire, Madison. University of Wisconsin Press, 1961, provides a brief, yet surprisingly rich initiation. C. L. Barber and Richard Wheeler have suggestive psychoanalytic reflections on Shakespeare's relation to his father in The Whole Journey. Shakespeare's Power of Development, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1986, and in Shakespeare in the Rising Middle Class, in Shakespeare's Personality, ed. Norman Holland, Sidney Hamann, and Bernard Paris, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1989. On the presence of technical vocabularies in Shakespeare, see David Crystal and Ben Crystal, Shakespeare's Words, A Glossary and Language Companion, London. Penguin, 2002. On the pattern of loss and recovery in Shakespeare's late plays, see Northrop Frye, A Natural Perspective. The Development of Shakespearean Comedy and Romance, New York. Harcourt, Brace and World, 1965. L.B. writes Middle-Class Culture in Elizabethan England, Ithaca. Cornell University Press, 1935, is a classic, if contested, guide to Elizabethan social structures, as is Lawrence Stone's The Crisis of the Aristocracy, 1558-1641, London. Oxford University Press, 1986. See also Felicity Heal and Clive Holmes, The Gentry in England and Wales, 1500-1700, Basingstoke, UK. Macmillan, 1994, and Joyce Ewing, 16th Century England. The Penguin Social History of Britain, London. Penguin, 1984. On Yeomen, the social class from which Shakespeare descended, see Mildred Campbell, The English Yeoman under Elizabeth and the Early Stuarts, New Haven. Yale University Press, 1942. On the wool trade, see Peter J. Bowden, The Wool Trade in Tudor and Stuart England, London. Macmillan, 1962. On Stratford, see Minutes and Accounts of the Corporation of Stratford-upon-Avon and Other Records, 1553-1620, ed. Richard Savage and Edgar Fripp, Dugdale Society, 1921-30, supplemented by a volume of the same title edited by Levi Fox, Dugdale Society, 1990. Prices and wages in Shakespeare's time are difficult to weigh in relation to the modern world, but for an initial glimpse, see the Royal Proclamation governing London wages, reprinted in Anne Jennily Cook, The Privileged Playgoers of Shakespeare's London, 1576-1642, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1981. E. A. J. Honigman and Susan Brock produced an edition of Wills by Shakespeare and his contemporaries in the London Theatre, Playhouse Wills, 1558-1642, Manchester. Manchester University Press, 1993. Chapter 3. The Great Fear on the Struggle Between Catholics and Protestants in the 16th Century, see Patrick Collinson, The Birth Pangs of Protestant England, Houndmills, UK. Macmillan, 1988. Deborah Sugar, Habits of Thought in the English Renaissance, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1990. And Eamon Duffy, The Stripping of the Altars. Traditional Religion in England, c. 1400, c. 1580, New Haven. Yale University Press, 1992. All provide useful and usefully different points of orientation. On the religion of Shakespeare and his family, there continues to be lively debate. Against the claim by Fripp in Shakespeare, Man and Artist, that Shakespeare's father was a Puritan, Peter Millward's Shakespeare's religious background, London. Sidgwick and Jackson, 1973, summarizes arguments for his Catholicism. That John Shakespeare was a Catholic would seem to be confirmed by his spiritual last will and testament. But the original is lost, and its authenticity has been challenged. There are useful articles by James McManaway, John Shakespeare's Spiritual Testament, in Shakespeare Survey 18, 1967, 197-205, and F. W. Brownlow, John Shakespeare's Recusancy, New Light on an Old Document, in Shakespeare Quarterly 40, 1989, 186-91. The case against authenticity is summarized in J. O. Halliwell Phillips' Outlines of the Life of Shakespeare, 1898, 399-404, and has been vigorously resumed by Robert Behrman in John Shakespeare's Spiritual Testament. A reappraisal in Shakespeare Survey 56, 2003, 184-203, but most recent scholarship has cautiously tended to confirm its authenticity. E. A. J. Honigman's Important Shakespeare, The Lost Years, Manchester, Manchester University Press, 1985, focused attention on the young Shakespeare's possible Lancashire connection, which continues to be intensely investigated and debated. Christopher Haig's Reformation and Resistance in Tudor Lancashire, London, Cambridge University Press, 1975, provides a useful account of the religious struggle in that region. Some of the most tantalizing findings for Shakespeare studies are reported in Richard Wilson's Shakespeare and the Jesuits, in the Times Literary Supplement, December 19, 1997, 1113, and explored in Shakespeare and the Culture of Christianity in Early Modern England, ed. Dennis Taylor and David N. Beauregard, New York, Fordham University Press, 2003. Here, too, there are dissenting views, including those presented by Robert Behrman in Was William Shakespeare William Shakespeare? Revisited, Shakespeare Quarterly 53, 2002, 8394. Behrman's arguments are countered by Honigman in the Shakespeare/Shakespeare question, continued, Shakespeare Quarterly 54, 2003, 83-86. Jeffrey Knapp, in Shakespeare's Tribe, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2002, strenuously argues that the adult Shakespeare was committed to a broad-based Erasmian Christianity, carefully limited in its central doctrinal tenets, tolerant of the range of beliefs and practices that lay outside those tenets, and steadfastly communitarian. I have also had the benefit of reading in manuscript Wilson's book Secret Shakespeare, Studies in Theatre, Religion and Resistance, Manchester, Manchester University Press, 2004. In Wilson's view, the young Shakespeare was linked in some way to the Jesuits, terrorist cells in Lancashire. Though he became wary of fanaticism, Wilson argues, Shakespeare remained a Catholic throughout his life and coded many cryptic Catholic messages in his plays. On Campion, Richard Simpson's 1867 biography, Edmund Campion, London, Williams and Norgate, remains authoritative. Evelyn Waugh's Edmund Campion, Boston, Little Brown, 1935, is eloquent and highly partisan. See also E. E. Reynolds, Campion and Parsons, The Jesuit Missions of 1581, London, Sheed and Ward, 1980, Malcolm South, The Jesuits and the Joint Mission to England during 1580-1581, Lewiston, N.Y., Mellon, 1999, and James Halloran, A Jesuit Challenge, Edmund Campion's Debates at the Tower of London in 1581, New York, Fordham University Press, 1999. Chapter 4. Wooing, Wedding, and Repenting on Shakespeare's Marriage. The principal source remains J. W. Gray, Shakespeare's Marriage, London. Chapman and Hall, 1905. David Cressy's Birth, Marriage, and Death. Ritual, Religion, and the Life Cycle in Tudor and Stuart England, New York. Oxford University Press, 1997, is an illuminating guide to the contemporary conduct of the major life cycle events. For the demographic estimates, I have relied on E. A. Wrigley and R. S. Schofield. The Population History of England, 1540-1871, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1981. Anthony Burgess's amusing novel, Nothing Like the Sun, is built around the presumption that Anne Whatley of Temple Grafton was a real person, Shakespeare's lost love, rather than the trace of a clerical error. For the sentimental picture of Shakespeare in the bosom of his family, see the 19th-century lithograph, by an unknown artist, reproduced in Schoenbaum, William Shakespeare, Records and Images, 199. The idea that Sonnet 145 might be an early poem to Anne Hathaway is discussed in Andrew Gurr, Shakespeare's first poem, Sonnet 145, Essays in Criticism 21, 1971, 221-26. The Second Best Bed is interpreted as a tender remembrance in Lewis, the Shakespeare Documents 2, 491, who cites Joseph Quincy Adams. For a more realistic reading of Shakespeare's last will and testament, see E. A. J. Honigman, Shakespeare's Will and Testamentary Traditions, in Shakespeare and Cultural Traditions. The selected proceedings of the International Shakespeare Association World Congress, Tokyo, 1991, ed. Tetsuo Kishi, Roger Pringle, and Stanley Wells, Newark. University of Delaware, 1994, 127-37. Frank Harris, In the Man Shakespeare and His Tragic Life Story, New York. Michael Kennerly, 1909, depicts a Shakespeare consumed with loathing for his wife. It is from Harris that I take the suggestion that the curse on the person who moves his bones was Shakespeare's way of keeping his wife from being laid, at her death, by his side. On the late 17th century visitor to the grave who was told that the curse was Shakespeare's last poem. See Chambers, William Shakespeare, 2, 259. Chapter 5. Crossing the Bridge on Hunting and Its Illegal Cousin, Poaching. See Edward Barry, Shakespeare and the Hunt. A Cultural and Social Study, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001. Samuel Schoenbaum's ironic view of Thomas Lucy's character is found in William Shakespeare, A Documentary Life, 107. There is a suggestive chapter on Somerville in Stopes, Shakespeare's Warwickshire contemporaries. In Secret Shakespeare, Richard Wilson revives the theory, first advanced by the Victorian critic Richard Simpson, that Somerville was not an isolated lunatic, but rather a participant in a serious conspiracy. He did not commit suicide in the Tower, the theory goes, but was murdered by fellow conspirators in order to prevent his revealing incriminating evidence at the moment of his execution. Why he should have waited until that moment is not readily apparent. At some point before he wrote Hamlet, 1600-1601, Shakespeare probably read Louis de Granada's Of Prayer and Meditation, 1582. But the link to Somerville should not be exaggerated. There was another edition of Louis's work, published in 1599, without the incendiary dedicatory letter by Richard Harris that led Somerville to his fatal resolution. On touring the ongoing volumes of the Records of Early English Drama, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1979, are invaluable. Peter Greenfield, Touring in New History of Early English Drama, ed. John D. Cox and David Scott Caston, New York. Columbia University Press, 1997, 251-68. And Sally Bate McLean, The Players on Tour in Elizabethan Theatre, Vol. 10, ed. C. E. McGee, Port Credit, Ontario, P. D. Meany, 1988, 5572 are useful and suggestive. On the possible connection of Shakespeare to the Queen's Men, see Macmillan and Maclean, The Queen's Men and Their Plays. For the impression London made upon first-time visitors, the place to begin is William Rye, England as Seen by Foreigners, London. John Russell Smith, 1865. See also A. L. Beyer and Roger Finlay, eds. London 1500-1700, The Making of a Metropolis, London. Longman, 1986. N. L. Williams, Tudor London Visited, London. Cassell, 1991. Lawrence Manley, Literature and Culture in Early Modern London, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1995. And David Harris Sachs, London's Dominion. The Metropolis, the Market Economy, and the State, in Material London, Ca. 1600-2054. The characterization of London as the fair that lasts all year is cited in Sachs. A crucial primary source for this and the following chapter is John Stow's 1598 Survey of London, available in a modern edition, ed. C. L. Kingsford, Oxford, Clarendon, 1971. On the legal concept of benefit of clergy, see my What is the History of Literature? Critical Inquiry 23, 1997, 460-81. On the concept of moral luck, see Bernard Williams' Moral Luck. Philosophical Papers, 1973-1980, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1981. Chapter 6. Life in the Suburbs. Ian Archer has a useful account of Shakespeare's London in A Companion to Shakespeare, ed. David Scott Caston, Oxford. Blackwell, 1999, 4356. On London's Entertainment Zone, see Stephen Mullany, The Place of the Stage. License, Play, and Power in Renaissance England, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1987. On Bearbaiting, C.S.P. Sarasano. The Master of the Bears in Art and Enterprise. Medieval and Renaissance Drama in England 5, 1991. 195-209. And Jason Scott Warren, When Theaters Were Bear Gardens, or What's at Stake in the Comedy of Manners. Shakespeare Quarterly 54, 2003, 6382. The contemporary amused by the spectacle of the ape on the pony was the Spanish secretary to the Duke of Najera, who visited Henry Roman VIII in 1544, cited in Chambers, Elizabethan Stage, from whence the Decker quotation and the account of the Southwark spectacle also come. A mid-16th century undertaker kept a gruesome contemporary record of London's theatre of punishments. The Diary of Henry Mackin, citizen and merchant tailor of London, from A.D. 1550 to A.D. 1563, ed. John Go Nichols, London, Camden Society, 1848. Mackin's diary stops before Shakespeare's birth, but there is no sign in the later 16th century of a substantial reduction in the punishments he so assiduously notes. On the design and operation of the principal London playhouses in Shakespeare's time, see, in addition to Chambers's Elizabethan Stage, Herbert Barry, Shakespeare's Playhouses, New York. Ems Press, 1987. Andrew Gurr, The Shakespearean Stage, 1574-1642, 3rd ed. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1992. William Ingram, The Business of Playing. The Beginnings of Adult Professional Theatre in Elizabethan London, Ithaca. Cornell University Press, 1992. And Arthur Kinney, Shakespeare by Stages, Oxford. Blackwell, 2003. Many of the finer details of theatrical architecture and finance remain in dispute. A famous resource for Elizabethan theatre studies is the detailed account book kept by the impresario Philip Henslow. The book, Henslow's Diary, has been edited by R. A. Folks, 2nd ed. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2002. One problem, even with this remarkably detailed record, is to understand the contemporary significance of the charges and payments. Helpful guidance may be found in Rosalind L. Knutson, Playing Companies and Commerce in Shakespeare's Time, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001. G. E. Bentley, The Profession of Dramatist in Shakespeare's Time, 1590-1642, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1971. And Peter Davison, Commerce and Patronage, The Lord Chamberlain's Men's Tour of 1597, in Shakespeare Performed, ed. Grace Iopolo, London. Associated University Presses, 2000, 58-59. The attacks on the stage by Northbrook and Gosson, along with the ironic dialogue by Florio, are conveniently assembled in Chambers' Elizabethan stage. There is an excellent account of the anxieties of Elizabethan officials in Lacy Baldwin Smith, Treason in Tudor England. Politics and Paranoia, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1986. On the government's attempts to regulate the theater, see Richard Dutton, Mastering the Revels, London. Macmillan, 1991, and Janet Clare, Art Made Tongue-Tied by Authority. Elizabethan and Jacobean Dramatic Censorship, New York. St. Martin's, 1990. All citations of the plays of Christopher Marlowe, with the exception of Two Tamburlaine, are from English Renaissance Drama, ed. David Bevington, Lars Ingle, Katharine Isamen Mouse, and Eric Rasmussen, New York. W. W. Norton, 2002. Two Tamburlaine is cited from Christopher Marlowe Plays, ed. David Bevington and Eric Rasmussen, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1998. The large critical literature on the impact of Marlowe on Shakespeare includes an illuminating article by Nicholas Brooke, Marlowe as Provocative Agent in Shakespeare's Early Plays, in Shakespeare Survey 14, 1961, 3444. On Edward Allen, C.S.P. Sarasano, Edward Allen, 1566-1626, in Edward Allen, Elizabethan Actor, Jacobean Gentleman, ed. Aileen Reid and Robert Maniura, London. Dulwich Picture Gallery, 1994, 1131. There is no proof that Edward Allen was the first Tamburlaine, but he was famous for the part, and Nash's reference to him in 1589 as the Roscius of the contemporary players suggests that Allen created the role. On Shakespeare's relation to the printing press, see David Scott Caston, Shakespeare and the Book, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001, and Peter W. M. Blaney, The First Folio of Shakespeare, 2nd ed. New York, W. W. Norton, 1996. On Shakespeare's reading, in addition to Bullough's 8-volume narrative and dramatic sources of Shakespeare, I have found useful Henry Anders' Shakespeare's Books, a dissertation on Shakespeare's reading and the immediate sources of his works, Berlin. Reaumur, 1904. Kenneth Muir, The Sources of Shakespeare's Plays, London. Methuen, 1977. Robert S. Miola, Shakespeare's Reading, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2000. And Leonard Barkin, What Did Shakespeare Read? In Cambridge Companion to Shakespeare, ed. Margareta de Grazia and Stanley Wells, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001, 3147. Chapter 7. Shakespeare on the Competitive World in Which Shakespeare Worked. See James Shapiro, Rival Playwrights. Marlowe Johnson, Shakespeare, New York. Columbia University Press, 1991. And James Bednar's Shakespeare and the Poets' War, New York. Columbia University Press, 2001. On the collaborations that coexisted with the rivalries, see Jeffrey Maston, Textual Intercourse. Collaboration, Authorship, and Sexualities in Renaissance Drama, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1997. Jonathan Hope, The Authorship of Shakespeare's Plays. A Sociolinguistic Study, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1994, and Brian Vickers, Shakespeare, co-author. A Historical Study of 5 Collaborative Plays, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2002. It is striking that the 5 plays to which Vickers devotes his lengthy study, Titus Andronicus, Timon of Athens, Pericles, Henry Roman VIII, and the Two Noble Kinsmen, are, by a wide consensus, among the weakest to bear Shakespeare's name. The odd effect, then, of the most recent account of collaboration is to reinforce a highly traditional account of Shakespeare's singular creative genius. Helpful and informative on the way in which Shakespeare and his contemporaries organized and conducted their professional lives are Bentley, The Profession of Dramatist in Shakespeare's Time, 1590–1642, Peter Thomson, Shakespeare's Professional Career, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1992. Andrew Gurr, The Shakespearean Playing Companies, Oxford. Clarendon, 1996. And Knutson, Playing Companies and Commerce in Shakespeare's Time. Though not always reliable, T. W. Baldwin, The Organization and Personnel of the Shakespearean Company, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1927, lays out most of the key information. T. J. King, Casting Shakespeare's Plays. London Actors and Their Roles, 1590–1642, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1992. Tiffany Stern, Rehearsal from Shakespeare to Sheridan, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2000. And David Bradley, From Text to Performance in the Elizabethan Theatre. Preparing the Play for the Stage, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1992, are illuminating, along with G. E. Bentley, The Profession of Player in Shakespeare's Time, 1590–1642, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1984. In Shakespeare as Literary Dramatist, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2003. Lucas Erne argues that Shakespeare was more interested than scholars have usually recognized in the printed as well as the performance aspect of his plays. On Shakespeare as Performer, see Meredith Skura, Shakespeare the Actor and the Purposes of Playing, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1993. David Wiles, Shakespeare's Clown, Actor and Text in the Elizabethan Playhouse, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1987, and David Mann, The Elizabethan Player, Contemporary Stage Representation, London. Routledge, 1991, are useful, as is Jean Howard, The Stage and Social Struggle in Early Modern England, London. Routledge, 1994. Shakespeare's extraordinary talent was not ignored by his contemporaries and rivals. For some of their responses, see E. A. J. Honigman, Shakespeare's Impact on His Contemporaries, London. Macmillan, 1982, and the 2-volume Shakespeare Allusion Book, a collection of allusions to Shakespeare from 1591 to 1700, ed. John Munro, London. Oxford University Press, 1932. M. Rhys Jones, The Origins of Shakespeare, Oxford. Clarendon, 1977. Is illuminating on the first flowering of this talent. Marlowe's strange and violent life has been the subject of many biographies, including Charles Nishal's engagingly speculative The Reckoning. The Murder of Christopher Marlowe, London. Jonathan Cape, 1992. Constance Kuriyama's Christopher Marlowe, A Renaissance Life, Ithaca. Cornell University Press, 2002. And David Riggs, The World of Christopher Marlowe, London. Faber, 2004. Green's Groatsworth of Wit, bought with a Million of Repentance, 1592, is available in an informative edition by D. Allen Carroll Binghamton. Center for Medieval and Early Renaissance Studies, 1994. Chapter 8. Master Mistress on Southampton's claim to be the fair young man of the sonnets, c. especially G.P.V. Acrig, Shakespeare and the Earl of Southampton, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1968. On the career of the possible go-between, see Francis Yates, John Florio. The Life of an Italian in Shakespeare's England, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1934. Joel Feynman, who had little or no interest in Shakespeare's biography, has, in my view, written the most psychologically acute study of the sonnets, Shakespeare's Perjured Eye, Berkeley. University of California Press, 1986. The editions of the sonnets by Stephen Booth, New Haven. Yale University Press, 1977. Catherine Duncan Jones, Arden Shakespeare, 1997. And Colin Burrow, Oxford Shakespeare, 2002. Each provide abundant commentaries, as does Helen Vendler's The Art of Shakespeare Sonnets, Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1997. And Duncan Jones rehearses in detail the competing identifications of the principal figures in the sequence. In Shakespeare and the Goddess of Complete Being, London. Faber and Faber, 1992. Ted Hughes has brilliant pages on Venus and Adonis, which he views as the key to unlocking Shakespeare's whole poetic achievement. Leeds Barrow's Politics, Plague, and Shakespeare's Theatre. The Stuart Years, Ithaca. Cornell University Press, 1991, describes the circumstances that led to the periodic closing of the theaters on public health grounds. In Elizabethan Protest, Plague and Plays, Rereading the Documents of Control, English Literary Renaissance 26, 1996, 1745, Barbara Friedman argues against the view that plague closures were always enforced. The homoeroticism of Shakespeare's sonnet sequence was registered with shock at least as early as the 18th century, when the editor George Stevens remarked, "It is impossible to read without an equal mixture of disgust and indignation." On the complex erotic environment in which Shakespeare lived, worked, and presumably loved, see Stephen Orgel, Impersonations. The Performance of Gender in Shakespeare's England, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1996. Alan Bray, Homosexuality in Renaissance England, 2nd ed. New York, Columbia University Press, 1995. And Bruce R. Smith, Homosexual Desire in Shakespeare's England, A Cultural Poetics, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1991, as well as his Shakespeare and Masculinity, New York, Oxford University Press, 2000. Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick's chapter on the sonnets in her book Between Men, English Literature and Male Homosocial Desire, New York, Columbia University Press, 1985, is also extremely interesting. Chapter 9. Laugher at the Scaffold in Shakespeare and the Jews, New York, Columbia University Press, 1996. James Shapiro argues that there was a significant, if clandestine, Jewish community in London in Shakespeare's time. Though this claim is debatable, Shapiro provides ample evidence for a widespread Elizabethan and Jacobean interest in Jews. See also David S. Katz, The Jews in the History of England, 1485-1850, New York, Oxford University Press, 1994, and Laura H. Youngblood, Strangers Settled Here Amongst Us, Policies, Perceptions, and the Presence of Aliens in Elizabethan England, London, Routledge, 1996. In There Is a World Elsewhere, William Shakespeare, Businessman, in Images of Shakespeare, Proceedings of the Third Congress of the International Shakespeare Association, 1986, ed. Werner Habich, D.J. Palmer, and Roger Pringle, Newark. University of Delaware Press, 1988, 4046. E. A. J. Honigman analyzes Shakespeare's own involvement in moneylending and other mercantile enterprises, as does William Ingram, The Economics of Playing, in a companion to Shakespeare, ed. David Scott Caston, Oxford. Blackwell, 1999, 313-27. On the single surviving manuscript play that may contain scenes in Shakespeare's handwriting, see Scott Macmillan, The Elizabethan Theatre, and the Book of Sir Thomas More, Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 1987, and T. H. Howard Hill, ed. Shakespeare and Sir Thomas More, Essays on the Play and its Shakespearean Interest, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1989. The dating of Sir Thomas More and of Shakespeare's own participation in the project is uncertain. The script may have been drafted by Anthony Munday and others in 1592-93 or 1595, at the time of the agitation against strangers. Shakespeare could have been involved from the beginning or could, as seems more likely, have made his additions as late as 1603 or 1604 during a further attempt to have it approved for performance. Direct evidence of Shakespeare's personal involvement with the community of strangers living in London dates from the early 17th century. In 1604, and probably for some time before, he was living in rented rooms on the corner of Mugwell and Silver Streets. His neighbors in the tenement were Christopher Mountjoy, a French Protestant, and his wife Marie. Mountjoy had fled to England in the wake of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in 1572 and had prospered as a manufacturer of ladies' wigs and other headgear. In 1612, Shakespeare was deposed as a witness in a lawsuit between Mountjoy and his son-in-law Stephen Greenblatt. The latter claimed that his father-in-law had pledged to give him £60 on marrying and to leave him a legacy of £200. Both parties to the suit agreed that in 1604 Shakespeare had helped, at the parents' request, to persuade the young man to marry Mountjoy's daughter, and therefore knew the terms that had to be agreed upon. In his testimony, Shakespeare spoke well both of the Mountjoys and of Greenblatt, whom he had known, he said, for the space of 10 years or thereabouts, but he declared under oath that he did not remember the precise financial terms of the marriage settlement. The documents from the lawsuit were unearthed in 1909. There is a good account of them in Samuel Schoenbaum's Records and Images and in Park Honen's Shakespeare, A Life. Chapter 10. Speaking with the Dead for the development of the Shakespearean soliloquy, see Wolfgang Clement, Shakespeare Soliloquies, trans. C. S. Stokes, London, Methuen, 1987. On Shakespeare's working and reworking of Hamlet and other plays, see John Jones, Shakespeare at Work, Oxford, Clarendon, 1995. On the impact on Shakespeare of the death of Hamlet, see the sensitive psychoanalytic account by Richard P. Wheeler, Death in the Family, The Loss of a Son and the Rise of Shakespearean Comedy, in Shakespeare Quarterly 51 2000, 127-53. In Hamlet in Purgatory, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2001. I have written at length on the consequences for Shakespeare of the change in the relationship between the living and the dead. See also Roland M. Fry, The Renaissance Hamlet, Issues and Responses in 1600, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1984. On the larger historical, cultural, and theological issues, see Theo Brown, The Fate of the Dead, A Study of Folk Eschatology in the West Country After the Reformation, Ipswich, UK, D. S. Brewer, 1979. Claire Giddings, Death, Burial, and the Individual in Early Modern England, London, Croom Helm, 1984. Julian Lytton, The English Way of Death, The Common Funeral Since 1450, London, R. Hale, 1991. Cressy, Birth, Marriage, and Death. And Duffy, The Stripping of the Altars. Chapter 11. Bewitching the King, Alvin Kernan's Shakespeare, The King's Playwright, Theatre in the Stuart Court, 1603-1613, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1995, discusses Shakespeare's relation to James. On the relation of Macbeth to the Gunpowder Plot, see Henry Paul, The Royal Play of Macbeth, New York, Macmillan 1950, and Gary Wills, Witches and Jesuits, Shakespeare's Macbeth, New York, Oxford University Press 1995. On the Gary Conspiracy, see Louis Barbet, The Tragedy of Gary House, London, Alexander Gardner, 1887. Kramer and Sprenger's Malleus Maleficarum is available in an English translation and edition, 1928. Repper, New York. Dover, 1971, by Montague Summers, who also edited Reginald Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, 1930. Repper, New York. Dover, 1972. Keith Thomas, Religion and the Decline of Magic, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1971, and Stuart Clark, Thinking with Demons, The Idea of Witchcraft in Early Modern Europe, Oxford, Clarendon, 1997, are particularly helpful on the place of the occult in the mentality of the period. In Shakespeare Bewitched, in New Historical Literary Study, Essays on Reproducing Texts, Representing History, ed. Jeffrey N. Cox and Larry J. Reynolds, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1993, 10835. I discuss at greater length Shakespeare's relation to witch hunting. Chapter 12. The Triumph of the Everyday Bernard Beckerman, Shakespeare at the Globe, New York, Macmillan, 1962, and Irwin Smith, Shakespeare's Blackfriars Playhouse, Its History and Its Design, New York, New York University Press, 1964, are both extremely useful introductions to Shakespeare's principal theaters in the latter part of his career. On Staging, Alan de Seine and Leslie Thompson's A Dictionary of Stage Directions in English Drama, 1580-1642, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1999, is illuminating, as is de Seine's Elizabethan Stage Conventions and Modern Interpreters, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1984. The account of the burning of the Globe from a letter dated July 2, 1613, written by Sir Henry Wotton to his nephew Sir Edmund Bacon, is cited in Chambers, Elizabethan Stage 4, 400 1920.